Good evening, my friends. I'm really stoked you're here tonight. This series is one a lot of you have been asking for, so we're finally settling into it together. Tonight we're stepping into how detectives solved mysteries before fingerprints, when careful observation, memory, and small details carried more weight than any single piece of proof. If slow, slightly boring history helps your brain power down, feel free to follow, drop a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is. Always enjoy seeing where everyone is drifting off from. Now dim those lights, grab your blanket as usual if you have not already, and let's get started. Long before laboratories hummed with microscopes and databases clicked through millions of fingerprint matches, detectives solved crimes using nothing more than sharp eyes, patient ears, and detailed notebooks. You're about to discover how these early investigators pieced together mysteries in an era when forensic science barely existed. You stand in a London street on a foggy November morning in 1863. The gas lamps still flicker along the cobblestones even though dawn has arrived. Somewhere in the distance a church bell marks 7 o'clock. The fog tastes of coal smoke and dampness. You can feel it settling on your coat like a cold wet blanket. A constable rushes past you, his boots splash through a puddle. He carries a wooden rattle that police officers use to call for help. The sound cuts through the morning quiet. You follow him around the corner to where a small crowd has gathered outside a jewellery shop. The front window has been smashed. Glass fragments catch the dim light like scattered stars on the pavement. This is how detective work begins in the age before fingerprints. Someone notices something wrong, people gather, a constable arrives, and then the real work starts. The constable takes out a small notebook. His pencil moves slowly across the page as he writes down every detail he can see. The broken window, the empty display case, the muddy footprints leading away down the alley. He does not have photographs. He does not have fingerprint powder. He has his eyes and his ability to describe what he sees. You watch him sketch the scene in rough lines. His drawing shows the position of the broken glass. Some pieces fell inside the shop, others scattered onto the street. This tells him something important. The glass broke from outside to inside. The thief stood on the street and struck the window with force. He kneels down to examine the footprints more closely. The mud is fresh. It rained last night and the ground is still soft. He can see the pattern on the sole. It shows a distinctive wear pattern on the left heel. One boot clearly has a crack running across it. He copies this pattern into his notebook with careful attention to every line and curve. This is observation. This is the foundation of all detective work before modern forensics. You learn to look at everything. You learn to see what others miss. You learn that every criminal leaves traces of themselves behind, whether they mean to or not. The constable asks the shopkeeper about what happened. The shopkeeper arrived at his usual time of 6:30 in the morning. He found the window broken and 3 gold watches missing from the display. Nothing else was taken. The till remained untouched in the back room. This strikes the constable as unusual. Most thieves would take whatever they could grab. You follow the constable as he walks the street asking questions. An old woman who lives above the bakery heard glass breaking around 3 in the morning. She looked out her window but saw only shadows moving in the fog. A night watchman patrolled this street at 2 o'clock and saw nothing suspicious. Between 2 and 3 in the morning, someone broke the window and took those watches. The constable writes down every statement in his notebook. He records who said what and at what time. These written records become the backbone of the investigation. Without them, details blur and fade. Memory proves unreliable. But words on paper stay fixed and certain. By mid-morning, the constable has filled several pages with observations and statements. He has sketches of the broken window. He has descriptions of the missing watches. He has the pattern of that distinctive boot print. Now comes the next phase of early detective work. He must take all this information and figure out what it means. You watch as he reviews his notes. The broken glass pattern shows force from outside. The selective theft of only watches suggests someone who knew what they wanted. The timing between the night watchman's rounds and the neighbour's observation gives a narrow window. The boot print provides a physical detail that might identify the thief. In this era, police work relies heavily on local knowledge. The constable knows the people who live on his beat. He knows which residents work honest jobs and which ones have questionable reputations. He knows where stolen goods typically get sold. He knows the ways of crime in his district. He walks to a nearby public house where he knows certain individuals gather. The publican nods when the constable asks about strangers in the area. A man with a noticeable limp came in last night asking about buying pocket watches. He wore muddy boots and seemed nervous. He left before the publican could engage him in much conversation. This information matters. The constable adds it to his growing collection of facts. A man with a limp, muddy boots, interest in pocket watches, looking for buyers. The picture starts to take shape. You accompany the constable to the local pawn shop. The pawnbroker keeps detailed records of everything brought to him. The law requires this. He must write down who pawns what and when. The constable flips through the ledger looking for recent entries involving watches. Nothing from this morning yet. But he asks the pawnbroker to send word if anyone tries to sell 3 gold watches matching the stolen descriptions. This network of informants and cooperating businesses forms another crucial part of early detective work. Detectives cannot be everywhere at once. They need eyes and ears throughout the community. Shopkeepers, publicans, pawnbrokers, and even reformed criminals sometimes provide valuable information. The constable returns to the station to file his report. You watch him copy his notes into the official record book. Every detail gets preserved. The date, the time, the location, the nature of the crime, the witness statements, the physical evidence, the leads being pursued. Senior detectives review these reports daily. They look for similar info. 3 jewellery shops broken into over the past month. All during the early morning hours, all targeting specific valuable items rather than grabbing everything. This suggests someone with knowledge and planning rather than desperate opportunistic theft. You sit in the detective office as they discuss the cases. The room smells of tobacco smoke and old paper. Files stack up on every available surface. Maps of London cover one entire wall with pins marking crime locations. String connects related incidents. Red for robberies, blue for burglaries, yellow for assaults. One detective notices something interesting. The 3 jewellery shop break-ins all happened within a mile of each other. They all occurred between 2 and 4 in the morning, they all involved broken front windows, and in each case witnesses mentioned seeing a figure with an unusual gait moving away from the scene. This is pattern recognition. Before computers could analyse crime statistics, detectives had to spot connections themselves. They had to remember details from weeks or months ago. They had to see how separate incidents might actually be the work of one person or one group. The detective decides to stake out the remaining jewellery shops in that area. If the pattern holds, another break-in might happen soon. Several constables volunteer to spend their nights watching and waiting. They position themselves in doorways and alleys where they can observe without being seen. You join one constable on a cold November night. The hours pass slowly. Your feet grow numb from standing in one position. The fog rolls in thick and heavy. Every sound seems amplified in the darkness. A cat yowls somewhere nearby. A drunk staggers past singing off-key. A carriage rattles over distant cobblestones. Nothing happens that first night, or the second night, or the third. This is also part of early detective work. Patience, long hours of watching and waiting, the willingness to endure boredom and discomfort on the chance of catching someone in the act. On the 4th night, you see movement near the jewellery shop at the end of the street. A figure approaches from the east. The person walks with a distinctive limp favouring the left leg. They pause at the shop window and look around nervously. Then they pull something from their coat. In the dim lamplight you can see it is a short iron bar. The constable steps out from his hiding place before the window breaks. The suspect tries to run, but the limp slows them down. Within moments the constable has them in custody. The iron bar clatters to the ground. And there on the suspect's left boot, visible even in the poor light, runs a distinctive crack across the sole. This is how detective work succeeds before fingerprints. Careful observation, detailed records, patient surveillance, pattern recognition, and sometimes a bit of luck combined with persistent effort. The suspect gets brought to the station. Now comes another crucial aspect of early detective work: the interview, the interrogation, the careful questioning designed to extract truth from evasion. You sit in the interview room. It contains only a wooden table and 2 chairs. A single oil lamp provides light. The detective sits across from the suspect and opens his notebook. He does not shout or threaten. He speaks calmly and asks simple questions. Where were you on the night of November 8th? The suspect claims to have been home sleeping. The detective writes this down. He then produces the statement from the publican about a limping man asking about pocket watches that same night. The suspect shifts uncomfortably. The detective points out the crack in the boot sole. He shows his drawing of the boot print from the crime scene. They match exactly. The suspect begins to sweat despite the cool temperature in the room. This technique relies on accumulating evidence and presenting it piece by piece. Each fact chips away at the story the suspect wants to tell. Each contradiction makes denial harder to maintain. The detective remains patient. He has all night. He can wait. Eventually, after hours of careful questioning, the suspect admits to the break-ins. He reveals where he hid the stolen watches. He explains that he needed money to pay gambling debts. The limp came from an old injury that never healed properly. He thought it would not matter. He did not realise how distinctive his walk appeared, or how easily someone could identify his boot prints. The watches get recovered. The suspect faces charges. The case closes, all without a single fingerprint analysis or DNA test. Just observation, documentation, interviews, and persistent detective work. But this represents only one type of crime in one city at one moment in history. Early detective work took many different forms depending on the location and the era. You need to understand how these techniques developed over time. Travel backwards several centuries to Renaissance Italy. You walk through Florence in the year 1520. The city buzzes with art and commerce. Markets fill the piazzas with merchants selling everything from silk to spices. But crime thrives here too. Thieves pick pockets in crowded spaces. Counterfeiters produce fake coins. Merchants cheat customers with false weights and measures. The authorities rely on informants to catch criminals. They recruit people from the criminal underworld itself. Former thieves know how thieves think and operate. They know the hiding spots in the secret signals. They know who sells stolen goods and who can be bribed for information. These informants work for reduced sentences or for payment. They move through the criminal world gathering intelligence. Then they report back to the authorities. This system has obvious flaws. Informants sometimes lie to settle personal scores. They might fabricate information to earn their fee. But without modern investigative tools, authorities depend on human sources for most of their information. You observe a magistrate questioning a merchant accused of selling underweight bread. The magistrate has no scientific instruments to test the claim. Instead, he calls witnesses. Other merchants testify about the accused's reputation. Customers describe being cheated. The baker's own apprentice, promised immunity, reveals how his master hollowed out the loaves to use less flour. The magistrate weighs all these testimonies against each other. He considers the character of each witness. Are they known to be honest? Do they have reasons to lie? Do their stories align with each other? This process of evaluating human testimony forms a crucial skill for early investigators. Written records also play an increasingly important role as societies become more literate. Merchants keep ledgers. Ships maintain logs. Governments record births, deaths, marriages, and property transfers. All these documents can provide evidence in criminal cases. You watch a merchant try to prove he was in Venice when a crime occurred in Florence. He produces receipts from Venetian merchants. He shows the log from the ship that carried him. The dates and signatures all confirm his alibi. Without these written proofs, he would have only his word against his accusers. The concept of using documents as evidence might seem obvious now, but it represents a significant development in detective work. It means investigators can check stories against objective records. They can verify claims independently. They can catch people in lies when the written evidence contradicts their statements. Move forward in time to 17th century England. You stand in a courtroom watching a handwriting expert testify. He holds two documents side by side. One is a will leaving a large estate to a distant cousin. The other is a known sample of the deceased person's writing. The expert points out differences in letter formation, pen pressure, and spacing. This represents an early form of forensic document analysis. Experts learn to recognize individual characteristics in handwriting. They study how people form their letters. They notice habits like crossing T's high or low, dotting I's to the left or right, connecting letters in distinctive ways. The expert testifies that the will appears to be a forgery. The handwriting shows attempts to mimic the deceased's style but fails in subtle ways. The forger made S's differently. The baseline slant does not match. Several letter combinations reveal hesitation marks where the forger paused to think about how to form them. The jury finds the will fraudulent based largely on this handwriting analysis. The distant cousin faces charges of forgery and attempted fraud, all because someone developed the skill to examine handwriting as evidence. You begin to see how detective work gradually incorporates more specialized knowledge. It is no longer just about asking questions and following suspects. It starts to involve expertise in specific areas: handwriting analysis, document examination, even early chemistry for detecting poisons. Travel to Paris in the early 19th century. You enter the office of Eugène-François Vidocq, the first director of the French Criminal Investigation Department. Vidocq himself was once a criminal. He escaped from prison multiple times. He lived among thieves and knew their methods intimately. Then he switched sides and brought that knowledge to police work. His office contains filing cabinets filled with detailed records on known criminals. Each file includes physical descriptions, known associates, typical methods, and past crimes. Vidocq recognizes that information is power. The more details you collect about criminals, the easier they become to catch. He introduces the concept of undercover work. His agents dress as criminals and infiltrate gangs. They gather evidence from the inside. They learn about planned crimes before they happen. They identify criminal networks that previously operated in the shadows. You accompany one of his agents into a tavern frequented by thieves. The agent drinks and jokes with the regulars. He never asks direct questions, he just listens. Criminals talk. They brag. They share information. The skilled agent absorbs it all while maintaining his cover. Later, back at headquarters, the agent writes a detailed report. He names the people he met. He describes the crimes they discussed. He maps out relationships within the criminal network. This intelligence allows Vidocq to plan raids and arrests strategically. Vidocq also pioneers the use of plaster cast for preserving evidence. When investigators find a boot print at a crime scene, they pour plaster into it. Once the plaster hardens, they have a permanent copy of the print. They can compare it to suspects' boots. They can store it for future reference. You watch technicians carefully pour plaster into a print left in soft earth near a murder scene. They work slowly to avoid creating air bubbles. Once set, they lift the cast gently. It captures every detail of the boot sole, including a distinctive nail pattern and a worn heel. Later, when police arrest a suspect, they compare his boots to the cast. The match is exact. This physical evidence proves the suspect was at the crime scene. Combined with other evidence, it helps secure a conviction. These advances might seem simple compared to modern forensics, but they represent important steps forward. Investigators learn to preserve evidence. They learn to document it systematically. They learn to present it in court in ways that juries can understand. You move forward to the middle of the 19th century. The Industrial Revolution has transformed cities. Populations explode. Crime increases. Police forces struggle to keep up. Detectives need better methods. In London, the Metropolitan Police establish a detective branch. These plainclothes officers focus on investigating crimes rather than just patrolling streets. They develop techniques for shadowing suspects, conducting surveillance, and gathering intelligence. You follow a detective as he tracks a suspected murderer through London streets. The detective stays far enough behind to avoid detection, but close enough to see where the suspect goes. He notes every stop, every person the suspect talks to, every building the suspect enters. This kind of patient surveillance requires enormous skill. The detective must blend into crowds. He must change his appearance when necessary. He must anticipate where the suspect might go. If the suspect spots him, the entire operation fails. The detective follows his target for 3 days. He learns the suspect's routine: morning coffee at a specific cafe, visits to a boarding house in the afternoon, evening drinks at a public house near the docks. The detective writes all of this down in his notebook. On the 4th day, the suspect meets a woman at the boarding house. The detective cannot hear their conversation, but he sees money change hands. The woman leaves, looking frightened. The detective follows her instead. She leads him to a small shop where she works. The detective approaches her carefully. He identifies himself and asks about the meeting. At first she refuses to talk. Then, when he assures her of protection, she reveals that the suspect has been blackmailing her. She witnessed him near the scene of a murder. He threatened to harm her family if she told anyone. This testimony provides the link investigators needed. The woman's presence near the crime scene places the suspect there too. Combined with other evidence, it builds a case strong enough to arrest him. This illustrates another key aspect of early detective work: building relationships with witnesses, earning trust, protecting those who come forward with information. Without the detective's patient approach, the woman might never have spoken. You observe how detectives in this era develop informal networks of contacts: street vendors who notice unusual activity, landlords who know their tenants' habits, cab drivers who remember where they took passengers. All these people potentially hold pieces of information that might solve crimes. Smart detectives cultivate these contacts over years. They help people when they can. They show respect. They keep confidences. Then, when they need information, people willingly provide it. Consider the case of a missing child in Victorian London. A detective begins by talking to everyone in the neighbourhood. He asks gentle questions. Did you see the child yesterday? Did you notice any strangers? Did you hear anything unusual? Most people have nothing useful to report, but one old man mentioned seeing a carriage stopped on the corner around the time the child disappeared. He didn't think much of it at the time. Carriages stop on corners regularly, but something about this one seemed odd. The driver looked nervous. He kept glancing around. The detective asks for a description. The old man remembers the carriage was black with a distinctive brass lamp. The horse had white markings on its face. The driver wore a brown coat and a wide-brimmed hat. The detective takes this information to the cab companies and livery stables. He asks about carriages matching that description. Most companies keep records of which drivers took which vehicles on which days. After checking several businesses, he finds a match. The company produces the driver. The detective questions him carefully. Where did he go that afternoon? The driver claims to remember nothing unusual, just regular fares around the city. But the detective persists. He describes the corner. He mentions the old man who saw the carriage stop there. The driver's story begins to shift. Maybe he did stop there briefly. Maybe someone asked him for directions. He cannot quite recall. The detective notes these inconsistencies. An innocent person usually remembers clearly or admits they do not remember. Changing stories suggests something hidden. The detective obtains permission to search the driver's lodgings. There, hidden under the floorboards, he finds the child's torn dress. Confronted with this evidence, the driver confesses. He took the child intending to demand ransom, but the child became ill and died. Panicking, he disposed of the body in the river and kept the dress, meaning to burn it later. This tragic case demonstrates how detectives combine multiple techniques. Careful questioning of witnesses, following up on small details, checking written records, patient interrogation, physical searches. Each step builds on the previous one until the truth emerges. You witness how detectives also learn to read people. They study facial expressions. They notice nervous gestures. They hear the tremor in someone's voice when they lie. These skills develop over years of experience interviewing countless witnesses and suspects. Some detectives become legendary for their ability to spot deception. They claim to see guilt written on a person's face. Of course, this is not magic. It comes from observing tiny behavioural cues most people miss. A person who lies might touch their face more often. Their eye contact figure might change. They might speak more quickly or more slowly than usual. These observations are not scientific. They can be mistaken. An innocent person might act nervous for many reasons. But combined with other evidence, behavioural cues sometimes point investigators in the right direction. Travel to America in the mid-1800s. You observe the Pinkerton National Detective Agency at work. Alan Pinkerton builds the first private detective agency in the United States. His agency takes on cases that local police cannot or will not handle. The Pinkertons develop extensive files on criminals. They collect photographs when possible. They record physical descriptions in minute detail. Height, weight, hair colour, eye colour, distinguishing marks, scars, tattoos. Every detail gets documented and filed. When a new crime occurs, investigators consult these files. Does the method match anyone's known routine? Does the physical description fit any known criminals in the area? This systematic approach to criminal records improves detective efficiency enormously. You watch Pinkerton agents investigate a train robbery. They interview everyone who was on the train. They examine the scene where the robbery occurred. They follow the tracks the robbers left heading into the wilderness. The agents are skilled trackers. They can read signs in the landscape. Broken branches show where someone pushed through brush. Disturbed soil reveals where someone knelt. Scattered ashes mark where someone made camp. Following these traces, the agents track the robbers to a remote cabin. They do not rush in immediately. Instead, they watch and wait. They want to identify everyone involved. They want to catch the whole gang, not just one or two members who might be at the cabin while others remain free. After 2 days of surveillance, they see all the suspects together. Then they move in quickly. They move in. The element of surprise prevents resistance. The agents recover the stolen money. The entire gang faces arrest and prosecution. This case shows the value of patience and planning. Less experienced investigators might have rushed in and caught only some of the criminals. The Pinkertons waited until they could capture everyone and recover the evidence. You observe how detective work varies depending on the type of crime. A murder investigation differs from a robbery case. A fraud scheme requires different techniques than a kidnapping. Good detectives learn to adapt their methods to the specific circumstances. For financial crimes, detectives must understand business records. They need to trace money moving between accounts. They need to spot irregularities in ledgers. They need to recognise when numbers have been altered or fabricated. You watch an investigator examine a merchant's account books. The numbers look correct at first glance, but the investigator notices something odd. Several entries use slightly different ink. The handwriting looks similar but not quite identical. Closer examination reveals erasures under some numbers. The investigator compares these suspicious entries to corresponding receipts and invoices. The numbers do not match. Someone altered the books after the fact. The investigator traces the pattern. It shows money being siphoned off gradually over months. The merchant's bookkeeper stands accused of embezzlement. This case required no dramatic chases or confrontations, just careful examination of documents, just attention to detail, just the patience to compare hundreds of entries looking for discrepancies. For murder cases, detectives must reconstruct what happened. They examine the body, they study the crime scene, they establish timelines, they identify who had means, motive and opportunity. You accompany a detective examining a murder scene in a wealthy home. The victim was found in his study with a fatal blow to the head. The room appears ransacked. Drawers hang open, papers scatter across the floor. It looks like a robbery gone wrong. But the detective notices details that seem wrong. The ransacking appears theatrical. Valuable items sit in plain view but were not taken. The papers on the floor are arranged too neatly for genuine chaos. Someone staged this scene to look like a robbery. The detective examines the wound more carefully. The angle suggests someone of similar height struck the blow. The victim was tall. Most household staff were considerably shorter. This narrows the suspects. The detective interviews the household. Everyone claims to have been elsewhere when the murder occurred. But the detective asks about the victim's schedule. Who knew he would be in his study at that time? Who had access to that part of the house? Who stood to gain from his death? One name keeps appearing in the answers, the victim's nephew. He was supposed to inherit a large sum. He had argued with his uncle recently about money. He was in the house that evening despite claiming to have left earlier. Confronted with these facts, the nephew's alibi falls apart. He admits to the argument but denies the murder. The detective presses harder. He describes the staged robbery. He explains how the evidence contradicts a random burglar scenario. Finally, the nephew breaks. He confesses. The argument turned violent. He struck his uncle in anger. Then, panicking, he tried to make it look like a robbery. He never expected anyone to see through the deception. This case illustrates how detectives use logic and reasoning to see past obvious interpretations. They question appearances. They look for what does not fit. They build their case on inconsistencies and impossibilities. You see how the best detectives develop almost encyclopedic knowledge of crime patterns. They know how burglars typically operate. They know how poisoners usually act. They know the habits of forgers and fraudsters and violent criminals. This knowledge lets them recognise when something does not match the expected pattern. By the late 1800s, detective work begins to incorporate more scientific approaches. A French police officer named Alphonse Bertillon develops a system he calls anthropometry. He proposes that if you measure enough parts of a person's body, you can create a unique identification. You watch Bertillon's assistants measure a suspect. They record the length of the head from front to back, the width of the head side to side, the length of the left foot, the length of the left forearm, the length of fingers, the distance between outstretched arms, 11 measurements in total. Bertillon argues that the odds of two people having exactly the same measurements for all 11 dimensions are astronomically small. Each measurement gets recorded on a card along with a photograph and physical description. These cards get filed systematically so investigators can search them. This system gains widespread adoption in France and then in other countries. For the first time, police have a supposedly scientific method for identifying repeat offenders. When someone gets arrested, their measurements can be compared to existing records to see if they have been arrested before under a different name. You observe the process of searching the files. A clerk takes the new measurements and uses them to narrow down the cards to check. Cards are organised by ranges of measurements. If the head length is 180 millimeters, you only check cards in that range. then you narrow further by head width, and so on. The system works reasonably well for several years. Police identify repeat offenders who had been using false names. They solve cases by linking crimes through suspect identification. Bertillon becomes famous. His method spreads worldwide. But the system has significant flaws. Measurements depend on the skill of the person taking them. Small errors accumulate. People's measurements change slightly over time. The cards become increasingly difficult to search as files grow larger, and most fundamentally, the system cannot handle two people with very similar measurements. You witness the critical failure that undermines Bertillon's system. In 1903, a man named Will West arrives at Leavenworth Prison in Kansas. His measurements get taken. The records clerk searches the files and finds a card for William West with nearly identical measurements and a very similar appearance. The two men even have the same name, but they are not the same person. William West is already in prison serving a life sentence. Will West is a new arrival. The two men are not related. They just happen to have remarkably similar measurements and appearances. Bertillon's system cannot reliably distinguish between them. This discovery reveals the fundamental weakness of anthropometry. No matter how many measurements you take, coincidental matches can occur. The system is not as unique as Bertillon claimed. Meanwhile, another approach to identification has been developing quietly. Fingerprints. For centuries, people noticed that the ridge on fingertips varied between individuals, but no one had systematically studied whether these layouts were truly unique or whether they could be used for identification. You observe early fingerprint research in British India. A colonial administrator named William Herschel uses fingerprints on contracts to prevent fraud. He notices that fingerprints do not change over time. The same person always has the same ridge layout. In Argentina, a police official named Juan Vucetich develops a classification system for fingerprints. He identifies basic pattern types and creates a method for filing and searching fingerprint records. In 1892, a bloody fingerprint left at a murder scene provides the evidence to convict the killer. This represents one of the first times fingerprint evidence successfully solves a major crime. Back in Britain, Francis Galton publishes detailed studies of fingerprints. He calculates the mathematical probability of two people having identical fingerprints. The number is so large it essentially proves fingerprints are unique. He develops methods for comparing prints and identifying matching points. You watch as these different threads come together. By the early 1900s, police forces begin adopting fingerprint systems. The technology is simple. You press someone's finger onto an ink pad and then onto paper. The resulting print shows all the ridge details. These prints can be filed and searched. Scotland Yard establishes a fingerprint bureau. Detectives learn to dust crime scenes for latent prints. They use fine powder that adheres to the oils and sweat left by fingers touching surfaces. Brushes reveal the same layout. Photography preserves them. You observe detectives processing a burglary scene. They dust the windowsill where the burglar entered. Several clear prints appear. They photograph these prints carefully. Back at the bureau, an expert compares them to prints in the files. The expert examines the ridge layout point by point. He identifies specific features. A ridge ending here, a bifurcation there, an island, a spur. Each feature gets marked and counted. When he finds 12 matching points between the crime scene print and a file card, he declares a positive identification. The fingerprint belongs to a known burglar named Thomas Anderson. Detectives arrest Anderson. He denies involvement until confronted with the fingerprint evidence. The scientific certainty overwhelms his protests. He cannot explain how his fingerprints appeared at the scene if he was not there. This represents a revolution in detective work. For the first time, investigators have physical evidence that can definitively link a specific person to a specific crime scene. Witnesses can be mistaken, confessions can be coerced or false, but fingerprints do not lie. You see how this changes the nature of investigation. Detectives still use all the traditional methods. They still interview witnesses. They still build timelines and check alibis. They still cultivate informants and follow suspects. But now they have an additional powerful tool that can provide conclusive proof. The transition from Bertillon's measurements to fingerprints happens gradually. Some police forces resist change. They have invested heavily in anthropometry equipment and training. They are reluctant to abandon it. But the Will and William West case makes the superiority of fingerprints undeniable. By 1910, fingerprinting has largely replaced anthropometry in most developed countries. Police bureaus maintain massive fingerprint files. Every arrest results in fingerprints being taken and filed. Crime scenes get examined for latent prints as a matter of routine. You observe how this affects detective work in practice. A series of burglaries plague a neighbourhood. Traditional investigation yields few leads. No witnesses saw anything useful. The stolen items have not appeared at any known fences. The burglar seems to strike randomly with no clear pattern, but at each scene, investigators find fingerprints. The same prints appear at multiple burglaries. This tells detectives that one person is responsible for all of them. They can now focus their investigation instead of treating each burglary as a separate incident. They search the fingerprint files. The prints do not match anyone in the system. This tells them the burglar has no prior arrests. They are dealing with either a first-time criminal or someone who has always avoided capture. The detectives increase surveillance in the area. They wait for the next burglary. When it occurs, they process the scene immediately and find the same fingerprints, but they also find something new. A partial palm print on a window frame. Palm prints work the same way as fingerprints. The ridge layout on palms are unique. By checking the palm print against suspects, they can potentially identify the burglar. The detectives begin checking everyone in the area who fits the general description from the few witness sightings. Young male, average height, dark coat. They ask people to volunteer their palm prints for elimination purposes. Most people cooperate. They want the burglaries to stop. One by one, their palm prints are checked and ruled out. But one young man refuses. He says he does not trust the police. He claims it violates his rights. He becomes defensive and hostile. The detectives cannot force him to provide palm prints without cause, but his refusal arouses suspicion. They watch him carefully. They ask neighbours about him. They learn he has been spending money freely lately despite having no obvious job. Eventually, they obtain enough evidence for a warrant. They search his room and find some of the stolen items. With this evidence, they arrest him and take his fingerprints and palm prints. They match perfectly to the prints from the burglary scenes. This case shows how fingerprints complement traditional detective work. The prints proved that one person committed all the burglaries. The prints eventually identified that person. But between those 2 points, detectives still needed to use observation, interviews, surveillance, and logical deduction. You reflect on how far detective work has come. From the constable with his notebook sketching boot prints in the mud to experts analysing fingerprint minutiae under magnifying glasses. The fundamental skills remain important. Observation, documentation, interviewing, building networks of informants, patient surveillance, logical reasoning. But science adds new dimensions. Fingerprints provide certainty where before there was only probability. Photographs preserve crime scenes better than sketches. Chemical analysis can detect poisons that produce no obvious symptoms. Microscopes reveal details invisible to the naked eye. You consider what has been lost in this transition. The romantic image of the brilliant detective who solves crimes through pure deductive reasoning becomes less realistic. Sherlock Holmes could examine a crime scene and announce the solution through logical inference. Real detectives increasingly rely on scientific laboratories and technical experts. But something important has been gained too. Justice becomes more reliable. Innocent people are less likely to be convicted based on mistaken witness identifications or forced confessions. Guilty people are harder to escape punishment when physical evidence links them to crimes. The early decades of the 20th century see continued refinement of detective techniques. Fingerprint classification systems improve, filing methods become more efficient, photography advances allow better crime scene documentation, ballistics experts learn to match bullets to specific guns, blood typing can sometimes exclude or include suspects. You watch detectives in the 1920s working a murder case. They photograph the scene from multiple angles. They dust for fingerprints on every surface. They collect the bullets for ballistics analysis. They take blood samples for typing. They interview witnesses and write detailed reports. They build a comprehensive case file that includes scientific evidence, witness testimony, and logical deduction. This represents the synthesis of old and new methods. The detectives still use the fundamental techniques developed over centuries, but they enhance those techniques with modern science. The combination proves more powerful than either approach alone. The transition from pre-fingerprint detective work to modern forensics happens gradually across decades. Different jurisdictions adopt new methods at different rates. Rural areas lag behind cities. Some countries lead while others follow, but the overall direction remains clear. Detective work becomes increasingly scientific and systematic. Yet the human element never disappears entirely. Machines cannot interview witnesses. Laboratories cannot cultivate informants. Computers cannot earn a community's trust. The best detectives combine technical knowledge with interpersonal skills. They understand both science and human nature. You stand again in that foggy London street where this journey began. But now you see it differently. You understand that the constable with his notebook was not primitive or backwards. He was using the best methods available to him. He was building a foundation that would support all future developments in detective work. His careful observations taught later generations the importance of documenting everything. His patient interviews demonstrated the value of listening. His cultivation of local knowledge showed the power of community connections. His willingness to stake out cold alleys night after night exemplified the dedication required. Fingerprints made detective work more scientific, but they did not make it automatic. Detectives still need to know where to look for prints. They still need to interpret what the evidence means. They still need to connect physical traces to human behaviour. As you prepare for sleep, you can appreciate how mystery solving evolved. Each generation of detectives built on the work of those who came before. Each new technique supplemented rather than replaced older methods. The progression from boot prints in mud to fingerprints in databases took decades of patient development. The detectives who worked before fingerprints were not less intelligent than modern investigators. They simply had fewer tools available. Within those limitations, they developed remarkable skills. They learned to read people and situations. They learned to see the same thing where others saw only chaos. They learned to persist when leads went cold and cases seemed hopeless. Their legacy continues in modern detective work. The notebooks are now digital. The surveillance happens through cameras and electronic tracking. The informant networks extend across computer systems. But the fundamental principles remain. Observe carefully. Document thoroughly. Interview skillfully. Think logically. Never give up. You close your eyes and imagine that foggy London morning one last time. The constable writes in his notebook. His pencil moves steadily across the page. Each word captures a detail that might solve the crime. Each observation might be the key that unlocks the mystery. He works patiently and thoroughly because he knows that justice depends on getting the details right. In the darkness, you feel the connection across centuries. Every detective who ever tried to solve a mystery, every investigator who ever pursued truth through careful observation and patient effort, they form an unbroken chain linking that constable in 1863 to investigators working today. The methods changed, the tools improved, but the dedication remained constant. The commitment to finding truth, the willingness to work long hours on difficult cases, the satisfaction of finally solving what seemed impossible. These things connect all detectives across all eras. You drift towards sleep with these thoughts. The fog rolls through your mind like that London morning. Questions dissolve into dreams. Mysteries blur into peaceful darkness. And somewhere in that transition between waking and sleeping, you understand something profound about human persistence and ingenuity. We solve problems with whatever tools we have available. We build on what came before. We gradually improve our methods through experience and innovation. And we never stop trying to find better ways to uncover truth. The detective story never ends. It just evolves. From boot prints to fingerprints to DNA analysis to digital forensics. Each era brings new challenges and develops new solutions. But the fundamental human desire to solve mysteries remains unchanged. You rest now in the knowledge that human cleverness has always found ways to pursue justice. Before fingerprints, detectives relied on sharp eyes and patient effort. After fingerprints, they combined scientific tools with those same fundamental skills. The future will bring changes we cannot yet imagine. But the dedication to uncovering truth will persist. Before sleep arrives completely, you revisit other remarkable cases from the era before fingerprints. Each one teaches something about the ingenuity and persistence of early detectives. Consider the case of the missing diamonds in Amsterdam in 1878. A wealthy merchant reported that a fortune in gems had vanished from his safe. The safe showed no signs of forced entry. Only 3 people knew the combination: the merchant himself, his business partner, and his most trusted clerk. The investigating detective interviewed all 3 separately. Each claimed innocence. Each had an alibi for the time when the theft likely occurred. The merchant was at his club with witnesses. The partner was visiting family in Rotterdam. The clerk was at church for evening services. The detective could have stopped there. No evidence pointed to any suspect. But something bothered him about the clerk's demeanour. The young man seemed too calm. Most people faced with accusations of major theft show some emotional reaction even when innocent. This clerk remained perfectly composed. The detective decided to verify the church alibi thoroughly. He visited the church and spoke to the pastor. Yes, the clerk attended services that evening. The pastor remembered seeing him. But when pressed for details, the pastor admitted he only saw the clerk at the beginning of the service. The church was crowded. He could not say with certainty that the clerk remained for the entire time. This opened a possibility. The clerk could have arrived at church to be seen, slipped out during the service, committed the theft, and returned before the service ended. The church sat only a few blocks from the merchant's office. The timing could work. The detective then investigated how the clerk might have learned the safe combination. He spoke to the merchant's wife. She mentioned that her husband often worked late at the office with the clerk present. Could the clerk have observed the merchant opening the safe? The detective examined the office layout. The safe sat in a corner behind the merchant's desk. From the clerk's usual position at his own desk, he could not see the safe dial directly. But a large mirror hung on the wall across from the safe. The merchant probably never noticed that this mirror reflected his movements at the safe perfectly visible from the clerk's position. The detective tested this theory. He stood where the clerk usually sat and asked someone to open the safe. Sure enough, he could clearly see the entire combination dialed in the mirror's reflection. Over months of working late evenings together, the clerk had ample opportunity to memorize those numbers. But proving this theory required more than speculation. The detective needed evidence. He obtained a warrant to search the clerk's lodgings. In a locked trunk hidden under the floorboards, he found the missing diamonds. Confronted with this discovery, the clerk confessed. He had indeed memorized the combination from the mirror reflection. He slipped out of church during a lengthy sermon. He went to the office, opened the safe, took the diamonds, and returned to church before anyone missed him. He planned to sell the gems gradually and emigrate to America. This case demonstrates how detectives had to think about sightlines and reflections, and all the ways someone might secretly observe information. They had to question alibis not by disproving them entirely, but by finding gaps and possibilities within them. They had to trust their instincts about human behaviour while backing those instincts with solid evidence. You travel to New York City in 1885. A series of arsenic poisonings has the city frightened. 3 people have died over the past 6 months. All were wealthy. All died after sudden mysterious illnesses. All showed symptoms consistent with arsenic poisoning. The detective assigned to the case faces a difficult challenge. Arsenic was commonly available. It was sold openly for killing rats. Anyone could purchase it. The victims had no obvious connections to each other. They lived in different neighbourhoods. They moved in different social circles. They had different occupations. The detective begins by studying the victims' final days in detail. What did they eat? Who did they see? Where did they go? He interviews family members, servants, doctors, and friends. He fills notebook after notebook with information. A pattern gradually emerges. Each victim had received a gift of expensive chocolates shortly before falling ill. The chocolates came in elegant boxes with cards expressing admiration. The cards were unsigned. The victims assumed they came from secret admirers and ate them without suspicion. The detective now has a crucial lead. Someone is sending poisoned chocolates to wealthy victims. But who? And why these particular people? He investigates the chocolate shops. None of the victims purchased such chocolates themselves. The boxes must have been bought by the killer. The detective shows descriptions of the boxes to every confectioner in the city. Most recognise the style. It comes from a particular high-end shop on Fifth Avenue. The shop owner remembers selling several such boxes over the past year. He describes the customer as a well-dressed middle-aged woman wearing a veil. She always paid cash. She never gave her name. She seemed nervous and hurried. This description helps but does not identify anyone specific. Thousands of women in New York fit that general description. The detective needs more information. He returns to studying the victims. What connected them? He digs into their pasts. He examines their business dealings and family histories. He looks for any intersection in their lives, no matter how distant. Finally, he finds it. 20 years earlier, all 3 victims served on a jury together. They convicted a man of murder. The man was hanged. He left behind a wife and young daughter. The detective locates the widow. She died years ago. But the daughter is still alive. She's now a middle-aged woman who matches the confectioner's description. She lives modestly despite inheriting a small amount of money from her mother. The detective investigates her movements. She'd been seen near each victim's home shortly before the poisoned chocolates were delivered. She'd used different names to rent rooms in those neighbourhoods. She had purchased rat poison from several different shops. With this evidence, the detective obtains a warrant. He searches her home and finds the same elegant chocolate boxes. He finds receipts from the confectioner. He finds a list of other jury members who convicted her father. She admits everything. She spent 20 years planning revenge against everyone responsible for her father's death. She believed him innocent. She wanted them to suffer as her family had suffered. The detective has stopped her before she could poison the remaining jury members. This case shows how detectives must look beyond the obvious. The victims seemed random. Only by researching their histories could the connection be found. The investigation required patience and meticulous record-keeping. Without notebooks full of details about each victim's past, the link to that long-ago trial might never have been discovered. You observe a counterfeiting investigation in Paris in 1890. Fake bank notes have appeared throughout the city. They are excellent forgeries. Most shopkeepers and bank tellers cannot distinguish them from genuine currency. The forgeries threaten to undermine confidence in French money. The detective examining the fake notes uses a magnifying glass to study every detail. The paper quality is nearly perfect. The printing is excellent. The watermarks look correct. But under close examination, tiny differences appear. The genuine notes use a particular shade of blue ink that contains ultramarine pigment. This pigment produces a specific colour under certain lighting conditions. The forged notes use a similar but slightly different blue. The difference is almost imperceptible to the naked eye, but the detective learns to spot it. He also notices that the serial numbers on the fake notes follow a pattern. They all fall within specific ranges. This suggests the forger produced them in batches. By tracking which fake notes appear where, the detective can map the distribution network. Most forgeries turn up in shops and markets on the left bank. The detective stations observers at key locations. They watch for anyone spending unusual amounts of money with different vendors. They note descriptions and follow suspects. One man appears repeatedly. He visits multiple shops each day making small purchases with large bills. He always receives change in genuine currency. He seems to have an endless supply of bills to spend. The detective follows this man to a warehouse near the river. Over several days of surveillance, he observes people entering with bags and leaving empty-handed. Something is being distributed from this location. The detective organises a raid. Inside the warehouse, authorities find printing presses, engraving tools, special paper and inks. They find thousands of counterfeit notes ready for distribution. They arrest a dozen people, including the master engraver who created the plates. The engraver had worked for the official mint years earlier. He knew exactly how genuine currency was produced. He had acquired the skills and knowledge to replicate the process. Only the most careful examination could detect his forgeries. This case demonstrates how detective work sometimes requires specialised knowledge. The detective needed to understand printing techniques, paper quality and ink composition. He needed to recognise similarities in serial numbers. He needed to organise surveillance and coordinate raids. Multiple skills combined to solve a complex crime. You move to a rural English village in 1895. A farmer has been found dead in his field. At first, it appears to be a tragic accident. Perhaps his heart failed while working. But the local constable notices details that seem wrong. The body lies face down in freshly ploughed earth, but the farmer's hands are clean. If he'd been working, his hands would be dirty. His boots show no mud despite the wet field. His plough stands unused at the field's edge. The horse is still hitched to it, looking restless. The constable examines the body more carefully. He finds a wound on the back of the head hidden by the farmer's hat. This was no accident. Someone struck the farmer from behind. The constable questions everyone who knew the farmer. Most villagers liked him. He had few enemies. He owed no debts. He had no known disputes with neighbours. Why would anyone want him dead? The constable learns that the farmer recently discovered something on his land. He had been digging a drainage ditch and unearthed an old metal box. Inside were gold coins from the previous century. The farmer told several people about his discovery. He planned to report it to authorities as the law required. But not everyone thought the treasure should go to the government. One neighbour believed the gold should belong to whoever found it. This neighbour had argued with the farmer about it. The argument ended badly with the neighbour threatening to take what he felt was rightfully his. The constable questions this neighbour. The man claims he was home all morning. His wife confirms this. But the constable notices mud on the man's boots that matches the field where the farmer died. The man's knuckles show fresh bruising consistent with striking someone. The constable searches the neighbour's property and finds the box of gold coins hidden in the barn. Confronted with this evidence, the neighbour confesses. He killed the farmer intending to steal the treasure. He tried to make it look like the farmer simply collapsed while working. This case shows how even small details matter. Clean hands in a dirty field, mud on boots, bruised knuckles, each observation added to the picture. The constable's knowledge of his community helped him identify who might have motive. His careful examination of the scene revealed the truth. You witness a kidnapping case in Chicago in 1900. A wealthy industrialist's young son vanishes while walking home from school. A ransom note arrives demanding $50,000. The note warns against involving police. The family contacts authorities anyway. The detective assigned to the case examines the ransom note carefully. The handwriting appears deliberately disguised. Letters are formed awkwardly as if written with the wrong hand. But some habits reveal themselves despite the disguise. The writer consistently crosses T's slightly to the left. The letter S always curves more at the bottom than the top. These might help identify the writer if investigators can compare the note to samples from suspects. The note itself provides clues about the writer. The paper is common stock available at any stationer, but the envelope shows a partial postmark from a specific postal station on the north side of the city. This narrows the search area. The detective also analyses the language in the note. Certain phrases suggest the writer has education. The grammar is correct. The vocabulary is sophisticated. This is not a desperate criminal from the slums. This is someone with schooling and perhaps social standing. The detective investigates who knew about the boy's routine, who knew which route he took home from school. The list is surprisingly small. The family employed few servants. The boy had few friends outside his immediate social circle. One name appears that seems unlikely but cannot be eliminated: the boy's tutor. A young man hired to teach Latin and mathematics. He was well educated but always seemed to need money. He gambled frequently and had debts. The detective obtained samples of the tutor's handwriting from lesson plans and correspondence. Despite the disguise in the ransom note, those characteristic T-crosses and S-curves appear in the tutor's writing. That means there's a match. The detective arrests the tutor and searches his rooms. He finds the boy unharmed but locked in a closet. The tutor had convinced the boy that this was a game they were playing. He planned to collect the ransom and flee to Europe. This case shows how analysing handwriting can identify criminals even when they try to disguise their writing. It shows how knowledge of a victim's routine helps identify who had opportunity. It shows how detectives must consider even unlikely suspects when the evidence points in that direction. You observe a case of art theft in Rome in 1905. A valuable Renaissance painting disappears from a private collection. The owner's palazzo has extensive security. Guards patrol the grounds. Doors remain locked. Windows have bars. Yet somehow the painting vanished without any signs of forced entry. The detective examines the empty frame still hanging on the wall. The painting was cut from it with a sharp blade. This was done carefully to avoid damaging the canvas. The thief knew how to handle valuable art properly. The detective studies the room's layout. The windows are indeed barred. The door locks from inside. The only other entrance is through the owner's private chambers. Examining the room more carefully, the detective notices the fireplace is large and ornate. He looks up the chimney and sees that it connects to an old shaft that once served as a servant's passage between floors. The detective explores the cellar and finds evidence that someone recently opened the sealed passage. Fresh scrape marks show where a wooden panel was pried loose. Following these traces leads to a coal chute that provides access from outside. He questions the oldest servants. One elderly man remembers the passage from his youth. He mentions that he showed it once to his nephew, who was curious about the palazzo's history. That nephew works as a restorer of old paintings. The detective investigates the nephew and discovers he recently paid off large gambling debts. A search of his workshop reveals tools and materials consistent with the theft. Under questioning, the nephew admits everything. He used his knowledge of the palazzo's architecture to steal the painting. This case demonstrates how detectives must understand architecture and history. They must think about old passages and forgotten routes. They must consider who has specialized knowledge that could enable a particular crime. You travel to San Francisco in 1908. A series of warehouse fires plague the waterfront. Each fire starts in the middle of the night. Each destroys valuable cargo. Insurance companies suspect arson, but cannot prove it. The detective visits each fire scene after the flames die down. At one scene, he finds melted glass and twisted metal showing the fire burned extremely hot in one specific location. This suggests an accelerant was used. He collects samples and sends them to a chemist who reports finding traces of kerosene mixed with other chemicals. The detective investigates who might benefit from these fires. He discovers an interesting pattern. Each warehouse that burned was scheduled to ship cargo to a specific merchant house. That merchant house then had to purchase replacement goods from a competing supplier at higher prices. The detective investigates this supplier's employees. One worker was recently fired from his previous job at the shipping company. That worker was seen near the waterfront late at night before several of the fires. Surveillance leads to the final evidence. The detective observes him meeting with the supplier's owner, discussing plans for the next fire. Police move in to make arrests. The arsonist confesses to setting the fires for payment from the competing supplier who wanted to eliminate business rivals. This case shows how detectives must understand business relationships and economic motives. They must recognize patterns across multiple incidents. They must use scientific analysis when available. These stories from the era before fingerprints reveal the breadth and depth of early detective work. Investigators developed remarkable skills using the tools available to them. They learned to observe minutely. They learned to question effectively. They learned to think logically about causes and effects. They learned to persist through difficulty. The arrival of fingerprint technology did not replace these skills. It enhanced them. Modern detectives still observe crime scenes carefully. They still interview witnesses and suspects. They still build cases through patient accumulation of evidence. They still use logic and deduction. They simply have additional scientific tools to support their work. You consider one final aspect of early detective work that deserves attention: the psychological understanding that developed through experience. Detectives learned to recognize markings in human behavior that help them anticipate criminal actions and identify deception. A veteran detective in Berlin in 1910 could walk into a room and sense when something was wrong. He had interviewed hundreds of suspects over his career. He knew how innocent people typically reacted to accusations. They showed anger or confusion or fear, but they also showed a quality of genuine bewilderment that was difficult to fake. Guilty people often acted differently. Some became overly calm and controlled. They prepared their stories too carefully. Their answers came too quickly without the hesitation that accompanies genuine memory. Others became defensive in ways that seemed out of proportion to the situation. They protested too much. The skilled detective learned to recognize these. He understood that nervousness alone proved nothing. An innocent person might be terrified of police. A guilty person might appear completely at ease. But over time, subtle differences emerged that trained observers could detect. You watch this veteran detective interview a suspect in a murder case. The suspect maintains perfect composure while denying everything. His alibi sounds rehearsed. Every detail fits together smoothly. Too smoothly, perhaps. The detective asks seemingly random questions. What was the weather like that day? What did you eat for breakfast? What song was playing in the cafe? The suspect answers each question with confidence, but the detective notices that these peripheral details come as quickly as the alibi itself. Most people struggle to remember incidental information from days past. This suspect recalls everything with unusual clarity. The detective changes tactics. He mentions details about the crime that were never made public. He watches the suspect's reaction carefully. Does the suspect show surprise at learning new information? Or does something in his expression suggest he already knew these facts? A tiny flicker crosses the suspect's face when the detective describes the murder weapon. Just a momentary tightening around the eyes. Nothing dramatic. But the detective has spent decades watching people's faces. He knows that flicker. It is recognition. The suspect has seen that weapon before. The detective presses this advantage. He describes the weapon in more detail. He mentions where it was found. The suspect's carefully maintained composure begins to crack. Small signs of stress appear. He touches his face more frequently. His breathing quickens slightly. He shifts in his chair. These observations are not scientific evidence. They would not stand alone in court. But they tell the experienced detective where to focus his investigation. They suggest which lines of questioning might prove productive. They indicate when someone is hiding something worth pursuing. Combined with other evidence and testimony, these behavioral observations help solve the case. The detective's psychological insight guides the investigation toward productive avenues. His ability to read people complements his ability to analyze physical evidence. This psychological dimension of detective work developed naturally through practice. The The most successful investigators were often those who combined sharp observational skills with deep understanding of human nature. They could spot a liar. They could recognise when someone was protecting another person. They could sense when a witness held back crucial information out of fear rather than malice. These skills proved especially valuable in the era before fingerprints. Without scientific certainty, detectives relied heavily on their judgment about people. They had to decide which witnesses seemed credible. They had to determine which suspects deserved further investigation. They had to build cases on foundations of human testimony and behavioural observation. The best detectives approached this responsibility with humility. They knew their intuitions could be wrong. They knew that innocent people sometimes acted suspicious, while guilty people sometimes seemed honest. They did not rely on psychological insights alone. They always sought corroborating evidence and multiple sources of confirmation. Yet within these limitations, their psychological understanding proved remarkably effective. Many guilty people confessed when confronted by detectives who clearly understood their motives and methods. Many investigations succeeded because detectives correctly identified who was lying and who was telling the truth. As you drift towards sleep, you reflect on the complete picture of detective work before fingerprints. It was patient observation of physical details. It was careful documentation in notebooks and files. It was skillful interviewing and interrogation. It was cultivation of informant networks. It was understanding of chemistry and handwriting and document analysis. It was surveillance and stakeouts. It was logical deduction from available evidence. And it was psychological insight into human behaviour. All these elements combined to create a profession that solved crimes through intelligence and persistence, rather than through technology. The detectives of that era proved that human cleverness could overcome limited tools. They showed that dedication and skill matter more than equipment. Their legacy continues today. Every modern investigator builds on foundations laid by those early detectives. The notebooks are digital now. The surveillance uses cameras and computers. The scientific tools are sophisticated beyond imagination. But the fundamental approach remains the same. Observe carefully, think clearly, never give up on finding truth. Sleep comes gently now, your breathing slows, the modern world fades, and in that peaceful space between thought and dream, you carry with you the stories of detectives past, their careful observations, their patient interviews, their detailed records, their persistent efforts to solve mysteries one clue at a time. The foggy London street dissolves. The constable puts away his notebook. The case closes, and you rest. You are standing at one of history's most misunderstood turning points. The Roman Empire did not vanish in a dramatic explosion of chaos and darkness. Instead, it gradually transformed over centuries into something entirely new, and you're about to witness how ordinary people navigated this slow, strange metamorphosis into the medieval world. Imagine you're walking through Rome in the year 476. The date means nothing to you yet, because historians far in the future will mark this as the year the Western Roman Empire officially ended. You do not feel any different today than you did yesterday. The streets are quieter than they used to be. Your grandfather told you stories about when this avenue was so crowded you could barely move. Now you can see clear across to the other side. The marble buildings still stand exactly where they always stood. The aqueducts still bring water from the hills. The fountains still run in the forum. But something has changed in ways that are hard to name. The population of Rome has been shrinking for over a century. The city that once held 1 million people now houses maybe 100,000. You can do the math easily enough. Every generation, fewer children are born. Every generation, more families leave for the countryside, where food is easier to grow and life feels more secure. The grand public baths still operate on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You went last week and noticed that only the smaller pools were heated. The massive caldarium that once held hundreds of bathers sat empty and cold. The maintenance staff has dwindled. The man who tends the furnaces told you he used to have 12 assistants. Now he has 2. You walk past the Colosseum. No games have been held there in your lifetime. The building sits quietly like a sleeping giant. Birds nest in the upper arches. Grass grows between the paving stones. Someone has set up a small vegetable garden in one of the former staging areas. Nobody stops them because nobody cares enough to enforce the old rules about public buildings. The funny thing is that the Colosseum looks more peaceful now than it ever did when it was in use. The silence feels appropriate somehow. Nature is slowly reclaiming what humans built. You continue toward the Forum. The Senate building still stands, but the Senate rarely meets anymore. Most of the real decisions affecting your life are made by the local bishop, and a few wealthy landowners who stayed in the city when others fled. The imperial bureaucracy that once managed everything from tax collection to road maintenance has simply evaporated like morning mist. This morning you need to get your grain ration. The distribution system still functions, but barely. You remember when distributions happened every day in multiple locations across the city. Now it happens twice a week at one central location. You arrive early because the grain sometimes runs out. The line moves slowly. The man in front of you is a former school teacher. He tells you he stopped teaching because no one can afford to pay for education anymore. His students all left the city anyway. He now works part-time repairing roof tiles. His hands show the evidence of his new profession. You receive your ration and walk home through streets that feel too wide for the number of people using them. The city was built for 1 million inhabitants. Now it feels like wearing a toga made for someone 3 times your size. Your apartment occupies the 3rd floor of an old insula. The building inspector used to come by every year to check for structural problems. He has not visited in 5 years. You notice new cracks in the walls each season, but you patch them yourself with whatever materials you can find. Everyone has become their own maintenance crew. In the evening you sit by your window and watch the sunset paint the remaining marble temples in shades of gold and pink. The temples are mostly empty now. The Christian churches draw the crowds. But the old buildings remain beautiful in their abandonment. You find strange comfort in their persistence. A cat walks along the top of a garden wall below your window. The city has more cats than ever before. With fewer people, the rodent population exploded, and the cats followed the food supply. You appreciate their presence. They keep your building free of mice and rats without any effort on your part. Tomorrow you will wake up and the world will look exactly the same as it does today. The changes happen so slowly that you barely notice them. But if your grandfather could see the city now, he would struggle to recognise it. And if you could see the city 100 years from now, you would face the same confusion. This is how empires end. Not with a bang, but with a gradual forgetting of what they used to be. You decide to visit your cousin in Ravenna. The journey used to take 3 days on well-maintained Roman roads. You pack supplies for 6 days because you know better now. The morning you leave Rome, you stop at the city gate. The guards are gone. No one has staffed this gate in years. The massive wooden doors stand permanently open. You wonder who decided to stop closing them at night, and when that decision was made. Probably no decision was made at all. Probably the guards simply stopped showing up, and no one assigned replacements. The Via Flaminia stretches north through rolling hills. This road was built 400 years ago and engineered to last forever. The Romans were annoyingly good at building roads. The foundation consists of several layers of carefully placed stones. The surface was smooth-fitted paving that allowed carts to roll easily and water to drain away. That was the theory anyway. You walk for 2 hours before you encounter the first major problem. A section of the road has collapsed into a ravine. Heavy rains last spring undermined the foundation. No repair crew came to fix it. You stand at the edge of the gap and look down at the jumble of broken paving stones 30 feet below. A makeshift detour has been worn into the hillside by other travellers. You follow their path through mud and loose rocks. The detour adds an hour to your journey. Your shoes are caked with mud by the time you regain the main road. The road itself is in worse condition than you remember from your last trip 2 years ago. Weeds grow through cracks in the paving. Entire sections have been torn up by local farmers who needed building stone for their walls. You cannot blame them. Why should good stone go to waste when a road nobody maintains anymore passes right through your property? By midday you reach a former way station. These stations used to provide fresh horses, hot meals and comfortable beds for imperial messengers and officials. The building still stands, but it has been converted into a farmhouse. A woman is hanging laundry in what used to be the stable yard. She eyes you suspiciously as you pass. You are not an imperial messenger. You are just a person walking to visit family. The Empire no longer distinguishes between important travellers and ordinary ones, because the Empire no longer exists to make such distinctions. The funny part is that the road system was designed for military and government use. Private travellers were always an afterthought. Now that the military and government are gone, only private travellers remain. The roads serve their original purpose hardly at all, but they still serve this secondary purpose fairly well despite the decay. You stop to rest beneath an old stone bridge. The bridge is Roman engineering at its finest. It has spanned this river for 3 centuries, and will probably span it for 3 more. You eat bread and cheese while watching the water flow beneath perfect arches. Someone carved their initials into the bridge support long ago. The letters are worn smooth by weather, but still visible. The afternoon brings you through territory that used to be carefully patrolled. Bandits were rare when you were young because Roman soldiers maintained order. Now bandits are common enough that you choose your travel clothing carefully. You wear nothing that looks valuable. Your bag contains only food and a change of clothes. You encounter another traveller heading south. He's a merchant carrying salt. You walk together for mutual safety. He tells you that the old mansions where travellers used to stay are mostly abandoned. Some have been taken over by local warlords who demand payment for passage. Others are simply empty ruins. You ask him about the road conditions ahead. He warns you about another collapsed section near Narni. He also mentions that a group of enterprising locals has set up a new toll bridge, where the old free bridge washed away. The toll is reasonable, he says, 2 copper coins or equivalent value in trade goods. This strikes you as both annoying and entirely logical. If no government maintains the bridges, then someone else will maintain them and charge for the service. You have the coins. You will pay the toll. What choice do you have? By evening you reach a small town. There is no formal inn, but a family offers you floor space in their barn for a small fee. You accept gratefully. The barn is clean and dry. The hay makes a softer bed than you expected. The family's dog curls up near your feet and provides warmth through the night. You fall asleep listening to owls calling in the darkness and thinking about how different travellers become. The roads are the same roads your grandfather travelled, but everything else has changed in subtle ways that add up to a completely different experience. You arrive in Ravenna after 5.5 days of travel. Your cousin greets you with enthusiasm and immediately begins complaining about the local bishop. This is funny because everyone complains about the local bishop. The bishop has become the most important person in most cities. He controls food distribution. He negotiates with barbarian leaders. He organises repairs to public buildings. He settles disputes. He essentially does everything the imperial government used to do. Your cousin's bishop is named Ecclesius. He is 35 years old and phenomenally efficient. He used to be a lawyer before taking holy orders. His legal training shows in everything he does. He keeps meticulous records. He insists on written contracts. He never makes a promise he cannot keep. The people respect him but do not necessarily like him. He's a bit too organised for comfort. He makes them feel disorganised by comparison. You attend Sunday services at Ravenna's main church. The building is relatively new, constructed only 20 years ago. The interior takes your breath away. Mosaics cover every surface in glittering patterns of gold and coloured glass. The images show Christ and the apostles and various saints. Light from high windows makes the gold tesserae sparkle like captured starlight. The craftsmanship is purely Roman. The artists who created these mosaics learned their trade in the old imperial workshops, but the subject matter is entirely Christian. The building represents a perfect fusion of Roman technical skill and Christian religious purpose. Bishop Ecclesius delivers his sermon in clear Latin. He speaks slowly so everyone can understand. His topic is charity toward the poor. He reminds the congregation that they have a duty to share what they have with those who have less. He mentions specific families in need by name. He is not subtle. After the service, people line up to speak with the bishop. He holds these informal audiences every week. You watch as he listens to complaints, mediates arguments, and distributes small amounts of money from the church treasury to people in genuine need. One man complains that his neighbour's sheep keep eating his vegetables. The bishop listens carefully and then suggests building a better fence. He offers to provide materials from church supplies if the man provides labour. The man accepts. Problem solved. A widow asks for help feeding her children. Her husband died last month. The bishop asks her age and how many children she has. He makes notes in a wax tablet he carries. He promises she will receive weekly grain rations starting tomorrow. He also suggests she might find work washing linens for the church. She thanks him repeatedly. You realise that the bishop is basically running a parallel government. He has taken over the social services that the Roman state used to provide. He does this not because he sought power, but because someone had to do it, and he was the person with the resources and organisational ability to make it happen. Your cousin confirms this observation. The official imperial governor still lives in Ravenna. He technically outranks the bishop. But when people have actual problems, they go to the bishop because the bishop can actually help them. The governor mostly sits in his villa and writes reports to Constantinople that may or may not ever get read. The transition of power from imperial officials to church bishops happened gradually over several generations. No one planned it. No one decreed it. It just happened because the church had resources, organisation, and local credibility, while the imperial government had increasingly none of those things. You spend the evening with your cousin's family. They live in a modest house near the port. The house used to belong to a merchant family who left for Constantinople when trade declined. Your cousin rents it for a fraction of what it would have cost in better times. Over dinner, your cousin's wife talks about the changes she has seen. She's 10 years older than you. She remembers when Ravenna was a major imperial centre. The emperor himself lived here for several years when she was a child. The palace employed hundreds of people. Diplomats from across the world visited constantly. Now the palace sits mostly empty. A skeleton staff maintains it. The emperor has not visited in decades. The diplomats stopped coming when they realised no real power resided here anymore. But Ravenna has not died. It has transformed. The city is now a church administrative centre instead of an imperial administrative centre. The bishops have essentially inherited the infrastructure the emperor has left behind. They use the same buildings, employ many of the same people, and perform many of the same functions. The funny thing is that most people barely notice the transition. They still go to the same buildings to get help with their problems. They still fill out forms in Latin. They still navigate a bureaucracy. The paperwork looks almost identical. Only the person sitting behind the desk has changed from an imperial official to a church official. Your cousin pours wine and laughs about the absurdity of it all. The Roman Empire spent centuries building an administrative system. Then the empire collapsed, but the administrative system kept running under new management. It is like watching a ship lose its captain but continue sailing, because the crew knows how to do their jobs. You raise your cup and toast to continuity in the face of chaos. Your cousin drinks to that. The next day your cousin takes you to meet his employer. This requires some explanation because his employer is a Goth. Your cousin works as a scribe in the court of Theodoric, who rules Italy as an Ostrogothic king. This should feel strange, but it does not. The Goths have been part of the Roman world for so long that they feel less like invaders and more like new neighbours who moved in and never left. Theodoric's palace is actually the old imperial palace. He uses the same throne room where Roman emperors once held court. He employs Roman administrators, follows Roman laws, and communicates in Latin. His official documents are written in the chancery style that Roman bureaucrats developed centuries ago. The only obvious difference is that Theodoric and his Gothic warriors are Arian Christians, while most Romans are Nicene Christians. This creates some theological tension, but surprisingly little practical conflict. Theodoric is pragmatic enough to let people worship however they want as long as they pay their taxes and maintain order. You wait in an anteroom while your cousin delivers some documents. The walls display mosaics showing both Gothic and Roman symbols side by side. A Gothic warrior on horseback rides next to a Roman magistrate in a toga. The message is clear. This government represents a blending of both cultures. A Gothic soldier stands guard at the door. His equipment is interesting. He wears Roman-style armour made by Roman craftsmen. He carries a Germanic-style sword that his grandfather probably brought from beyond the Danube. His belt buckle shows Roman decorative motifs. He is a visual representation of cultural fusion. Your cousin emerges and takes you on a tour of the complex. You pass through offices where Roman scribes work alongside Gothic administrators. Everyone speaks Latin in the halls. Documents are filed using the Roman system. The bureaucracy functions exactly as it did under Roman emperors. Theodoric himself appears briefly. He's in his 60s now, heavyset and dignified. He wears purple robes like a Roman emperor but keeps his long Germanic hair and beard. He speaks to his advisors in fluent Latin. His accent marks him as someone who learned Latin as a second language, but his vocabulary and grammar are impeccable. He notices you and your cousin and nods politely. Your cousin bows. You bow. The king continues on his way, surrounded by attendants. The encounter lasts maybe 10 seconds, but it leaves you with a strange feeling. This man is technically a barbarian invader. His people were enemies of Rome within living memory, yet here he is, ruling Italy with Roman methods, employing Roman officials, and maintaining Roman traditions. He's more invested in preserving Roman civilization than many Romans are. Your cousin explains the situation as you walk back toward his house. The Goths number maybe 100,000 people. The Romans in Italy number several million. The Goths cannot rule through force alone. They need Roman cooperation. So Theodoric has made a deal. He provides military protection and maintains order. The Romans provide administrative expertise and keep the economy functioning. It works surprisingly well. Trade continues, cities function, laws are enforced, taxes are collected at lower rates than under the old empire, which makes everyone reasonably happy. The system is not Roman and not Gothic, but something new that borrows from both. Your cousin mentions that many young Romans are learning Gothic now, not because they have to, but because it helps with advancement in the military and some administrative positions. Meanwhile, Gothic children of the elite are learning classical Latin literature and rhetoric. The cultural exchange flows both directions. This blending would have seemed impossible a century ago. Romans viewed Goths as uncivilized barbarians. Goths viewed Romans as soft and decadent. Now their children play together in the streets, and their young adults sometimes marry each other. The old prejudices persist, but they weaken with each generation. The funny part is that the Goths are trying desperately to preserve Roman culture, while many Romans have stopped caring about it. Theodoric commissions public works in the Roman style. He restores aqueducts and maintains roads. He patronizes scholars and collects Roman manuscripts. He seems to understand that Roman civilization is valuable and worth preserving, even if Rome as a political entity is gone. You spend the afternoon in Ravenna's marketplace. The vendors are a mix of Romans and Goths. You hear both Latin and Gothic being spoken. The goods for sale include Roman pottery and Gothic metalwork. A Roman woman sells bread next to a Gothic woman selling cheese. They chat pleasantly about the weather and complain together about how expensive olive oil has become. This is the reality of life after the Empire. The grand political structures have changed, but daily life continues. People adapt, cultures blend. Former enemies become neighbours and then friends. The transformation happens so gradually that no single moment marks the change. You buy some excellent Gothic cheese and some Roman bread. You eat them together and find they complement each other perfectly. This seems like an appropriate metaphor for everything you have observed. Your cousin suggests you visit a rural estate before returning to Rome. He knows the owner and thinks you would find the transformation interesting. You agree and set out the next morning. The villa lies a day's walk from Ravenna. The road is terrible as expected. You arrive in the afternoon and stop at the entrance gate. The gate used to be guarded but now stands open. You walk through unchallenged. The villa was built 2 centuries ago by a wealthy senator. The main house is a sprawling complex of rooms arranged around a central courtyard. Mosaics decorate the floors. Frescoes cover the walls. The private bathhouse includes heated pools and changing rooms. The whole estate screams wealth and sophistication, or at least it used to. The main house is still inhabited, but only barely. The owner's family lives in about 6 rooms. The rest of the house sits empty and increasingly derelict. Water damage has ruined many of the frescoes. Some of the roof tiles are missing. The bathhouse has not been heated in years. But here is the interesting part. Where the ornamental gardens used to be, there are now vegetable plots. Where decorative fountains once played, there are now chicken coops. The olive groves that provided oil for export now provide food for local consumption. The entire villa has been converted from a luxury residence into a working farm. Even more interesting is what happened to the surrounding estate. The land used to be worked by tenant farmers who paid rent to the senator's family. When the economy collapsed and money became scarce, the arrangement changed. The tenant farmers stopped paying rent in coin and started paying in labour and goods. Over time, they built permanent homes on the estate. Their homes cluster around the main villa like chicks around a hen. You are witnessing the birth of a medieval manor. The Roman villa is becoming the centre of a self-sufficient village. The owner's family provides protection and organisation. The farmers provide labour and food. Everyone depends on everyone else in ways that would have seemed strange under the old system, but make perfect sense now. The villa owner is named Marcus. He's about 50 and remarkably cheerful for someone whose family fortune has evaporated. He gives you a tour and explains the changes with obvious pride. The estate is almost entirely self-sufficient now. They grow wheat, barley, vegetables and fruit. They raise chickens, pigs and sheep. They make their own cheese and butter. They weave their own cloth. They repair their own tools. They rely on the outside world for only a few essentials like salt and iron. Marcus admits this is not the life he imagined when he was young. He was educated in Rome. He studied rhetoric and philosophy. He expected to have a career in imperial service. Instead, he spends his days managing crop rotations and mediating disputes between farmers. But he has made peace with the change. He actually finds satisfaction in the work. The estate produces real things that people need. Under the old system, his family's wealth came from rents and investments that felt abstract and distant. Now he can see the direct results of his decisions. The wheat grows or it does not. The sheep thrive or they do not. The feedback is immediate and honest. The farmers who live on the estate treat him with respect but not civility. They need him, and he needs them. The relationship has become more balanced than it was under the old tenant system. Marcus cannot simply evict someone who displeases him because he cannot replace them. Labour is too scarce. Everyone who can work must work. You spend the night in the villa's former guest wing. The room is spacious but cold. The Hippocaust heating system has not functioned in decades. You sleep under wool blankets and wake to the sound of roosters crowing. In the morning you help with breakfast preparations. Everyone on the estate eats together in the main hall. The meal is simple but abundant. Fresh bread, cheese, fruit and watered wine. Marcus sits at the head of the long table, but the arrangement feels more like a large family gathering than a formal dining situation. One of the farmers asks Marcus to settle a boundary dispute. Two families claim ownership of the same strip of land. Marcus listens to both sides and then walks out to look at the disputed area. He examines the existing stone markers and decides in favour of one family. The losing family grumbles but accepts his judgment. The dispute is settled in 15 minutes. This is Roman law operating at the most local possible level. No courts, no lawyers, no written depositions. Just one man with traditional authority making a decision based on common sense and local knowledge. It is both completely Roman and completely different from how Roman law worked under the Empire. You leave the villa in the afternoon with a bag of fresh apples Marcus insists you take. As you walk back toward Ravenna, you think about what you have witnessed. The Roman villa system is not dying. It is transforming into something new that will eventually be called feudalism. The process will take centuries to complete, but you are seeing the early stages. The structures remain Roman. The legal concepts remain Roman, but the social relationships are changing in fundamental ways. The future is being built from the materials of the past, arranged in new patterns that solve new problems. On your return journey to Rome, you stop at a monastery. Your feet hurt, and the monks have a reputation for hospitality. They welcome you at the gate without asking questions. A novice shows you to the guest quarters and brings you bread and beer. The monastery is only 30 years old but feels ancient. The buildings are simple stone structures arranged around a central church. Everything is clean and well maintained. The monks clearly take pride in their work. You attend evening prayers. The monks sing in Latin. Their voices blend in harmonious patterns, that fill the small church with sound. The melodies are based on older Roman musical forms but adapted for Christian worship. The result is hauntingly beautiful. After prayers, the abbot invites you to dine with the community. The meal is vegetarian: lentil stew, bread, cheese, and surprisingly good wine from the monastery's own vineyard. The monks eat in silence while one of their number reads aloud from a religious text. This is new. Communal silent meals are not a Roman tradition. The practice comes from desert monasticism in Egypt and Syria. It has spread to the West and been adapted to local conditions. You're witnessing another form of cultural blending. After dinner, the abbot shows you the monastery's most precious possession, the library. The room is small, but every wall is lined with shelves. The shelves hold perhaps 100 books. This may not sound like much, but you realise you're looking at one of the largest book collections in Italy. The abbot explains that the monastery has made it their mission to preserve texts. They copy books by hand. Each monk spends several hours per day in the scriptorium creating new copies of old works. They copy primarily religious texts, but also classical Roman literature, history, and philosophy. You examine some of the books. The craftsmanship is extraordinary. The letters are perfectly formed. The margins are decorated with simple but elegant designs. These books will last for centuries if properly cared for. The funny thing is that these monks are preserving Roman literature better than the Romans did. In the cities, old books are being lost through neglect or destroyed for their valuable parchment. Here in this remote monastery, monks who never met a Roman senator are carefully copying Virgil and Cicero. The abbot is a former Roman official who took holy orders after his wife died. He understands the value of what they are saving. He talks about the books the way other men talk about gold. Each volume represents thousands of hours of human thought and creativity. To lose a book is to lose a piece of human knowledge forever. He shows you the scriptorium, a long room with good light from south-facing windows. A dozen monks sit at individual desks copying texts. They work in complete silence except for the scratching of pens on parchment. The concentration is absolute. One young monk is copying a work by Seneca. Another is working on the Gospel of Luke. A third is creating a new copy of a botanical text by Dioscorides. The subjects are wildly diverse, but the monks approach each text with the same careful attention. You watch as a monk mixes ink. He combines oak gall, iron salts, and water in precise proportions. The recipe comes from ancient Rome. The monks have preserved not just books, but the technical knowledge needed to create them. The abbot mentions that monasteries are springing up all over Europe. Each follows similar patterns: prayer, manual labour, study, copying texts. The network is informal but effective. Books travel from monastery to monastery. Knowledge spreads in slow but steady waves. This is how Roman learning will survive the collapse. Not in cities or universities or imperial libraries. In small monastic communities scattered across the countryside, where dedicated men preserve texts for reasons that mix religious devotion with scholarly passion. You spend 2 nights at the monastery. The routine is soothing in its predictability. Prayers at set hours, meals at set times, work in between. The chaos of the outside world feels very far away. On your last evening, the abbot gives you a gift, a small copy of the Psalms, handwritten on good parchment and bound in leather. He says every traveller should have something beautiful to remind them of moments of peace. You accept the gift with gratitude. The book fits easily in your bag. It weighs almost nothing, but it represents everything about this transitional age. Roman craftsmanship preserving Jewish religious texts copied by Christian monks for a traveller whose future is uncertain. All the threads of the ancient world are being woven into something new. You reach the outskirts of Rome after 8 days of travel. You are tired but satisfied. The journey has shown you things you needed to see. As you walk through the city gates, you notice something you never paid attention to before. People speak differently depending on their age and social class. The Latin spoken by the old senator you pass in the street is formal and complex. The Latin spoken by the children playing nearby is simpler and filled with words their grandparents would not recognise. Language is changing. Latin is slowly splitting into the various Romance languages that will eventually become Italian, French, Spanish, and Romanian. But this process will take centuries. Right now, you are in the middle of it. The changes are noticeable, but not yet extreme. You stop at a bakery. The baker's wife serves you. She speaks a Latin that would make a classical grammarian weep. She drops case endings. She confuses verb tenses. She uses vocabulary borrowed from Gothic and Greek. But you understand her perfectly, and she understands you. This is the real Latin. Not the literary language preserved in books, but the living language spoken by ordinary people. It has always been more flexible and practical than the formal version. Now it is evolving rapidly in response to new circumstances. The baker's young daughter asks you where you travelled from. You tell her, Ravenna. She asks if people there speak differently. You admit that they do. The northern dialects already sound distinct from the speech patterns in Rome. Give it another few generations and they will be different enough to cause comprehension problems. The girl finds this fascinating. She asks if this means Latin is dying. You tell her no. Latin is not dying. It is multiplying. Each region is developing its own version adapted to local needs and influenced by local languages. All these versions are still Latin, but they are becoming differentiated. Her mother laughs and says philosophers always complicate simple things. People talk, however they talk. The girl should not worry about it. You accept this wisdom and buy 2 loaves of bread. As you walk home, you listen more carefully to the conversations around you. A group of merchants arguing about prices, a mother scolding her children, 2 friends discussing the upcoming religious festival. Everyone speaks Latin, but no 2 people speak it exactly the same way. This diversity would have bothered Roman grammarians. They spent centuries trying to standardize Latin and preserve its classical forms, but their efforts only worked for the educated elite. The common people spoke however they wanted. Now that the educational system has largely collapsed, the common version is taking over completely. You reach your apartment building. Your neighbour is sitting outside enjoying the evening air. She's 90 years old and has lived in Rome her entire life. She speaks a Latin that sounds almost archaic to your ears. Full case endings, complex subordinate clauses, vocabulary that feels ancient. She asks about your trip. You tell her about Ravenna and the Gothic court and the monastery and the transforming villa. She listens and nods. She's seen so many changes in her lifetime that nothing surprises her anymore. She tells you that when she was young, her tutor insisted she learn Greek. All educated Romans spoke Greek as well as Latin. Now almost no one bothers with Greek anymore except monks and scholars. The eastern and western halves of the old empire are drifting apart linguistically as well as politically. You mention the monks preserving books. She approves strongly. She learned to read as a child and still considers literacy one of the greatest gifts anyone can receive. She worries that fewer children are learning these days. Without schools and tutors, literacy is becoming a specialised skill instead of a common accomplishment. This is true. In your grandfather's time, perhaps 30% of urban Romans could read. Now the number is closer to 10% and falling. Writing is becoming a professional specialty practiced mainly by monks and scribes. Your neighbour predicts that in another few generations, most people will not read at all. They will depend entirely on oral transmission of information. Stories will be told instead of written. History will be remembered instead of recorded. Knowledge will be preserved in human memory instead of books. She finds this sad but inevitable. The world is changing, and literacy is a casualty of that change. Only the church and the monasteries will maintain reading and writing skills. Everyone else will return to older oral traditions. You sit with her for a while longer as the sun sets over the old city. The conversation drifts to other topics. The price of olive oil, the new bishop's policies, the weather predictions for harvest season. Later, alone in your apartment, you think about language and change. Latin will survive, but it will transform beyond recognition. The books will survive, but only in monasteries. The oral traditions will strengthen as written traditions weaken. Everything is in flux. The old forms persist, but their meanings shift. The future is being created through 10,000 small changes that no one can fully perceive in the moment. The next morning you need to buy olive oil. This simple task reveals the new economic reality. Under the old empire, olive oil from Spain flowed into Rome through well-organised trade networks. Ships carried bulk quantities. Merchants operated on credit backed by imperial banks. Prices were stable, and supply was reliable. Now everything depends on personal relationships and trust. You go to the marketplace. The vendor you usually buy from has no Spanish oil. He has not received a shipment in 6 months. The ships still run, but less frequently, and with less predictability. He does have oil from Sicily. The price is higher than you remember, but he assures you the quality is good. You examine the oil. It looks fine. You ask about his source. He tells you the oil comes from his wife's cousin, who owns groves near Syracuse. Family connections have replaced formal trading companies. If you want a reliable supply, you deal with people you know or people your family knows. This personalisation of trade is happening everywhere. The old imperial economy ran on standardised currency, written contracts, and legal enforcement. That system required a functioning government. Without government backing, merchants have returned to older methods based on reputation and kinship. You buy the oil and chat with the vendor. He tells you trade is not dead, just different. The big merchant companies that moved goods across the Mediterranean have mostly disappeared, but smaller networks based on family and community ties have emerged to replace them. He gives you an example. His wife's cousin in Sicily sends oil to Rome. In return, the vendor sends cloth that his sister weaves. His sister gets wool from a shepherd, whose brother-in-law works for the vendor. Everyone in the network knows everyone else. Trust is built on personal relationships rather than legal contracts. The system is less efficient than the old imperial trade network, but more resilient. When one link breaks, the network routes around it. When the supply of one good becomes scarce, people substitute alternatives. Flexibility matters more than optimization. You wander through the market looking at other goods. Wine from local vineyards has replaced wine from distant provinces. Local pottery has replaced fine ceramics from Africa. Wool and linen from nearby estates have replaced silk from the east. The market has contracted geographically. Most goods now come from within a few days' travel. Long-distance trade still exists, but it focuses on high-value items like spices and precious metals. Bulk goods are too expensive to transport without the infrastructure the empire used to maintain. A merchant displays amber beads from the Baltic. This amber travelled hundreds of miles through networks of traders who each moved it one step closer to Rome. No single person organised the journey. The beads simply passed from hand to hand through existing relationships until they reached their final destination. You ask the merchant how payment works for something that travelled so far. He explains that the amber was exchanged multiple times. The final price in Rome bears little relation to what the original collector in the Baltic received. Each trader along the way added their profit margin. This is inefficient, but it works. The amber reaches customers who want it. The northern collectors get goods they need in return. Value flows in multiple directions through networks that require no central coordination. The funny thing is that this system resembles ancient trade patterns from before Rome built its empire. The world is not moving forward into some new economic model. It is circling back to older patterns that worked for thousands of years before Roman efficiency temporarily replaced them. You buy some items you need: salt from the coast, iron nails from a local blacksmith, a clay lamp to replace one that broke. Each purchase involves a brief conversation about quality, source, and price. The transactions feel personal in ways that shopping in the old imperial markets never did. On your way home, you pass the ruins of what used to be a grain warehouse. The massive building once stored grain from Egypt to feed Rome's population. Now it sits empty. The grain shipments from Egypt stopped decades ago when the Eastern Empire stopped subsidising them. Rome now feeds itself from nearby farms and estates. The population is small enough that local production suffices. The city has adjusted its size to match available resources. This adjustment required hardship. Many people left or died when food became scarce. But those who remain have adapted to the new reality. They eat more locally. They waste less. They garden in spaces that used to be purely ornamental. You reach your building and climb the stairs to your apartment. The bag of oil is heavy. You bought enough to last several months because you cannot count on finding more when you need it. Storage matters now in ways it did not when supply was reliable. Later you sit by your window and watch the city. Trade continues. Markets function. People exchange goods and services. The economy has not collapsed. It has transformed into something more local, more personal, and more dependent on trust between individuals. The old efficiency is gone, but a different kind of stability is emerging. You notice something odd happening around Rome. Old buildings are being dismantled, and their materials are being reused in new construction. This is practical recycling, but it also represents a fundamental shift in how people think about the past. A church is being built near your apartment. The construction crew is pulling marble columns from an abandoned temple and installing them in the new building. The columns were carved 300 years ago to honour Jupiter. Now they will support a roof over Christian worshippers. You watch the workers for a while. They treat the columns carefully. The marble is valuable and difficult to replace. Modern quarries cannot produce stone of this quality anymore. The techniques have been partially lost, so builders reuse what the Romans made when they still had the skills and resources. The foreman tells you this is happening everywhere. Churches are built from materials scavenged from pagan temples. Houses are constructed from stones taken from old government buildings. Garden walls incorporate fragments of sculptures and monuments. Rome is literally rebuilding itself from its own ruins. The city is becoming its own quarry. Every generation takes pieces from older structures and incorporates them into newer ones. The physical matter of the city remains, but its form changes completely. This should feel like vandalism, but it does not. The old buildings were designed for purposes that no longer exist. No one worships Jupiter anymore, so his temples serve no function. The government offices are empty, so their buildings might as well be useful. The transformation is pragmatic rather than destructive. You see a house where the front wall incorporates a section of an old memorial stone. The original inscription is still visible, but now it forms part of a private residence. The past becomes literal building material for the future. Some people find this disturbing. Your neighbour, who is 90 years old, mentioned that she mourns seeing the old monuments dispersed. She remembers when the city looked different, when the ancient structures stood intact and purposeful. But even she admits the reuse makes sense. What good are beautiful buildings if they serve no function and cannot be maintained? Better to salvage what can be saved and put it to new uses. You visit the Forum. Several of the old government buildings have been partially dismantled. Their marble facings have been removed. Their roof tiles have been scavenged. Their foundations remain, but everything above ground level is gradually disappearing. Within a few generations, the Forum will be a field where cattle graze. The grandest civic centre in the Western world will become farmland. This seems impossible, but you can see it happening in slow motion. The Colosseum is also being slowly mined for building materials. People remove stones from the upper levels. They pry out metal clamps that hold blocks together. They cart away anything useful. The building is so massive that this process will take centuries, but eventually even the Colosseum will be reduced to a partial ruin. You feel oddly calm about this. The buildings were always just buildings. The real Rome was the people and the ideas and the systems they created. Those things are transforming but not disappearing. The physical stones matter less than what they represented. At the same time, you recognise something is being lost. Future generations will not see what you have seen. They will not walk among intact temples and monuments. They will inherit a different city built from fragments of the one you know. You pass a construction site where a wealthy family is building a new house. The design is interesting. It combines Roman architectural principles with new ideas. The floor plan follows traditional patterns. The building techniques are Roman. But the decoration shows influences from Gothic art. The mosaics include Christian symbols mixed with classical motifs. The house represents the same kind of blending you have seen elsewhere. Roman forms filled with new content. Old techniques applied to new purposes. The past and future merge into a present that feels transitional. The stones do not care what they support. Columns hold up roofs, whether those roofs shelter temples or churches. Marble decorates walls, whether those walls surround pagan shrines or Christian homes. The materials remain constant while their meanings shift completely. You think about the monks copying books and the stones being recycled. Both represent preservation through transformation. The words survive by being rewritten. The buildings survive by being disassembled and rebuilt. Nothing stays exactly the same, but nothing is entirely lost either. This is how civilizations work. They do not end cleanly. They evolve continuously. The new is always built from pieces of the old, arranged in patterns that solve current problems rather than past ones. You decide to improve your education. This sounds odd in a collapsing empire, but you have time and curiosity. You find a tutor who teaches rhetoric and grammar in the traditional Roman style. The tutor turns out to be a Vandal. His name is Hilderic. He was born in North Africa, where the Vandals established their kingdom after crossing from Spain. He came to Rome as a young man to study. He liked the city and stayed. Now he earns his living teaching Romans the classical education he learned from Roman teachers in Carthage. This is hilarious in multiple ways. A barbarian teaching Romans how to be Roman. A member of the tribe that sacked Rome teaching rhetoric. A Vandal preserving classical learning that many Romans have abandoned. Hilderic finds the irony amusing. He mentions it during your first lesson. He says the Vandals value Roman culture more than the Romans do, because they had to work harder to acquire it. Romans take their heritage for granted. Vandals and Goths and other barbarians choose it deliberately. His teaching style is rigorously traditional. You read Cicero and Virgil. You practice writing in the periodic style. You learn rhetorical devices and grammatical rules. Everything is exactly as it would have been taught a century ago. You ask Hilderic why he bothers. Classical education has limited practical value now. Most people do not care about rhetoric. You could earn more money doing almost anything else. He considers the question carefully. He says he teaches because civilization is more than buildings and laws. It is a set of ideas transmitted through language and education. If the ideas are lost, then Rome is truly dead regardless of what happens to the stones and structures. By teaching you Cicero, he is preserving not just a text but a way of thinking. By insisting on proper grammar, he is maintaining standards of precision and clarity. By drilling you in rhetoric, he is keeping alive the notion that language matters and can be crafted with care. You have other students in the class. 2 are young Romans from families that still value education. One is a Gothic woman who wants to read classical literature. One is a former soldier who decided learning is more interesting than fighting. The class meets 3 times a week. Hilderic teaches in Latin, but occasionally lapses into Vandal when he gets excited about a particularly good passage from Virgil. No one complains. You all understand enough Latin to follow the lessons. One day Hilderic brings a manuscript he acquired. It is a copy of Sallust's history. The manuscript is old, and the parchment is deteriorating. Hilderic copied the entire text himself because he worries the original will not survive much longer. He shows you his copy. The handwriting is clear and careful. He corrected obvious errors in the original. He added marginal notes explaining obscure references. He treated the work with scholarly respect. This Vandal barbarian has preserved a piece of Roman history that Romans might have let disappear. The situation feels backwards, but it also makes perfect sense. People who choose a culture often appreciate it more than people who inherit it passively. Your lessons continue through the winter. You read, write, and discuss. Hilderic assigns essays on classical themes. You struggle with the complex sentence structures, but improve gradually. One evening, Hilderic invites the whole class to his home for dinner. His house is modest but comfortable. His wife is Roman. She serves a meal that mixes Roman and Vandal dishes. You eat Roman bread with Vandal smoked fish. The combination is unusual but delicious. After dinner, Hilderic's wife tells stories about growing up in Rome. She remembers when the city was more crowded and prosperous. She also remembers constant political instability and violence. She says the current situation is actually more peaceful than what she experienced as a child. Her perspective surprises you. You tend to think of the past as a golden age and the present as decline. But she lived through that past and found it stressful. The present may be poorer, but it is calmer. Hildrick raises his cup and toasts to learning across boundaries. Romans and barbarians studying together, the old and new mixing freely. The future is being created by people who refuse to let knowledge die. You drink to that. The wine is good, the company is pleasant. You realise that civilization is not a fixed thing passed down intact, from generation to generation. It is something recreated continuously, by people who care enough to preserve it and adapt it and pass it forward. Hildrick the Vandal is doing more for Roman civilization than many Romans. This fact would have astonished people a century ago. But it makes perfect sense now. Autumn arrives and you help with the grain harvest. Everyone helps. The distinction between city dweller and farmer has blurred. If you want to eat, you need to participate in food production at some level. The harvest takes place on estates surrounding Rome. You join a group walking out to one of the larger villas. The owner agreed to feed everyone who helps bring in the grain. This is a fair exchange. Your labour for a share of the food. The work is hard but social. 40 people spread across the field with sickles. You cut grain stalks and bundle them into sheaves. Your back aches after the first hour, but you keep going. Everyone keeps going. The work must be finished before rain comes. The atmosphere is cheerful despite the labour. People sing while they work. Old Roman songs mixed with newer ones borrowed from Gothic or Gallic traditions. The melodies blend together in pleasant harmonies. A woman working next to you explains that this communal approach to harvest is becoming standard. Individual families cannot manage the work alone, so everyone pools labour and shares the results. It is more efficient and more enjoyable. You break for lunch. The villa owner's staff brings bread, cheese and watered wine. Everyone sits in the shade and eats together. The owner himself sits with the workers. There is no formal separation between classes during harvest. Everyone is equally necessary. After lunch you return to cutting grain. The afternoon is hot, but a breeze makes it bearable. You fall into a rhythm. Cut, bundle and stack. Cut, bundle, stack. The repetitive motion becomes almost meditative. By evening the field is cleared. The grain stands in neat stacks ready for threshing. Everyone is exhausted but satisfied. You accomplish something tangible and important. The city will eat this winter because of today's work. The owner announces that dinner will be served. Long tables are set up in the villa courtyard. The meal is simple but generous. Roasted vegetables, bread, beans and more wine. You eat until you are full. After dinner, someone produces a flute. Music starts. A few people begin dancing. You watch from the edge of the courtyard, too tired to move but happy to observe. This is not how things worked under the old empire. Back then, agricultural labour was performed by slaves or tenant farmers. Free citizens avoided manual work. Social classes remained strictly separated. Now, everyone works. Everyone eats together. The old hierarchies are weakening under economic pressure. When labour is scarce, it gains value. When food is precious, those who produce it gain status. You sleep in the villa's barn along with dozens of other harvest workers. The accommodations are basic but adequate. Hay provides padding. Blankets provide warmth. You're so tired that comfort hardly matters. In the morning you help with threshing. The grain sheaves are spread on a stone floor and beaten with flails. The rhythmic pounding creates a steady beat. Someone starts singing, and the work becomes synchronized with the music. This communal labour will continue through the week. Threshing, winnowing and bagging the grain. Everyone who helps will receive a share. The villa owner will keep a larger portion, but everyone gets something. The system is fair enough. It rewards participation. It distributes food based on contribution. It creates bonds between people who might otherwise have little in common. You think about how Rome used to feed itself. Grain from Egypt and Africa, ships bringing bulk supplies, government distribution to citizens. The system was efficient but fragile. It required infrastructure, organisation and political stability. The current system is less efficient but more robust. If one harvest fails, people can turn to another estate. If one region has problems, other regions can help. The network is decentralised and flexible. You finish your work and receive your share of grain, enough to last your household 2 months if used carefully. You thank the owner and begin the walk back to Rome. On the road, you talk with other workers. They discuss weather predictions, planting plans for next season, and the quality of this year's harvest. The conversations reveal deep knowledge of agriculture that Romans used to consider beneath their dignity. Times have changed. Knowledge of farming is now valuable. Practical skills matter more than classical education. You can quote Virgil, but you can also cut grain, and you know which skill keeps you alive. A religious festival approaches. The celebration blends Christian and older traditions in ways that would confuse a strict theologian, but make perfect sense to ordinary people. The festival supposedly honours a Christian martyr, but the date coincides with an older Roman agricultural celebration. The activities include both Christian prayers and rituals that have roots going back centuries before Christianity arrived. You attend the festival because everyone attends. The event combines worship, socialising and entertainment. The whole community gathers regardless of their specific beliefs. The day begins with a church service. The bishop leads prayers and gives a sermon about the martyr's courage. The story is inspiring. The martyr refused to worship pagan gods and died for his faith. His example teaches that principles matter more than comfort. After the service, people move to the town square. Vendors set up stalls selling food and small goods. Musicians perform. Children run around playing games. The atmosphere shifts from solemn worship to cheerful celebration. You buy roasted chestnuts from a vendor. The chestnuts are hot and delicious. You chat with the vendor about weather and crops. He is cautiously optimistic about the coming winter. Food supplies seem adequate. A procession forms. People carry a statue of the martyr through the streets. The procession follows a route that happens to pass several locations that were sacred in pre-Christian times. This is not accidental. The church wisely incorporates older sacred geography into new practices. Music accompanies the procession. Christian hymns mixed with older melodies that your grandmother would recognise. The blending feels natural. The distinction between Christian and pre-Christian is less clear in practice than in theory. You join the procession. Walking together creates a sense of community. You're part of something larger than yourself. This feeling was important to Romans in the Old Empire and remains important now. The procession ends at a church. The bishop offers final prayers. He thanks God for the harvest and asks for protection during winter. Everyone says Amen together. The unified response creates a powerful moment of shared purpose. After the religious portion ends, the real party begins. Tables are set up for a communal feast. Every family brings food to share. The result is an enormous spread of dishes representing every household in the community. You contribute bread and cheese. Others bring vegetables, meat, fish, fruit and wine. The variety is impressive considering how limited resources are. People have saved and prepared for this event. The meal is wonderfully chaotic. Everyone eats from shared platters. Conversations overlap. Children run between tables stealing treats. Old people tell stories. Young people flirt and laugh. The festival creates space for every kind of social interaction. You sit with a mixed group. Romans and Goths. Old and young, rich and poor. The festival erases normal boundaries. For one day, everyone is simply a member of the community celebrating together. Someone proposes a toast to the martyr. Everyone raises cups. Then someone else proposes a toast to the harvest. More cups are raised. Then toast to health, peace, friendship, and anything else people can think of. The wine flows freely. As evening approaches, dancing begins. The dances are traditional Roman patterns that everyone knows. Simple circle dances and line dances that require no special skill. The point is participation, not performance. You join the dancing. The movements are easy and repetitive. The music is lively. You dance until you're out of breath and laughing. Around you, the whole community moves together in rhythm. This is civilization, not marble buildings or complex laws. This shared celebration, this coming together, this creation of community through ritual and feast and dance. The old empire had grand architecture and a sophisticated government. It also had festivals like this. The architecture is crumbling, and the government is gone. But the festivals continue. They adapt and change, but they persist because people need them. You leave the festival as darkness falls. Torches light your way home. You can hear music and laughter continuing behind you. The party will go on for hours yet. In your apartment, you reflect on what you experienced. The festival was Christian in name, but Roman in structure and mixed in practice. The church has not destroyed older traditions. It has absorbed them and given them new meaning. This is how cultures really change. Not through dramatic breaks, but through gradual incorporation. The new takes the shell of the old and fills it with different content. The forms remain familiar even as their significance shifts. You fall asleep thinking about continuity and transformation. The two are not opposites. They are partners in the endless process of human adaptation. Winter settles over Rome. The days are short and cold. You spend evenings by your small brazier trying to stay warm. The apartment is never quite comfortable, but it is better than being outside. One night you cannot sleep. You wrap yourself in blankets and sit by the window looking out at the city. The moon is full and bright. The old buildings cast sharp shadows. Everything looks silver and black. You think about all the changes you have witnessed, the shrinking population, the abandoned buildings, the new powers arising, the blending of cultures, the transformation of everything familiar into something strange yet recognizable. For the first time you truly understand that the Roman Empire is gone, not gone in the sense of completely vanished, gone in the sense that it has become something else entirely. The chrysalis is split open and something new is emerging. This realization makes you feel unmoored. Your whole identity was built on being Roman. But what does that mean now? The old definitions no longer apply. The empire you were taught to honour exists only in memory and books. Yet you are still here. The city is still here. The language is still here. The laws and customs and ways of thinking are still here. They have changed, but they persist. Maybe being Roman means something different now than it did a century ago. You think about Hilderic the Vandal teaching rhetoric, about Theodoric the Goth ruling from a Roman throne, about the bishop organising social services, about the monks copying books, about farmers sharing harvests. None of these things would have happened under the old empire, yet all of them preserve something essentially Roman even while transforming it. Maybe civilization is not a fixed thing passed down unchanged. Maybe it is a conversation across generations. Each age receives what the previous age created and then adapts it to current needs before passing it forward again. The moon moves across the sky. The shadows shift. You remain at your window thinking about continuity and change. In the morning things will look the same as always. You will buy bread and chat with neighbours and go about your business. The dramatic thoughts of a sleepless night will fade. Life will resume its normal patterns. But something has shifted in your understanding. You see now that you live in a transitional moment. The old world is dying, but slowly. The new world is being born, but gradually. Most people do not even notice because the changes happen across decades and generations. You're fortunate to recognise what is happening. This awareness will not change your daily life. You will still need to eat and find work and maintain shelter. But it gives meaning to the small transformations you observe. Every Gothic word entering Latin. Every church is built from temple stones. Every villa is becoming a village. Every monk is copying a book. Every harvest was shared communally. These are not random events. They are pieces of a larger pattern that will become clear only in retrospect. You finally feel sleepy. You return to your bed and pull the blankets tight. Outside, the city sleeps under moonlight. The old walls stand as they have stood for centuries. The new churches rest in darkness. The future waits patiently to unfold. Spring arrives with unexpected warmth. The flowers bloom early. The farmers predict a good growing season. Hope feels possible after the long cold winter. You decide to plant a garden. A small plot behind your building has sat unused for years. You claim it and begin preparing the soil. The work is harder than expected. The ground is packed hard and full of rocks. Your neighbour sees you working and offers advice. She grew vegetables when she was younger. She teaches you about soil preparation and planting times. You listen carefully and follow her instructions. Over several weeks you create a functioning garden. Beans, onions, lettuce and herbs. The plants are small but healthy. You water them every evening and watch them grow. This is new for you. Romans of your class traditionally did not garden. That was work for farmers and slaves. But class distinctions mean less now. Everyone does what needs to be done. You find satisfaction in the work. The garden responds to care. Watering and weeding produce visible results. You feel connected to the earth in ways you never experienced before. Other people in your building notice the garden and ask if they can help. You agree. The garden becomes a communal project. Several families contribute labour, and everyone shares the harvest. This small cooperation reveals how society is reorganising itself. People form voluntary associations based on mutual benefit. The old hierarchies based on class and status are being replaced by networks based on reciprocity and trust. Your garden thrives. By early summer you are harvesting lettuce and beans. The produce is fresh and delicious. You eat better than you have in months. The garden also becomes a social centre. Neighbours stop by to check on the plants. Conversations happen naturally. You learn things about people who have lived in your building for years but whom you barely knew before. One neighbour is a widow who used to work as a seamstress. Another is a former soldier who lost his leg in battle. A third is a young couple with 2 children. They all have stories and skills and knowledge to share. The garden creates opportunities for exchange. The seamstress repairs your cloak in return for vegetables. The former soldier teaches you how to sharpen tools. The young couple helps with heavy work in exchange for a share of the harvest. These informal barter arrangements are becoming the foundation of the local economy. Money is scarce, so people trade goods and services directly. The system works because everyone has something to offer, and everyone needs something from others. You think about how different this is from the old empire. Back then, most transactions involved money. Services were professionalised. People interacted through formal markets and legal contracts. Now interaction is more personal and direct. You know the people you trade with. You trust them because you live near them and see them regularly. Reputation matters more than formal credentials. The garden produces through the summer. You learn by doing. Some plants thrive, others fail. You adjust your approach based on results. This practical education is valuable in ways that book learning never was. By autumn, you're an experienced gardener, not an expert, but competent. You know what works in this particular soil under these specific conditions. Your knowledge is local and practical and hard-won. The other gardeners in your building have similar stories. They started knowing nothing and learned through trial and error. The collective knowledge of the group is now substantial. You harvest the last of the summer crops and prepare the garden for winter. Some of the plants will regrow in spring. Others you will replant. You already know what you will do differently next year. As you work, you realise the garden is a perfect metaphor for everything happening in the world. The old empire was like a formal garden with strict plans and professional maintenance. That garden is overgrown now, but new gardens are sprouting everywhere. Small plots tended by ordinary people. Less grand than the old formal gardens, but more resilient. If one fails, others continue. The system survives through diversity and adaptation. You finish preparing the garden for winter and stand back to admire your work. It is not much. A small plot of earth behind a decrepit building in a shrinking city. But it is yours, and it produces food, and it connects you to your neighbours. This is enough. This is actually everything that matters. Chapter 15. The future that already arrived. Years pass. You grow older. The changes you observed continue. Rome shrinks further. The population stabilises at a lower level. The city reimagines itself as a church centre rather than an imperial capital. You attend your neighbour's funeral. She lived to 95. She saw the empire at its height and watched it transform completely. She adapted to every change and maintained her dignity throughout. At the funeral, the bishop speaks about continuity through faith. He suggests that earthly empires rise and fall, but spiritual truth persists. This is a Christian interpretation, but it contains wisdom. You think about what persists. Language changes, but people still speak. Buildings crumble, but people still build. Governments fall, but people still organise themselves. The forms change, but human needs and human creativity continue. Your cousin visits from Ravenna. He's middle-aged now with grown children. He tells you that Theodoric died and was succeeded by his grandson. The Gothic kingdom continues to function. Life goes on. You tell him about your garden and your tutoring sessions with Hilderic. He approves of both, practical skills and classical learning. The combination is necessary for the new age. He asks if you ever regret living through such dramatic changes. You consider the question carefully. The answer is complicated. You lost many things. The security of the old system, the grandeur of the imperial city, the certainty that came from clear hierarchies and roles. These losses are real and sometimes painful, but you gained things too. Community connections, practical skills, understanding that life continues even when systems collapse, appreciation for what truly matters versus what merely appears important. On balance, you do not regret your life. You adapted when adaptation was necessary. You preserved what you could. You contributed what you were able to contribute. This is enough. Your cousin stays for a week. You show him around Rome. He marvels at how much has changed since his last visit. Whole neighbourhoods are abandoned. Churches have replaced temples. Gardens grow in former public squares. Yet the city remains recognisably Rome. The 7 hills still shape the landscape. The Tiber still flows through the centre. The ancient walls still define the boundaries. The physical reality persists even as its meaning transforms. On his last evening you sit together drinking wine and talking about the future. Your cousin is optimistic. He believes the new kingdoms will stabilise. Trade will recover. Population will grow again. Civilization will rebuild on new foundations. You're less certain, but you hope he is right. The future is always uncertain. The only guarantee is that change will continue. How people respond to that change determines whether the future is better or worse than the present. You walk your cousin to the city gate in the morning. You embrace and promise to write letters. He begins his journey north. You watch until he disappears around a bend in the road. Then you return to your apartment and your daily routines. There is work to be done. The garden needs attention. Hilderic expects you at your lesson. The communal meal requires your contribution. Life continues. Empires rise and fall, but people endure. They adapt and persist and create meaning in whatever circumstances they face. This is the real lesson of Rome's transformation. The empire ended not with apocalypse, but with gradual adjustment. The dramatic narrative of collapse is false. The truth is quieter and stranger. The old world slowly became a new world, while most people simply lived their lives and adapted as necessary. You are part of this story, not a hero or a leader, just a person who witnessed change and responded as well as you could. Your contribution is small but real. You helped build the future by maintaining gardens and learning rhetoric and participating in the community. This is how history actually happens, not through the actions of emperors and generals alone, through millions of ordinary people making small decisions that collectively create large patterns. You sit at your window one last time watching the sunset paint the old city in shades of gold. The buildings that remain standing glow in the fading light. The new churches cast long shadows. The ancient and the modern exist side by side. Tomorrow will look much like today. The day after will look much like tomorrow. Change happens too slowly to perceive in any single moment. But over years and decades and generations, everything transforms. You have witnessed the end of one age and the beginning of another. You have seen how the Roman world became the medieval world through countless small transformations. You have lived through history's hinge point and survived. This knowledge brings peace. Whatever comes next, people will adapt. They will preserve what matters and discard what does not. They will create new systems suited to new circumstances. Life will continue, because life always continues. The sun sets completely. Darkness spreads across the city. You light a lamp and return to your evening tasks. The world keeps turning. Tomorrow waits with its own small dramas and quiet transformations. And you will be there to witness them, as you have been there all along. A quiet observer of empire's end, and the patient emergence of whatever comes next. This is your story. This is everyone's story. The long, slow, fascinating process of becoming something new while remaining somehow the same. You wake before dawn in a small rented room above a café in Arles, southern France. It's 1888, and the pre-dawn darkness carries the smell of yesterday's coffee grounds and turpentine. Your name is Vincent van Gogh, though almost nobody knows it yet, and your feet hit the cold floorboards with the same purpose they've had for years. Today, you will paint. The ritual begins in silence. You don't light the lamp immediately because your eyes need to adjust naturally, the way a baker's hands need to learn dough before the oven warms. You've discovered that rushing this transition from sleep to wakefulness produces paintings that feel hurried, disconnected from the pulse of actual seeing. So you sit on the edge of your narrow bed, listening to the town slowly remember itself, a shutter creaking open somewhere, a dog's distant bark, the first cartwheels grinding against cobblestones. Your room measures roughly 12 feet by 10 feet. You know this because you've painted it, and painting something means measuring it with your eyes 1,000 times. The walls are the colour of old cream, stained here and there with accidental daubs of paint from when you've gestured too enthusiastically. Your bed has a simple wooden frame. 2 chairs sit against one wall, their cane seats worn smooth. Above them hangs a small mirror you rarely look into, not from vanity or its opposite, but because your face has never interested you the way other faces do. You're not the subject. The world is. The morning light, when it finally arrives, doesn't burst through your window like a trumpet announcement. It seeps in gradually, the way watercolour bleeds across wet paper. You've learned that this is how most real things happen, not with drama, but with patience. The light touches your wash basin first, then creeps across to your shoes, which you've left by the door, caked with yesterday's dried mud from the fields. You don't own many shoes. You wear them until they fall apart, then you patch them, then you wear them some more. Money spent on unnecessary shoes is money not spent on paint. You stand and stretch, feeling your spine crack in 3 distinct places. You're 35 years old, though your body sometimes feels older. Years of poor nutrition, walking miles every day, sleeping in cheap rooms with thin mattresses. These things accumulate in your joints like interest on a debt. But your hands are steady, that's what matters. Your hands are strong and certain even when your mind isn't. The morning ablutions are practical, almost military in their efficiency. Cold water from the basin splashed on your face, scrubbing away sleep and yesterday's paint that somehow always ends up on your temples and behind your ears. You've stopped questioning how paint migrates to these unlikely places. Artists are always slightly decorated with their work, like bakers with flour or blacksmiths with soot. You dry your face with a rough towel, then run your fingers through your red hair, which sticks up in several directions and will continue to do so regardless of your efforts. Vanity about grooming seems absurd when you're about to spend 10 hours staring at sunflowers. Breakfast is whatever's available, which usually isn't much. Today it's bread from 2 days ago, harder now but still edible when torn into pieces. You eat it standing by the window looking out at the street below. The baker across the way is opening his shutters. A woman in a dark dress sweeps her doorstep with brisk, irritated strokes, as if the dust has personally offended her. A cat slides along a wall like liquid. You memorise these things without trying. Your brain has become a collection box for visual information, constantly gathering material even during these supposedly idle moments. The coffee, when you make it, tastes like burnt earth and desperation. You've never been good at cooking, and coffee making is a subset of that larger failure. But it's hot, and it contains caffeine, which means it fulfills its function. You've learned not to demand that things be more than they are. Coffee should taste good, but it doesn't have to. Painting should sell, but it doesn't have to. Not everything needs to be perfect. Most things just need to be done. While you drink, you review your mental inventory of supplies. Titanium white is running low. Prussian blue has maybe 3 more paintings in the tube. The linseed oil needs replacing soon. Chrome yellow, your beloved yellow, your sunshine in paste form, is adequate for now. You calculate costs in your head, matching them against the monthly allowance your brother Theo sends from Paris. The mathematics are always depressing, so you don't linger on them. You'll make it work. You always make it work, even if it means eating less bread next week. The light is stronger now, turning the walls golden. This is the moment you've been waiting for without realizing you were waiting. The moment when the day declares its colour intentions. Today will be warm-toned, you can already tell. The shadows will have purple in them by afternoon. The sky will be that particular shade of blue that only exists in Provence, as if God mixed ultramarine with hope and spread it overhead like a blessing. You finish your coffee and set the cup on the small table. Then you stand still for a moment, feeling your body settle into readiness. Your shoulders drop, your breathing slows. This is the transition point, the threshold between being a person who sleeps and eats and a person who sees and creates. It's a shift you've practiced so many times it's become automatic, like a priest entering a church or a soldier picking up a rifle. This is what you do. This is who you are. You reach for your coat, a brown jacket that's seen better years. As you shrug it on, you feel the weight of brushes in the inside pocket, a reassuring pressure against your ribs. Your fingers check automatically. Yes, the small sketchbook is still there, a stub of graphite wrapped in string, your portable memory for when oil and canvas aren't practical. Everything you need is accounted for. Everything necessary is present. Before leaving, you glance once more around the room. It's not much, this temporary home, but it's yours. The bed where you collapse after 12-hour painting sessions. The chairs where you sit and write long letters to Theo trying to explain what you're seeing, what you're attempting and why it matters. The mirror that reflects a man who looks perpetually surprised by his own face. The window that frames the world like a painting you haven't started yet. Then you open the door and step into the morning, ready to do what you've always done. Look at ordinary things until they become extraordinary. Then try to capture that transformation on canvas before the magic evaporates. It's not a mystical process, it's work, it's practice. It's what happens when you show up every single day, even when you don't feel like it, even when the previous day's painting was terrible, even when nobody's buying and nobody's watching and nobody particularly cares. The street outside smells like horse manure and flowering jasmine, an oddly pleasant combination that you've come to associate with purpose. You turn left, toward the fields, toward the light, toward whatever today will show you if you're patient enough to see it. The walk to your painting spot isn't exercise, it's education. You've covered this route dozens of times, but it's never the same twice because light is never the same twice. And light changes everything it touches. Today, the morning sun slants from the east, turning the Yellowstone buildings into blocks of butter. Shadows pool in doorways like spilled ink. You notice these things the way a musician notices pitch. Automatically, constantly, unable to turn it off even if you wanted to. Your pace is steady but not hurried. Hurrying makes you miss things. You learned this years ago when you were trying to be a minister, rushing between appointments and pastoral visits, and realised you were moving through the world without actually seeing it. Now you move deliberately, your eyes scanning left to right, up and down, taking in the whole visual field like a camera with an impossibly wide lens. An old woman sits on a low stool outside her house, peeling potatoes into a tin basin. Her hands move with the efficiency of someone who's performed this task 10,000 times. The potato skins fall in long spirals, brown and cream. You note the curve of her back, the angle of her wrists, and the way the light catches the blade of her knife. You don't stop to sketch her. Stopping would make her self-conscious and would change the naturalness of the scene, but you file away the image. Later, maybe next week, maybe next year, a painting will need an old woman's hands, and you'll remember these hands. The streets narrow as you leave the town centre. The buildings lean toward each other overhead, creating a tunnel of shade that's 10 degrees cooler than the sunny patches. Your boots, those perpetually muddy boots, click against the cobblestones with a rhythm that's almost musical. Click, 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 like a metronome keeping time for a very slow song. You pass the blacksmith's shop, already hot despite the early hour. The smith himself, a man with forearms like hams, is working the bellows. The forge glows orange-red, and you pause despite yourself because that particular quality of light, incandescent, dangerous, alive, is one of the hardest things to capture on canvas. How do you paint light that's also heat? How do you make a viewer feel warmth from a cold layer of paint? These are the questions that wake you at 3 in the morning and refuse to let you return to sleep. The smith nods at you. You nod back. He thinks you're odd. You can tell. Everyone thinks you're odd. You've heard the whispers, seen the sidelong glances, the crazy Dutch painter who stares at things too long, who talks to himself while working, who once cut off part of his own ear during a crisis you still can't fully explain even to yourself. But the smith is polite, and politeness is enough. You don't need friendship from everyone you meet. You need light and form and colour, and those things don't care if you're popular. Beyond the smith's shop, the buildings start to thin out. Gardens appear, then small plots of vegetables, then open fields stretching toward the horizon. This is where you're heading, to the edge of civilization, where human arrangement gives way to natural chaos. You've always felt more comfortable here, in the transitional zones. Not quite town, not quite countryside. Places where anything might happen, where the rules are still being negotiated. The earth beneath your feet changes from stone to packed dirt to softer soil. You can feel the difference through your boot soles, the way a sailor feels the mood of the sea through the deck of a ship. The ground here is red-orange and iron-rich, the colour of rust and clay and dried blood. It stains everything it touches. Your boots, your trouser cuffs, your hands when you sit in the fields and steady yourself against the earth. You've tried to mix this exact colour in paint. Burnt sienna with a touch of cadmium orange and maybe some raw umber, but you've never quite matched it. Nature's palette is always more complex than anything you can mix on your own. Birds wheel overhead, dark shapes against the brightening sky. Swallows, you think, though you're not particularly good at identifying species. They move with such confidence, such certainty of purpose. You envy them this sometimes. They never seem to doubt which direction to fly or whether their flying matters. They simply fly because flying is what they do, and that's enough. The fields open before you like a green and gold sea. Wheat, mostly, with occasional interruptions of poppies. Those shocking red punctuation marks that make the whole landscape vibrate. You've painted poppies more times than you can count, but you still haven't captured what they actually do to a field. They don't just add colour. They add violence, urgency, and a kind of visual shouting that demands attention. A field without poppies is a sentence without passion. A field with poppies is a sentence ending in an exclamation point. You walk along the edge of a wheat field, running your hand through the tops of the grain stalks. They're dry and whisper soft, like the sound of secrets being shared. The wheat is nearly ready for harvest. You can tell by the weight of the seed heads and the way they bow toward earth as if praying. In a week, maybe 2, men will come with scythes and reduce all this gold to stubble. The thought makes you walk faster. You need to paint this before it disappears. Everything beautiful is temporary. Everything worth looking at will eventually be gone. Your painting spot today is a slight rise overlooking the fields, near a twisted olive tree that you've painted before but never quite captured. The tree has character, that's the only way to describe it. It's been shaped by wind and drought and time into something that looks half dead but refuses to give up. Grey-green leaves shimmer in the breeze. The trunk is gnarled like an arthritic hand. You love this tree. You love it the way you love your brother Theo, uncomplicated and deep and without needing reasons. You set down your canvas and painting supplies, arranging them with the care of a surgeon preparing instruments. The easel goes here, facing northeast to catch the changing light. The canvas, a rough weave you stretched yourself because professional stretching costs money you don't have, fits onto the easel with a satisfying click. Your paint box opens like a small treasure chest, revealing tubes squeezed flat at the bottom, colours arranged by temperature, cools on the left, warms on the right. Your palette, a rectangular board worn smooth and stained with 100 previous paintings, rests on your left forearm. Brushes go in your right hand, a cluster of bristles like a small bouquet. But before you start painting, you sit. This is important. You've learned that beginning too quickly produces work that's enthusiastic but superficial. You need to let the place settle into you. You need to let your eyes adjust, not just to the light, but to the specific personality of this particular morning. Every day has its own character, its own mood. Today feels contemplative. The light is soft, the shadows gentle. A day for careful observation rather than dramatic gesture. You watch the wheat move in waves, responding to breezes you can't feel from this distance. The motion is hypnotic and calming. You let your mind empty. becoming nothing but a pair of eyes, a recording device for the world's visual information. This is the closest you come to meditation, though you'd never call it that. It's simply looking until you see. A farmer appears in the middle distance, a dark figure against the gold. He's examining something in the field, bending down, straightening up, moving in that slow, considered way that farmers have. People who know that rushing accomplishes nothing, that crops grow on their own schedule regardless of human impatience. You watch him for 10 minutes, 15, memorising the shapes he makes, the way his body relates to the landscape around him. You won't paint him today, he'll be gone before you're ready, but you'll remember him. He'll appear in some future painting, a tiny figure giving scale to an endless field, a human presence making nature comprehensible. The farmer straightens one final time, then walks away, disappearing behind a distant line of trees. You're alone again with the fields and the sky and the tree that refuses to die. The light has shifted slightly in the time you've been sitting. What was gentle is becoming assertive. The shadows are sharper, the colours are warmer. It's time to begin. You stand, feeling your knees crack again. Then you pick up a brush, load it with thinned paint, and make the first mark on the canvas, a single line defining the horizon. It's a small gesture, barely noticeable, but it's everything. It's the moment when possibility becomes actuality, when the blank canvas stops being frightening and becomes simply a problem to solve. You've begun. The rest will follow because the rest always follows. You just have to keep going, one brushstroke after another, until the day runs out or the painting is finished, whichever comes first. The first hour of painting is always a conversation with doubt. Your hand moves automatically, blocking in the major shapes. Sky here, field there, tree in the middle distance. But your mind questions everything. Is the horizon line too high, too low? Should the wheat be more yellow or more gold? Does that olive tree look like an olive tree or like a child's scribble? These questions don't paralyse you anymore, but they're always present, like a background hum you've learned to work through. You paint standing up, always standing. You tried painting seated once, years ago, and found it made you timid. Something about being at eye level with the canvas gave you permission to be too careful, too precious. Standing forces you to engage physically. Your whole body participates. Legs for balance, core for stability, shoulders for large gestures, and wrists for fine control. Painting isn't just a hand activity. It's a full-body commitment to transferring what you see onto a surface that will never fully cooperate. The paint goes on in layers, though not the neat, patient layers that academic painters use. Your layers are messy, urgent, and built up quickly while the light still holds its current quality. You've learned that light moves faster than paint dries, so you work wet on wet, colours bleeding into each other on the canvas the same way they blend in nature. This technique frustrates art teachers who want clean edges and proper procedures, but those teachers aren't here in the field watching how yellow wheat transitions to blue shadow. Nature doesn't have clean edges. Nature is all transition, all gradation, all one thing becoming another thing. Your brushwork is distinctive, though you don't think about it while working. Short, directional strokes that follow the form of whatever you're painting. The wheat grows upward, so your brushstrokes grow upward. The wind moves rightward, so your brushstrokes lean rightward. People who see your paintings sometimes comment on how visible the brushwork is, how they can see each individual mark you made. This bothers them more than it bothers you. You're not trying to hide your process. You're not trying to create a smooth, photographic illusion. You're trying to capture the energy of seeing itself, the way the eye moves across a scene, constantly collecting information, constantly in motion. The morning light strengthens, and with it comes heat. By 10 o'clock, sweat is running down your temples, mixing with the inevitable paint smudges on your face. You don't notice. When you're painting, your body becomes secondary, just the mechanism that moves the brushes. Hunger, thirst, physical discomfort. These things register dimly, like news from a distant country you're not particularly interested in. You'll deal with your body's needs later. Right now, there's only the canvas and the field and the gradually narrowing gap between what you see and what you're making. You step back periodically to assess your progress. This is crucial. Working too close for too long produces paintings that fall apart when viewed from a normal distance. But stepping back is also dangerous because it allows doubt to creep in. From 6 feet away, every mistake becomes obvious. That shadow's too purple, that highlight is too bright. The wheat looks flat and lifeless. The tree looks like it's floating rather than growing from earth. You catalogue these failures methodically, then step forward again and start correcting them. This is the work, not the inspired moments, but the patient revision. Making mistakes, recognising them, fixing them, over and over until the painting is either finished or ruined, which sometimes amounts to the same thing. Around noon, you permit yourself a break. You set down your brushes and sit in the shade of the olive tree you've been painting. Your legs are stiff from standing. Your right shoulder aches from holding the palette. Your eyes are tired from the bright light. These are good pains, earned pains. They mean you've worked, really worked, not just dabbled. Lunch is whatever you brought from the room. Today, an apple and more of that terrible bread. You eat slowly, not because the food is good, but because slowing down is necessary. Your mind is still moving at painting speed, processing colours and shapes and relationships. You need to let it settle. You need to let your eyes rest. So you sit and chew and watch the field from the perspective of idleness rather than purpose. The field doesn't care whether you're painting it or not. It's beautiful regardless of your attention. This is a comforting thought. The world doesn't need you to paint it. The world is fine on its own. You paint because you need to, not because the world requires it. A lizard emerges from beneath a nearby rock, freezes for a moment in that peculiar lizard way, utterly still, as if playing a game of hide-and-seek with death, then darts away in a blur of green. You smile. Quick movements are almost impossible to paint because they're over before you can analyse them. Photography is better at capturing speed, but photography misses everything else. The weight of the air, the quality of the light, and the emotional resonance of a moment. You'll take the limitations of painting over the limitations of photography any day. After eating, you don't immediately resume painting. Instead, you take out your small sketchbook and the graphite stub. Painting is for colour and light, but sketching is for understanding structure. You draw the olive tree quickly, loosely, not trying for accuracy, but trying to feel how the tree grows, how its branches relate to its trunk, and how the whole thing balances despite appearing ready to topple over. Drawing is thinking. Drawing is learning to see. You fill 2 pages with versions of the tree, each one slightly different, each one teaching you something new about how gnarled wood occupies space. The afternoon light is different from the morning light, harsher, less forgiving. Shadows shrink into themselves. Colours bleach out slightly, as if the sun is a kind of acid eating away at saturation. You return to the canvas with this awareness, adjusting your palette, adding more white to your mixtures, and cooling the yellow slightly. Every hour of the day requires different colours. This is why painting outdoors is both harder and more honest than painting in a studio. The studio light stays constant. Nature never stays still. Your back is hurting now. A dull ache between your shoulder blades from the prolonged standing and reaching. You ignore it. Pain is just information, and this particular information isn't urgent. You've worked through worse. Through cold rain that numbed your fingers, through headaches that made your vision blur, through days when depression sat on your shoulders like a physical weight. This is just a backache. This is nothing. By mid-afternoon, the painting has reached that critical stage where it could go either way. It's either about to come together or about to fall apart. You've been here hundreds of times before, and it never gets less nerve-wracking. The temptation is to overwork it, to keep fussing with details until you've killed whatever life the painting had. But you've also learned that stopping too soon leaves it unfinished, incomplete. The trick is knowing when to push and when to step away. This knowledge doesn't come from rules. It comes from failure, from ruining enough paintings that you start to recognise the warning signs. You work more carefully now, with smaller brushes and more precise touches. A highlight on a wheat stalk here, a deeper shadow under the tree there, a few strokes to suggest distant mountains purple against the blue sky. Each addition is a small risk. Each mark could be the one that pushes the painting from almost good to actually good, or from almost good to ruined. You try not to think about this while working. Thinking makes you tentative. You need to stay loose and confident. even when you're not feeling confident at all. The sun is starting its descent toward the horizon when you finally set down your brushes. The painting isn't finished. Your paintings are never really finished, but it's done for today. The light has changed too much to continue. What you were seeing 3 hours ago no longer exists. Tomorrow will bring different light, different colours, and different challenges. You'll return then if the weather holds and continue the conversation with the canvas. You clean your brushes methodically, wiping them on a rag until most of the paint is removed, then dipping them in turpentine and working the bristles against your palm. This is meditative work, calming after the intensity of painting. Your brushes are your tools, and tools need respect. A brush properly cared for will last years. A neglected brush dies in months. You can't afford to replace brushes often, so you treat them like the valuable instruments they are. The walk back to town is slower than the morning walk. Your body is tired now, genuinely tired rather than just stiff. Your eyes ache from squinting in the bright light. Your hands are covered in paint despite your best efforts. Emerald green under your nails, yellow ochre on your knuckles, and crimson lake on your wrists. You look like you've been in a fight with a rainbow. This pleases you more than it should. The town is busier in the late afternoon. People finishing work, shops closing, children playing in the streets. You move through this activity like a ghost, present but separate. You're still half in the field, half in the painting, not quite ready to be fully human again. This transition takes time. You learned years ago not to rush it, not to try to snap back into social normalcy immediately after hours of solitary focus. Your mind needs to decompress, to remember how to exist in a world of words rather than colours. By the time you reach your room, dusk is gathering. The sky has turned that particular shade of violet blue that only exists for about 20 minutes each evening. A colour so fleeting and perfect that you're always tempted to run back outside and try to capture it. But your body won't cooperate. You're done for the day. Tomorrow is for that colour. Tomorrow is for everything you didn't finish today. Your room feels smaller after a day outdoors, the walls closer and the ceiling lower. You light the oil lamp, carefully because oil costs money and must be rationed, and its warm glow pushes back the encroaching darkness. The light is different from daylight, softer and more golden, turning everything it touches slightly amber. You've painted by lamplight before, though you prefer natural light. Lamplight flattens things and removes the subtle gradations that make forms feel solid. You pour water from the pitcher into the basin and wash your hands, watching the paint dissolve and swirl, greens and yellows and blues creating temporary abstract patterns before vanishing down the drain. The water turns grey, then murky brown. You scrub your nails with a small brush, dig paint from beneath them, and rinse again. Your hands never come completely clean anymore. There's always paint somewhere, in the creases of your knuckles, around the beds of your nails, staining the calluses on your palms. You've accepted this. Artists' hands are meant to carry evidence of their work. Dinner is simple because dinner is always simple. Tonight is soup from the cafe downstairs. Vegetable, probably, with chunks of bread for dipping. The cafe owner, Madame Gignoux, knows your financial situation without you having to explain it. She charges you less than she should, and occasionally the soup is thicker than it ought to be, with extra vegetables that weren't on the menu. You've painted her portrait twice as partial payment. She hung one in the cafe, the other she keeps in her private rooms, which feels like a greater compliment than money could be. You eat at the small table by the window, watching the street below as darkness completes its takeover of the town. Shops have closed. Shutters are being fastened. A few people hurry past, heading home to families and warm kitchens and conversations about normal things. The weather, the harvest, the neighbour's new baby. You don't envy them exactly, but sometimes you wonder what that life feels like. The life of someone who isn't compelled to transform seeing into painting, who can simply look at a sunset without needing to analyse its colours. After eating, you clear the table and prepare for your second work session of the day, writing to Theo, your brother in Paris, your financial supporter, your friend, your anchor to sanity. You owe him more than money can repay. The least you can do is write regularly, keeping him informed of your progress, your struggles, and your small victories. These letters have become a kind of journal, a way of processing your thoughts about art and life and the impossible task of trying to be both. You arrange paper, pen and ink with the same care you gave your painting supplies this morning. The paper is cheap, slightly rough but adequate. The pen is functional. The ink is black and ordinary, but your handwriting gives it character. Quick, angular and urgent. You write the way you paint, with energy rather than elegance. Theo has learned to decipher your script, though it takes effort. You've apologised for this. He's told you not to worry. Content matters more than presentation. You begin, as always, with "Dear Theo," and then the words flow. Tonight you write about the wheat field, about the olive tree that defeats every attempt to capture its essential character, and about how the afternoon light changed the colour of everything and required you to completely remix your palette. You write about practical matters, paint supplies running low, a new canvas you need to stretch, the rent due at the end of the month. You write about doubt, about the fear that you're wasting his money, wasting his faith in you, and producing work that nobody wants and nobody will remember. But you also write about hope, about the moment this morning when the light hit the wheat just right and you saw, really saw, how yellow and gold and green could exist in the same space without conflict, about the joy of making a brushstroke that captures exactly the curve of a tree branch, about the conviction, stubborn and probably foolish, that what you're doing matters, that these paintings of fields and flowers and ordinary people will mean something to someone someday. The letters to Theo are the only place you allow yourself complete honesty. With other people, you perform normalcy, or at least try to. But Theo knows the full extent of your struggles, the mental crises, the financial desperation, the social isolation, and the relentless self-criticism. He knows, and he supports you anyway. This knowledge is what keeps you going on the days when nothing seems worth continuing. You write for an hour, maybe more. The lamp flickers occasionally, threatening to die, but hold steady. Your hand cramps slightly from gripping the pen, but you ignore it. There's still more to say. Thoughts about colour theory you've been developing, observations about how peasants move through landscapes, and questions about painters in Paris and what they're working on. You're curious about the art world, but also grateful to be removed from it. Competition makes you anxious. Other painters' success feels like commentary on your failure. Better to be here in Arles, working in isolation, measuring yourself only against your previous work. When you finally set down the pen, several pages are covered with your dense, urgent script. You'll post this letter tomorrow, and in a week or so, Theo's reply will arrive, full of encouragement and practical advice and small bits of money. The correspondence between you and your brother is the most important work you do, more important than any single painting. It's what keeps you connected to the world, what reminds you that someone believes in what you're attempting. You fold the letter carefully and set it aside. Then you lean back in your chair and rub your eyes, feeling the full weight of the day's exhaustion. Your body aches in a dozen places. Your mind feels pleasantly empty, wrung out like a sponge. This is good tiredness, earned tiredness. You've worked hard today, physically in the field, intellectually in the letter. Tomorrow you'll do it again, and the day after that, and the day after that. This is your life now, this rhythm of work and rest and work again. It's not the life you imagined as a young man, but it's the one you've built, and it's yours. Before sleeping, you allow yourself a small ritual, reviewing today's paintings. You've been doing this for months, a private exhibition for an audience of one. The painting from today leans against the wall, still wet, colours glowing slightly in the lamplight. You study it critically, cataloguing its failures and occasional successes. The wheat is better than yesterday's wheat, but still not quite right. The sky needs more complexity. The olive tree looks stiff and unconvincing, but there are moments, a few brushstrokes where you captured something true, where paint transcended paint and became wheat, became light, became the actual feeling of standing in a field on a summer afternoon. You'll do better tomorrow. You always think this, and it's usually true. Progress is incremental, barely noticeable day to day, but visible when you compare paintings from months ago to paintings from today. You're learning slowly how to see and how to translate seeing into something others can experience. This learning never stops. You'll die not knowing everything you want to know about painting. This should depress you, but somehow it doesn't. The impossibility of mastery is what makes the work worth doing. You extinguish the lamp and darkness swallows the room. You undress in the dark, no point wasting matches, and climb into bed. The sheets are rough, washed so many times they've become as thin as paper. The mattress is lumpy. None of this matters. Within minutes, you're asleep, dreaming in colours, your subconscious mind continuing the work your conscious mind has paused. Tomorrow before dawn you'll wake and begin again. The ritual will repeat: coffee, walking, painting, letters, sleep. It's a simple life, a narrow life, but it's the life that allows you to do the work you were meant to do. Everything else, comfort, wealth, fame, connection, is secondary to that. You're painting the world as you see it, hoping that someday someone will look at your paintings and see it too. That hope is enough. It has to be enough. It's all you have. 6 months pass in this rhythm. Autumn arrives, bringing different light, cooler temperatures, and changed colours. The wheat fields are stubble now, harvested down to short stalks that crunch under your boots. You paint the aftermath of harvest, interested in how the land looks stripped and exposed, vulnerable in its bareness. The olive trees remain, still twisted, still grey-green, still refusing to be adequately captured on canvas. Your stack of finished paintings grows. 20 canvases lean against the walls of your room, then 30, then 40. They're everywhere. Under the bed, behind the door, arranged in rows 3 deep against every available wall. The room smells perpetually of linseed oil and turpentine, a sharp chemical smell that you've stopped noticing. Madame Gignoux complains occasionally that the fumes are seeping into the café below, making the coffee taste strange. You apologise, but don't change anything. Where else would you store the paintings? There's nowhere else. This room is your studio, your gallery and your archive. The painting itself has become less agonising, or perhaps you've simply grown accustomed to the agony. Your hand knows certain gestures now without your brain needing to direct them. Sky goes on in broad horizontal strokes. Cypress trees require vertical slashes of dark green and near black. Faces need careful construction, eyes positioned just so, and mouths suggesting emotion without becoming cartoons. These aren't rules you learned from teachers. These are conclusions drawn from failure, from painting the same subjects over and over until your hand remembered what your mind kept forgetting. You've developed a routine for materials management. Every Sunday you stretch canvases, 6 or 7 at a time, enough for the coming week. The process is meditative. Cutting canvas from the bolt, wrapping it around wooden stretcher bars, pulling it tight, securing it with tacks, then applying a thin layer of primer. Your hands perform these tasks while your mind wanders, thinking about paintings you haven't started yet, colours you haven't tried, and techniques you want to experiment with. The physical work of preparation frees your brain for planning. Money remains the constant problem. Theo sends what he can, but it's never quite enough. You ration paint carefully, mixing colours to make tubes last longer, scraping palettes clean so no paint goes to waste. You've learned to be frugal with everything except canvas. Cheap canvas produces poor results, so you spend money there and economise elsewhere, eating less, walking instead of taking the train, and wearing the same clothes until they literally fall apart. Your appearance has become somewhat disreputable. You know this. People look at you oddly. The red-haired madman with paint under his nails and holes in his jacket. Let them look. Their opinions don't buy paint. Winter arrives, bringing complications. The fields are less interesting now, mostly mud and dying vegetation. The light is weaker, greyer. You paint indoors more often. Still lifes, portraits. Your own room rendered from different angles. You paint your empty chair by lamplight, trying to capture the melancholy of furniture waiting for someone who isn't coming. The painting depresses you while you're making it, but the depression feels necessary, honest. Not everything needs to be cheerful. Sadness is also worth documenting. The social isolation intensifies during winter. People stay indoors. The streets are empty. You go days without speaking to anyone except Madame Gignoux and the occasional shopkeeper. This should bother you more than it does. Humans are supposed to need other humans and are supposed to require conversation and connection. But you've discovered that solitude, while lonely, provides clarity. When you're alone, You can hear your own thoughts. When you're alone, the world doesn't interrupt itself with opinions and expectations. Loneliness is the price of focus, and you've decided it's a price worth paying. You paint through a bout of illness in January, some kind of flu that leaves you weak and feverish, but not so incapacitated that you can't work. You paint with shaking hands, producing strange, distorted images that you'll later look at and wonder if they're terrible or brilliant. Probably terrible. But the act of painting while sick teaches you something about your commitment. You're not doing this because it's pleasant or easy. You're doing it because you can't not do it. The compulsion to paint is deeper than health, deeper than comfort, and possibly deeper than sanity. By February, you've been painting seriously for nearly 7 years. 7 years of daily work, thousands of hours at the easel, hundreds of completed paintings. And what do you have to show for it? A room full of unsold canvases. A brother who believes in you but might be deluded. A handful of people in Paris who think you have potential, but not enough to buy your work. By conventional measures, you're a failure. 35 years old, living in poverty, producing art that nobody wants. But you've also learned something that conventional measures don't capture. You've learned that work itself can be the reward. That the act of seeing clearly, of translating what you see into paint, of solving the endless problems that every canvas presents, this is valuable regardless of whether anyone else appreciates it. You're not painting to become famous. You're painting because painting is how you make sense of the world, how you pin down fleeting moments and preserve them, and how you participate in life rather than just observing it. Spring returns, and with it comes renewed energy. The fields green up. Flowers appear. Irises, poppies, and wildflowers you can't name. You paint them all with something approaching joy, which is a rare emotion for you. Usually you work through anxiety or determination or sheer stubbornness, but spring is forgiving. Spring suggests possibilities. Spring makes you think that maybe, possibly, things could work out. Not fame or fortune, you've given up on those, but something smaller and more important. Understanding. Connection, the feeling that what you're seeing matters to someone besides yourself. You paint orchards in bloom, trying to capture the paradox of delicate blossoms on rough, twisted branches. You paint fields full of wheat again, this year's crop, taller and greener than last year's. You paint people working, farmers, labourers, women in gardens, because work is sacred and deserves documentation. These people who spend their days bending and lifting and cultivating aren't subjects for pity. They're living honestly, doing what needs doing. You try to show that in your paintings, try to give them dignity without sentimentality. Your technique continues evolving. You're using thicker paint now, applying it in rough, textured layers that catch the light. This approach is called impasto, though you didn't know that when you started doing it. You just found that thick paint better captured the physicality of what you were seeing. Fields aren't smooth, trees aren't smooth, faces aren't smooth. Why should your paintings be smooth? The texture of the paint becomes part of the meaning, a physical manifestation of the energy required to see and record. You write to Theo about these developments, trying to explain what you're attempting. Your written explanations always feel inadequate. Painting is visual language, and verbal language can only approximate what brush and colour can say directly. But you try anyway, because Theo is in Paris surrounded by theories and movements and debates, and you want him to understand that what you're doing here in Provincial Isle is also part of those larger conversations. You're not isolated from the art world, you're just approaching it from a different direction, working through problems on your own terms rather than following fashionable solutions. Summer arrives with its familiar heat and brilliant light. You're painting better now than you were a year ago. You can see the improvement when you compare old paintings to new ones. The colours are more confident, the compositions are stronger, the brushwork is more assured. This is what practice does. Not overnight transformation, but gradual, almost imperceptible refinement. You're still not satisfied, and still see the gap between what you want to achieve and what you actually achieve. But the gap is narrowing, slowly, painfully. The gap is narrowing. You don't think much about legacy. Legacy implies future, and you're too focused on the present. Today's painting, this afternoon's light, the exact colour of shadows under olive trees at 4 in the evening, but occasionally, usually late at night when you can't sleep. You wonder what will happen to all these paintings. The stack keeps growing. 40 canvases become 60, which becomes 80. They can't all stay in your room forever. Eventually something will have to be done with them. Theo talks about exhibitions and about getting your work in front of critics and buyers. You want to believe him, but belief requires energy you don't have. The art world seems impossibly far away, impossibly sophisticated, and full of people who know things you don't know, and who speak a language you've never learned. You're just a painter who looks at fields. What do you have to offer people who spend their time in galleries arguing about symbolism and technique? But then you think about the act of looking itself, and something shifts. Everyone looks at fields, at trees, at the sky. But most people look without seeing, their eyes registering information without their brains processing meaning. You've trained yourself to do the opposite, to look until looking becomes seeing, to notice the 10,000 small details that make one field different from another field, one afternoon different from another afternoon. This skill, this learned attentiveness is your actual subject, not wheat, not trees. But the act of paying attention, of being present with what's in front of you. If someone looks at your painting of a wheat field and really sees the wheat, sees how it moves and catches light and exists in space, then you've given them something valuable. You've taught them to look, not at your painting specifically, but at everything, at the world they move through without noticing. This is the legacy you're building, though you didn't realise it until just now, tonight, writing by lamplight while the town sleeps around you. You're making instruction manuals for seeing. The thought is almost overwhelming, not because it's grandiose, you don't think you're creating great art, but because it's humble and enormous at the same time. Every person who looks closely at one of your paintings and then goes outside and looks closely at actual wheat has been changed. Changed slightly, almost imperceptibly, but changed. They can't unsee what they've learned to see. This is education in the deepest sense. This is why you paint. You get out of bed, unable to sleep now, and light the lamp. The paintings stacked around the room regard you with their fixed, unblinking stares. So many fields, so many trees, so many skies. From one angle they look repetitive and obsessive, the same subjects over and over, but from another angle they're variations on a theme, investigations into how light and weather and time of day alter everything they touch. You're not repeating yourself, you're refining yourself. Each painting is practice for seeing more clearly, for understanding more deeply. You think about painters of the past, Rembrandt, Vermeer and the masters whose work you've studied in museums and books. They're dead now, centuries dead, but their seeing persists. When you look at a Rembrandt portrait, you're not just seeing paint arranged on canvas. You're seeing through Rembrandt's eyes, experiencing his particular way of noticing light and shadow and human character. The man died, but his seeing continues, passed down through generations like inherited wealth. This is immortality, not of the body, but of vision. Will your paintings do this? Will someone 100 years from now look at your wheat fields and see wheat the way you see it? The possibility seems absurd and necessary at the same time. You paint as if the answer is yes, as if future seeing depends on present work. This is faith, you suppose, not religious faith. You've lost that. Lost it years ago when you tried and failed to be a minister. But creative faith, the belief that making something with complete honesty and attention will matter, even if you can't see how or when or to whom. Morning comes gradually, the way it always does. You've been awake all night, thinking and occasionally sketching, working through these ideas about seeing and legacy and the strange mathematics of attention that turns looking into seeing and seeing into painting and painting into instruction. You're exhausted but also energized. The thoughts have clarified something you'd felt but couldn't articulate. You know why you paint now, not to become famous, not to make money, but to preserve ways of seeing, to document the infinite variety of light falling on ordinary things, to insist that wheat fields matter, and olive trees matter, and the exact colour of sky at dusk matters. You make coffee, terrible coffee as always, and stand at the window watching the street wake up. The baker opens his shutters. The woman sweeps her doorstep. A cat hunts shadows. These are the same small events you see every morning, but this morning they feel different, more precious. Every ordinary moment is worth preserving because every ordinary moment is unrepeatable. Today's light will never exist again. Today's shadows will never fall this exact way again. This morning is unique, singular, and gone as soon as it arrives. The only way to keep it is to paint it. You finish your coffee, gather your materials, and head out into the early light. Your painting spot is waiting. The field, the tree, the horizon that's both barrier and invitation. You set up your easel with practiced efficiency, preparing to spend another day doing what you do, looking until you see, seeing until you understand, and understanding until you can paint. The work is repetitive and endless, and exactly what you need to be doing. Not because anyone's asking for it, not because anyone's paying for it, but because this is your way of participating in the world, your method of saying yes to existence, and your small contribution to the vast project of human seeing. The first brushstroke goes on the canvas like a whisper becoming a shout. It's just paint, just pigment mixed with oil, but it's also everything. Attention made visible, looking made permanent, this specific morning in this specific place captured and held. You work steadily through the morning, watching the light change, adjusting your colours to match what's actually there rather than what you think should be there. This is the discipline. Trusting your eyes over your assumptions, letting reality instruct you rather than imposing your ideas on reality. Hours pass, the sun climbs, your back aches, your eyes water from squinting. Your palette becomes a muddy mess of mixed colours. These are good signs. They mean you're working, really working, not just playing at painting. By early afternoon, the canvas has transformed from blank potential to something actual, not finished, never finished, but present. A field exists where nothing existed before. Light falls where only white canvas waited. You've made something from nothing using nothing but attention and paint. It's a small miracle, repeated daily, never losing its power to surprise you. You clean your brushes, pack your materials, and start the walk back to town. Tonight you'll write to Theo, telling him about today's work, about the thoughts that kept you awake last night, and about why you continue even when continuation seems pointless. Tomorrow you'll return to the field and begin again, and the day after that, and the day after that. This is the pattern that defines you now. Work and rest and work again, seeing and painting and seeing again, building a legacy not of fame but of attention, one brush stroke at a time, one painting at a time, one moment of careful looking at a time. The wheat field you painted today will be harvested soon. The light will change, winter will come again. You'll keep painting through all of it, documenting the endless variations of ordinary life, insisting that nothing is truly ordinary if you look closely enough. This is your life now. This is your work. This is what you'll leave behind when you're gone. Not monuments or mansions, but paintings that teach people how to see. If even one person looks at one of your paintings and then looks at the world with new eyes, then everything was worth it. Every morning of cold coffee, every afternoon of aching back, every night of doubt and fear and stubborn foolish hope. You are Vincent van Gogh, and you're painting the world as you see it. The world doesn't care. The world will continue with or without your paintings, but you'll make them anyway, because making them is how you live, how you participate, and how you say thank you to light and colour and the infinite variety of seeing. This is enough. This has to be enough. And on good days, on days like today when the light is perfect and your hand is steady, and the painting almost matches what you saw, it is enough. It's more than enough. It's everything. Before there were goddesses that transformed people into spiders because they were better weavers, or gods that threw lightning bolts, there was just chaos. Not the kind of chaos you get when your internet goes down during a crucial video call, but real primordial emptiness. You can see why the ancient Greeks simply shrugged and referred to it as chaos, if you try to explain what existed before existence itself. The first beings appeared from this cosmic soup of nothingness. Eros, the force of attraction that would later cause more trouble than a dating app algorithm gone awry. Tartarus, the deepest, darkest pit you can imagine. Think of your basement, but infinitely worse, and with more screaming. and Gaia, who was essentially Mother Earth before environmental awareness was fashionable. Being the productive type, Gaia decided that life was boring on its own and made the sky, Uranus. In ancient Greece, family trees resembled family wreaths, and everything was connected in awkward ways. You might think that having your mother create your husband sounds like the start of serious therapy sessions. The fact that Uranus and Gaia had children together should have been the first clue that something was amiss in the family dynamic. Among their descendants were the Titans, giant creatures that were essentially the first draft of godhood, strong, unkillable, and devoid of all sense of proportion or self-control. Consider them gods who have never been trained in customer service. Cronus, who would have been a perfect fit at any corporate takeover, was one of these Titans. After observing his father, Uranus, Cronus concluded that committing patricide was a great way to advance his career. Cronus castrated his father and tossed the parts into the sea, using a scythe that his supportive mother Gaia had given him. The fact that this act gave birth to the goddess of love, Aphrodite, tells you all you need to know about the Greeks' perception of romance. Lovely, but with a history you probably don't want to delve too deeply into. Since Uranus was no longer involved, Cronus assumed control of the universe, wed his sister Rhea, again the dynamics of ancient Greek families were complex, and began what ought to have been a peaceful reign. But Cronus had heard a prophecy that, like his father, he would be overthrown by one of his children. Being a pragmatic person, Cronus came up with the straightforward idea of eating each newborn right away. At this point, the narrative takes a turn that makes even the most dysfunctional holiday dinners seem like fun. As Rhea watched Cronus gobble up their first 5 children like some kind of immortal baby-eating monster, she was understandably upset about her husband's unusual approach to childcare. Rhea had finally had enough of this particular parenting approach when Zeus, their 6th child, was born. Rhea wrapped a stone in swaddling cloths and offered it to Cronus instead of baby Zeus, who was presumably too eager or too naive to notice the difference. Rhea spirited the real Zeus away to be raised in secret by goats and nymphs on the island of Crete, which explains much about Zeus's later personality, while Cronus swallowed the rock with his usual zeal. Imagine Zeus as a teenager growing up on a Mediterranean island surrounded by goats, discovering that he was destined to defeat his cannibalistic father and free his siblings from their unusual prison. This type of origin story would make superhero comics seem uninteresting, and it certainly clarified why Zeus never acquired what one could refer to as typical social skills. With the help of Metis, a titaness whose name means cunning intelligence, and who would go on to become Zeus's first wife, Zeus returned to confront Cronus after he had reached adulthood. Cronus became so sick from the emetic that Metis made him throw up Zeus's 5 siblings in the opposite order that they were consumed. Just think of how awkward it would be to be reintroduced to siblings who had lived their entire lives in their father's stomach. Poseidon, the god of the seas, who had apparently developed a permanent case of motion sickness from his time in Cronus's stomach. Hades, the underworld's destined ruler, who was already displaying signs of preferring solitude to family gatherings. Hera, who would become Zeus's wife and regret it for all eternity. Demeter, the future goddess of agriculture, and the only one who appeared to have come out of the experience with any sense of nurturing. And Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, who looked at her family and decided that staying by the fire was far more important than participating in their drama. The Titanomachy, a 10-year war between the Titans and the Olympians, followed, making contemporary conflicts seem like parking lot quarrels. Prometheus, who was reportedly the only Titan with anything approaching foresight, literally what his name meant, and other Titans who were fed up with Cronus's management style formed an alliance with Zeus and his siblings. Natural disasters would seem like minor annoyances compared to the devastation caused by the war that raged across the earth and heavens. Oceans boiled, mountains were flung like softballs, and reality itself was strained to its limit. Zeus learned that he had inherited the ability to control lightning and thunder, which made him extremely effective in combat, but for the rest of eternity, utterly awful at having conversations indoors. The Cyclopes were eventually released from Tartarus, where Cronus had imprisoned them due to their differences by Zeus. As a token of appreciation, these one-eyed smiths created Hades' helmet of invisibility, Poseidon's trident, and Zeus's well-known thunderbolts. It was like getting the ultimate package of divine weapons, with eternal warranties. Zeus' release of the 100-handed ones being so strong and terrifying that even Cronus had been terrified of them, marked a turning point. The Titans were ultimately vanquished by the Olympians with the help of these allies, and they were banished to Tartarus, where they would live forever thinking about the consequences of choosing the wrong side in a family conflict. The 3 brother gods split the universe like partners dividing a business after winning the battle. With all the wisdom and self-control of a child who had never learned to share toys, Zeus took the sky and assumed the role of king of the gods. Because the seas were large, strong, and prone to abrupt, violent storms, Poseidon claimed them, which was a perfect fit for his temperament. Although his brothers initially believed they had gotten a better deal, Hades would demonstrate that he was arguably the most powerful of the three because he controlled both death and wealth. Hades drew the underworld. Zeus and his siblings needed a headquarters worthy of their newfound position as universe rulers after they defeated their father and won the cosmic lottery. They picked Mount Olympus, Greece's highest peak, in part because of the breathtaking views and in part because it was close enough to humans to meddle in human affairs whenever they felt bored, but far enough away to preserve a sense of mystery. With its golden palaces, ambrosia gardens, and overall sense of divine superiority, Mount Olympus developed into the first gated community in the ancient world. While the other gods set up their own realms within this celestial neighbourhood, Zeus hired the Cyclopes to construct him a throne room that would make any earthly palace appear like a garden shed. A family tree that would make any genealogist question their sanity was represented by the 12 Olympian gods who would govern from this mountain paradise. Zeus had never met a divine being he didn't want to have children with, regardless of whether he was married to someone else at the time, so the pantheon grew to include some of his children in addition to the original 6 siblings. Zeus and the Titaness Leto had twin children, Apollo and Artemis, who introduced hunting, archery, poetry and music to the divine family. Apollo was the first triple threat performer in the ancient world, becoming the god of the sun, music and prophecy. As the goddess of the hunt and the moon, Artemis made the decision to remain eternally virgin, so she avoided her relatives' drama by spending most family get-togethers in the woods. After Zeus swallowed her pregnant mother, Metis, to stop a prophecy that his children would overthrow him, Athena grew fully from his head, armed and prepared for battle. Everyone seemed to be unaware of the irony that Zeus was now adopting his father's child-eating tactic, albeit in a different way. Being born from your father's skull after he ate your mother did not prevent you from becoming one of the most revered gods, as Athena went on to become a goddess of wisdom and war. After Cronus castrated Uranus, Aphrodite emerged from the sea foam, bringing beauty and love to Olympus, and more relationship drama than a soap opera during the day. She had a knack for making everyone fall in love with the wrong people at the worst possible times, so her very presence ensured that no divine gathering would be peaceful. Zeus's son with Hera, Ares, became a god of war, but not the kind of war that Athena stood for, one that was strategic and noble. Ares, who is basically the divine counterpart of that relative who turns every family barbecue into a political argument, was more interested in the violent, bloody and chaotic aspects of combat. It says something about his character that even his own parents didn't like him. Depending on your preferred version of the story, Hephaestus, the god of fire and metalworking, was either Hera's son by himself or another child of Zeus and Hera. Hera threw him off Mount Olympus in shame because he was so ugly and had a serious disability from birth. After surviving the fall and learning from sea nymphs how to make things, Hephaestus returned to Olympus as the main maker of impossible things for the gods. His forge evolved into the heavenly equivalent of a posh custom shop, crafting everything from Achilles' armour to Zeus thunderbolts. Anybody who had ever dealt with ancient commerce would understand why Hermes, Zeus's son with the nymph Maia, became the messenger god, the underworld's guide, and the patron of travellers, merchants, and thieves. Hermes served as the god's translator and diplomat as well, which was extremely helpful in a household where poor communication frequently resulted in plagues, wars, and the transformation of humans into different plants and animals. Because she was primarily concerned with providing food for mortals rather than becoming embroiled in the power struggles and romantic entanglements that consumed her siblings, Demeter, the goddess of agriculture and the harvest, remained one of the more stable figures in the pantheon. Later, when her daughter Persephone became the focus of the first kidnapping scandal in the underworld, her major drama would unfold. You would think that the Olympians would have spent their time as sage, kind lords of the universe after they had taken up residence in their new digs and established their various divine portfolios. Rather, they acted like a very strong hybrid of middle management and reality TV stars, complete with the petty, envious and bad decision-making traits that go along with that. With his views on marriage, loyalty and leadership, Zeus, the king of the gods, established the standard for the entire pantheon. Zeus pursued romantic relationships with gods, nymphs and mortals with the zeal of someone collecting rare stamps, treating monogamy as more of a suggestion than a commitment, even though he was married to Hera. His inventive methods of courtship involved changing into different animals, natural phenomena, and inanimate objects. anything it took to get past his target's common sense or his wife's prying eyes. For her part, Hera handled her husband's adultery with the forbearance of someone who had long since given up on a traditional marriage and determined that retaliation was more fulfilling than forgiveness. Zeus did control lightning, after all, so Hera usually vented her resentment on Zeus's lovers and their offspring rather than directly facing Zeus. With its imaginative tortures, impossible tasks, and transformations that would make contemporary horror films seem mild, her persecution of Zeus's conquests became so methodical that it resembled a small industry. The marriage of the couple turned into an example of how to fail at managing relationship issues. When Zeus had an affair, Hera would discover it and punish everyone but Zeus. Zeus would then get upset about Hera's meddling, and the ensuing marital conflict would materialize as natural disasters that would make life miserable for everyone on the planet. Frequently, earthquakes, floods, droughts, and plagues were merely unintended consequences of the divine couple resolving their problems. Meanwhile, Poseidon, who governed the seas, approached marriage with the same temperament that his brother did, because Poseidon was notorious for taking personal offence at small slights and expressing his wrath through storms that could sink entire fleets, sea monsters, and tsunamis. Sailors learned to make offerings before every voyage, not because they were deeply religious. He was the type of god who would destroy your ship because he didn't like the way you treated him, and then accuse you of not treating him with the respect he deserved. With less shape-shifting and more involuntary conversion of his romantic interests into various sea creatures, the sea god's love life was nearly as complicated as Zeus's. Poseidon reportedly thought that the ideal way to remember a love affair was to transform his ex-lover into a species of fish, or a coral reef, resulting in a Mediterranean teeming with aquatic creatures with deeply personal histories. As the lord of the underworld, Hades gained a reputation for being the most practical of the three brothers, presumably due to the fact that handling the dead called for more administrative expertise than artistic flair. With appropriate admissions procedures, classification schemes for various soul types, and explicit protocols for exceptional situations, the underworld functioned like a well-run bureaucracy. Hades avoided most of his family's drama and concentrated on the pragmatics of divine rule because he seldom left his domain. Even though they were twins, Apollo and Artemis had quite different approaches to their divine duties. With the zeal of a performer who never encountered an audience he didn't wish to dazzle, Apollo embraced his role as the god of poetry, music, and the sun. He inspired poets, created music contests, and moved the sun across the sky every day with the punctuality of someone who knew that crops and plants relied on him. On the other hand, Artemis approached her responsibilities as the moon and hunt goddess with the gravity of a wildlife preserve manager. She kept a pack of hunting hounds that could follow anyone over any terrain, demanded complete chastity from her followers, and dealt swiftly and often fatally with those who disobeyed her. A successful hunt followed by an evening with her nymphs, away from the complexities of Olympic family dynamics, was her idea of a good time. With the methodical accuracy of a military strategist and the intellectual curiosity of a scholar, Athena approached her dual roles as goddess of wisdom and warfare. After defeating Poseidon in a competition to determine who could give the city the most useful gift, she was made the patron goddess of Athens. Athena offered an olive tree, while Poseidon offered a saltwater spring. By selecting the tree, the Athenians showed that even in antiquity, people valued sustainable agriculture over ostentatious but unworkable gestures. Examining Aphrodite's distinct role in divine chaos is essential to any discussion of Olympic dysfunction. Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and love, had the ability to make anyone fall in love with anyone else, regardless of their existing relationships, tastes, or common sense. With all the restraint of someone who had been granted access to a nuclear reactor and told it was a new type of nightlight, she used this ability. Aphrodite's own romantic life served as an example of the difficulties her realm could bring about. She had an egregious affair with Ares, the god of war, even though she was married to Hephaestus, the most loving and loyal of the gods. The Greeks were fascinated by the cosmic irony that resulted from the relationship between the god of war and the goddess of love. It seemed that the two were more closely related than anyone wanted to acknowledge. One of Olympus's biggest scandals arose from their affair when Hephaestus, believing his wife was cheating, created an impenetrable invisible web. After putting it over his marital bed, he declared that he would be gone for a few days. Believing they had privacy, Aphrodite and Ares were caught in the act when the net ensnared them in a precarious situation. The other gods were then invited by Hephaestus to observe his wife's disloyalty. The goddesses remained at home in embarrassment, while the male gods came to gaze and chuckle. The entire incident showed that even divine beings could suffer public humiliation, comparable to that of contemporary social media scandals. Greek mythology's most well-known tales are the result of Aphrodite meddling in mortal affairs. Aphrodite bribed Paris of Troy with the love of Helen, who was already married to Menelaus of Sparta, starting the Trojan War, which claimed thousands of lives and destroyed one of the greatest cities in antiquity. Paris's choice of Aphrodite's offer over Hera and Athena's alternatives set off a series of events that would change the ancient world and inspire epic poetry for centuries to come. Additionally, the goddess was skilled at fabricating improbable romantic scenarios. She caused King Minos of Crete's wife, Pasiphae, to fall in love with a bull, which resulted in the creation of the Minotaur and the requirement for a complex labyrinth to keep the beast in check. She made Myrrha fall in love with her own father, which led to a family scandal that even the gods found awkward and the birth of Adonis. She inspired the sculptor Pygmalion to fall in love with his own statue, but in that instance she felt sorry for him and made the statue come to life as Galatea. Aphrodite's approach to her divine duties was exemplified by these interventions. She felt that love was the most potent force in the universe, and that everyone should experience it, regardless of whether they desired it, were prepared for it, or could bear its consequences. Her gift of love was like getting a wild animal as a pet, beautiful, thrilling, and able to ruin your entire life if you don't treat it with the respect it deserves. Aphrodite's meddling in their affairs taught the other gods to be cautious. She was not above using her power to settle scores or further her own agenda, and she could make them fall in love with mortals, with each other, or with totally inappropriate targets. The last thing Zeus needed was for Hera to have divine help complicate his already complex love life, so even he was cautious not to offend his daughter too much. Despite his own difficult relationship with fidelity, Hermes approached godhood like someone attempting to construct the perfect resume, whereas his fellow Olympians focused on specific facets of divine responsibility. Despite having more job titles than a contemporary startup CEO, Hermes was able to excel at all of them. Messenger of the gods, guide to the underworld, patron of merchants, protector of travellers, and divine sponsor of thieves. Hermes' adaptability resulted from both necessity and his personality. Being Zeus's younger son, he had to establish his own place in a pantheon, where his older, more established relatives had already claimed all the evident divine portfolios. Being the god you called when you needed something done fast, quietly, or creatively was his answer to becoming indispensable to everyone, both divine and mortal. His position as a divine messenger demanded diplomatic abilities that would stump experts in contemporary international relations. Hermes frequently mediated truces in wars where both sides viewed compromise as a sign of weakness, delivered news that would have made recipients want to shoot the messenger, except that he was immortal and incredibly swift, and carried messages between gods who were actively attempting to kill one another. Escorting souls to the underworld was another of the messenger god's responsibilities. This task called for a special blend of efficiency and empathy. Without becoming overly invested in each person's unique story, Hermes had to assist recently deceased mortals in comprehending their predicament, navigating the formalities of death, and transporting them to their ultimate destinations. With a path that extended from Earth to the lowest reaches of Hades, it was similar to being a cosmic social worker. Hermes recognised that larceny and commerce were frequently separated by little more than legal nuances and clever marketing, which is why he supported both thieves and merchants. The skills necessary for ancient trade, such as the ability to quickly determine value, negotiate under pressure, and occasionally make quick exits when deals went wrong, were very similar to those needed for theft. Though he favoured his protégé to concentrate on the former whenever feasible, Hermes recognised the entrepreneurial spirit inherent in both legal business and creative theft. Since travel was risky, uncertain, and necessary for survival in those days, he was one of the most widely worshipped gods in antiquity for protecting travellers. Prayers to Hermes could mean the difference between arriving at your destination and becoming a cautionary tale for future travellers. His symbols also indicated safe lodging and trusted merchants. Hermes' roadside shrines marked safe places to rest. The god's creativity went beyond his work obligations to include his hobbies. After transforming a tortoise shell into a musical instrument, Hermes created the lyre and gave it to Apollo in return for being acknowledged as the divine patron of animal husbandry. In addition to creating the first alphabet and the panpipes, he also set the rules for athletic competitions. Like someone who viewed immortality as a chance to become an expert in every possible skill and pastime, his creative energy seemed limitless. Because of his many roles that kept him busy and on the road, as well as the fact that he had mastered the art of remaining impartial in family disputes, Hermes' relationship with his family was noticeably more harmonious than most Olympic. Relationships. In general, he was the family member who could be relied upon not to exacerbate already existing issues, mediated compromises that allowed everyone to save face, and conveyed messages between warring relatives without taking sides. Perhaps because he was too busy to become deeply involved in the kind of dramatic relationships that took up so much of his family's time, his romantic life was surprisingly simple in comparison to theirs. Although Hermes had relationships and affairs, they were usually short-lived, pleasant, and devoid of the curses, metamorphoses, and natural catastrophes that marked other divine romances. Demeter was arguably the most useful and necessary of all the Olympic gods. She governed whether people ate or starved, whether crops thrived or failed, and whether civilization survived or fell apart due to famine as the goddess of agriculture, the harvest, and the fertility of the earth. She was one of the more steady and dependable members of the pantheon because of her work, which required patience, attention to detail, and a thorough understanding of natural cycles. Demeter took her heavenly responsibilities seriously, as if she knew that her actions had a direct impact on millions of lives. With the commitment of a scientist and the power of someone who could personally modify these variables when needed, she kept an eye on plant diseases, weather patterns, and soil conditions. Because Demeter's mood could affect whether their families survived the winter, farmers learned to keep an eye out for indications of her favour or disapproval. In contrast to some of her relatives, who appeared to see humans mainly as amusement, she had a generally positive relationship with mortals. Demeter established the religious festivals that enabled communities to commemorate bountiful harvests while preparing for the upcoming lean months, taught agriculture to early civilizations, and imparted the knowledge of bread-making and food preservation. She was the type of goddess who genuinely wished for her followers to succeed and was prepared to put in the effort necessary to achieve that goal. The trauma of losing her daughter Persephone was exacerbated by this pragmatic, caring approach. The story started when Hades decided he needed a wife because he was lonely in his underworld kingdom and sick of ruling over the dead alone. Hades simply abducted Persephone as she was gathering flowers in a meadow and dragged her down to his realm through a fissure in the ground, bypassing the intricate courtship rites that other gods had to go through. When her daughter vanished, Demeter's response was prompt and decisive. She neglected the crops, the seasons, and the whole natural cycle that kept the world running as she turned her back on her divine duties and started looking for Persephone on the earth. Fruit trees withered, fields went arid, and the planet entered what was effectively the first nuclear winter. Only this time, a grieving mother with supernatural abilities was to blame rather than atomic fallout. The goddess followed every rumour and possibility as she searched the known world and beyond. While living among mortals and disguising herself as an elderly woman, she witnessed their cruelty and kindness firsthand and never gave up on finding her daughter. Nothing could grow while Demeter was in mourning because her grief was so deep that it impacted the very nature of fertility and growth. The other gods realised they were facing a crisis when famine swept the planet and mortals started to perish from starvation. Empty temples do not produce the awe and adoration that gods need for their mental health, and dead worshippers do not offer sacrifices. When it became evident that Demeter's labour strike would bring civilization to an end unless something was done, Zeus, who had previously ignored the issue in the hopes that it would end on its own, was compelled to step in. A delicate diplomatic issue confronted the king of the gods. Since the underworld was Hades' sovereign territory, and forcing him to give up his bride would set a precedent that might restrict Zeus's own romantic adventures, he couldn't just order Hades to return Persephone, since Demeter had justifiable complaints, and the other gods were beginning to feel sorry for her. He was unable to order her to return to her duties. He required a solution that would save face for all parties, while also satisfying everyone. Zeus dispatched Hermes to bargain with Hades, proposing to acknowledge the union in return for Persephone's liberty to visit her mother. Hades consented, but only on the proviso that anyone who ate in the realm of the dead would inevitably return there because Persephone had eaten pomegranate seeds while in the underworld. The compromise reached during the negotiations gave everyone a sense of partial success, but did not fully satisfy anyone. Every year, Persephone would spend some time with her mother on Earth, and some time with her husband in the underworld. Only when her daughter was present would Demeter return to her duties. The arrangement established the seasons, autumn and winter when Persephone returned to Hades and Demeter's sorrow put the world to rest, and spring and summer when Persephone returned to Earth and Demeter's happiness caused everything to bloom. Because of her exceptional blend of military skill and intellectual prowess, Athena stood out among the 12 Olympians. As a goddess of war and wisdom, she stood for the deliberate, calculated approach to fighting, as opposed to the violent mayhem that defined her half-brother Ares' realm. Athena stood for the strategy, tactics, and strategic application of force that could win conflicts with the fewest possible casualties, while Ares symbolized the heedless rage and bloodlust of combat. Her peculiar birth, emerging fully developed and armed from Zeus's head after he ingested her pregnant mother, represented the kind of instantaneous, comprehensive knowledge that defined her method of problem-solving. In contrast to other gods who acquired knowledge through experience or gradually improved their skills, Athena came into being fully in control of her realms and aware of the ways in which war and wisdom could work in tandem. Athena's wisdom was useful, actionable intelligence that could be used to solve actual issues, not the abstract philosophical kind that is discussed in academic settings. By teaching mortals how to make better tools, stronger buildings, and innovations that enhance their daily lives, she rose to become the patroness of craftsmanship, architecture, and technology. Her contributions to humanity were practical abilities that enabled civilization rather than impersonal ideas. This practical wisdom was reflected in her approach to warfare. Athena favoured tactics that won battles with few resources and casualties, whereas Ares favoured direct conflict and overwhelming force. She was the goddess you prayed to when you had to defeat a stronger foe, defend your city against insurmountable odds, or win by cunning rather than brute force. Athena's strategic thinking was exemplified by her competition with Poseidon for the patronage of Athens. Both gods were asked to present gifts that would help the populace when the city needed a patron deity. Impressive, dramatic, and ultimately pointless for a city that already had access to the sea, Poseidon struck the ground with his trident and created a spring of salt water. By planting an olive tree, Athena gave the city access to food, lamp oil, building materials, and a sustainable resource that would last for many generations. The Athenians selected Athena's gift because they understood that its usefulness outweighed ostentatious displays. This choice made Athens a hub of knowledge, wisdom, and strategic thinking. Values that would go on to produce some of the greatest philosophers, architects, and military commanders in history. Long after faith in the ancient gods had waned, Athena's influence continued to shape the city's personality. She served as an example of how divine wisdom could impact mortal conflicts during the Trojan War. Athena sided with the Greeks because she thought they embodied the values of tactical innovation and strategic thinking that she valued, while other gods made their decisions based on personal preferences or familial allegiances. She helped create the Trojan horse strategy that ultimately put an end to the 10-year siege and gave advice to heroes like Odysseus, who approached obstacles with cunning rather than force. Compared to other gods, Athena had very different relationships with mortals. Athena established mentoring relationships based on respect for one another and a common interest in ideas, as opposed to the intense, frequently destructive romantic entanglements that defined her relatives' interactions with humans. She inspired inventors to develop new technologies, mentored artisans to hone their craft, and counseled military leaders on tactics to safeguard their troops. She made a philosophical statement about the nature of wisdom by choosing to remain a virgin forever. Athena was aware that romantic relationships frequently weakened judgment and caused loyalties to be split, traits that were incompatible with the rational thought necessary for both wisdom and successful combat. She was able to maintain the objectivity required to base decisions on merit rather than emotion by staying unattached. When disputes arose between mortals and other gods, the goddess also acted as a divine mediator. She was uniquely suited to comprehend both sides of arguments and come up with solutions that met everyone's justifiable interests, while averting needless violence because of her wisdom and fighting prowess. Not only could she help you win, but she could do so without causing you any new issues, which made her the god you wanted on your side. Apollo exemplified divine multitasking on a scale that would impress contemporary productivity experts. If Athena stood for focused expertise, as the god of the sun, music, poetry, prophecy, healing, and archery, Apollo oversaw duties that would have overwhelmed many other gods, while upholding standards of excellence that established benchmarks for mortals in each of these domains. Driving the sun across the sky every day required a level of consistency and punctuality that would be difficult for anyone juggling a cosmic commute. He ensured that daylight reached every corner of the earth at the right time and intensity by tying his chariot to 4 fire-breathing horses and driving across the heavens every morning. Because the entire natural world relied on his dependability, it was a duty that did not permit sick days, vacation time, or the opportunity to sleep in. He became the first crossover artist in history thanks to his musical abilities. Apollo was more than just a musician. He created musical instruments, established the concepts of rhythm and harmony, and served as an inspiration to his fellow gods and mortal musicians. His musical contests established the bar for artistic brilliance that mortal musicians would aim to reach for centuries, and his lyre became the standard instrument for divine performances. Poetry that was both entertaining and prophetic was produced by the gods through a combination of technical skill and divine inspiration. In addition to telling tales and expressing feelings, Apollo's poetry also offered moral advice, disclosed future realities, and preserved the cultural knowledge that societies required to endure and thrive. His impact on mortal poets was so great that inspiration itself came to be seen as a sign of divine possession by Apollo or his muses. The most significant source of prophetic guidance in ancient Greece was Apollo's oracle at Delphi. Apollo's priestess Pythia gave prophecies that affected Greek politics, colonization, war, and private affairs. City-states sought advice before founding new colonies, individuals sought advice on everything from marriage prospects to career choices, and kings sought the oracle before making important decisions. The oracle's predictions were renowned for being cryptic, necessitating interpretation that frequently became clear only after the events had taken place. This ambiguity was a characteristic that represented Apollo's view of the proper operation of prophecy, not a weakness in the system. Free will and the lessons that mortals needed to learn via experience would be eliminated by direct predictions. While maintaining the flexibility to make decisions and grow from them, cryptic guidance offered guidance. Because of his expertise in medicine, Apollo was able to both cause and cure plagues, making him the divine physician. Apollo's arrows had the power to spread disease that wiped out entire populations when mortals offended him or other gods. He could heal wounds, halt epidemics, and impart medical knowledge to mortals so they could take care of themselves if he was duly honoured and placated. The Greek understanding that health depended on upholding appropriate relationships with divine forces was reflected in his dual role as both the cause and the cure of illness. Even among the gods, his archery prowess was legendary, fusing supernatural accuracy with physical dexterity. Whether he was hunting wild animals, reprimanding mortals who had wronged him, or engaging in competition with other archers, Apollo's arrows never failed to hit their targets. He was the patron deity of athletes and competitors who aimed for flawless performance, because his skill with the bow represented the accuracy and concentration needed for success in any endeavour. Despite his divine status and impressive array of talents, Apollo's romantic relationships were notably unsuccessful. When Daphne changed into a laurel tree to get away from him, he stopped pursuing her. Apollo cursed Cassandra because she had promised to be his lover in exchange for the gift of prophecy. But she had broken the agreement, making her predictions unbelievable. He became more understanding of mortals going through similar struggles after learning from these failed relationships that even divine perfection couldn't ensure love's success. Artemis chose a path that valued solitude, independence, and the wild places that existed outside of human civilization, while her twin brother Apollo embraced the public aspects of godhood with its contests, oracles, and constant interaction with mortals. Like a cosmic mashup of wilderness guide and emergency room director, she carved out a divine identity as the goddess of the hunt, the moon, and childbirth, one that was both nurturing and fiercely protective. Artemis made a philosophical statement about autonomy and self-determination when she chose to remain eternally virgin, in addition to it being a personal choice. As a young girl, she begged Zeus to give her chastity for all eternity, as well as a bow and arrows, a pack of hunting hounds, and a group of nymphs to be her friends. It was akin to requesting the ideal feminist starter kit, which included weapons, devoted companions, and the absence of romantic complications. Her hunting expeditions through the ancient world's mountains and forests were renowned for their accuracy and efficiency. Artemis hunted to keep the balance between civilization and wilderness, ensuring that wild animals remained wild while safeguarding human settlements from creatures that posed real threats. She did not hunt for fun or to collect trophies. She was the patroness of moral hunters because her arrows were quick and kind, made to kill cleanly and without needless suffering. One of the most effective instances of female camaraderie and support in mythology was the goddess's bond with her nymphs. These nature spirits formed a community that functioned without the consent or authority of men, having taken the same vow of chastity as their mistress. With the effectiveness of an old-fashioned security detail, they hunted, travelled, and defended one another from unwelcome romantic advances. This selected family was completely and frequently brutally protected by Artemis. Actaeon, the hunter, was killed by his own hunting dogs after she changed him into a stag when he unintentionally witnessed her bathing. This punishment made it very evident that privacy and consent should be respected. In order to prove that intelligence could overcome physical strength, Artemis deceived the giant hunters Otus and Ephialtes into killing each other with their own spears when they tried to take her and Hera as wives. Her status as a virgin was interestingly contrasted with her role as the goddess of childbirth. When their mother Leto was in labour, Artemis helped give birth to her own brother, which provided her with a unique perspective on the difficulties and risks involved in bringing a new life into the world. She evolved into the divine midwife, called upon by goddesses going through their own maternal struggles as well as mortal women having a difficult time giving birth. Because of this duty, Artemis became extremely protective of expectant mothers and new mothers, extending her guardianship beyond her immediate nymphal circle to encompass any woman who was vulnerable during childbirth. Regardless of their other religious preferences, she was one of the most practically significant deities for ancient families, because her interventions could mean the difference between life and death for both mother and child. Since lunar cycles were traditionally linked to both female biology and the nocturnal activities that defined much of ancient hunting, Artemis's association with the moon complemented her hunting and childbirth responsibilities. With the same dependability that Apollo's sun chariot exhibited during the day, her silver chariot, pulled by 4 golden-horned deer, followed the moon's course across the night sky. The goddess had high but reasonable expectations for her devotees. She required her nymphs to be completely chaste, fully committed to the hunt and loyal to the group at all times. She offered them safety, friendship, and the opportunity to live their lives as they saw fit, independent of the expectations of their families, communities, or future husbands. It was a social contract that provided alternatives to the few choices that the majority of ancient women had. Because Artemis had chosen a lifestyle that was fundamentally incompatible with conventional relationships, her infrequent romantic relationships typically ended tragically, not because she was naturally unlucky in love. Her fleeting interest in the hunter Orion ended when, according to one version of events, he died and became a constellation. Her belief that independence was better than the hassles of romance was strengthened by these encounters. Her relationship with her family was significantly more harmonious than most Olympic relationships, in part because she avoided getting involved in their disputes due to her self-imposed seclusion, and in part because she was useful to everyone due to her practical contributions such as managing wildlife populations and assisting with difficult births. She was the family member who didn't cause trouble during the quiet times but was there when needed. Hephaestus stood out among the many lovely, strong and captivating gods in the pantheon because he had overcome major personal obstacles to become indispensable through talent and willpower alone. He turned his early experiences of rejection and disability into a special kind of strength that made him perhaps the most practically useful member of the Olympic family. He was the god of fire, craftsmanship and technology, as well as the divine blacksmith. The origin story of Hephaestus seems to be an old-fashioned tale of triumphing over hardship by virtue of one's own greatness. His mother, Hera, was ashamed of his appearance and threw him from Mount Olympus because he was born with physical limitations that made him ugly by divine standards. He became even more crippled as a result of the fall, but it also brought him to the sea nymphs Thetis and Eurynome, who saved him and taught him the skills of craftsmanship and metalworking. Growing up with the sea nymphs taught him how to turn disadvantages into strengths. Hephaestus acquired abilities that made him indispensable because he was unable to match other gods in terms of physical perfection or fighting skill. He gained skills in working with fire, metal and precious stones, producing items that were so beautiful and useful that they were considered legendary in antiquity. His forge evolved into the heavenly counterpart of an upscale custom workshop, creating everything from Achilles' armour to Zeus' thunderbolts. As an adult, Hephaestus returned to Olympus as a master craftsman whose services were much needed, rather than as a supplicant looking for acceptance. The other gods soon realized that only Hephaestus could make the tools, weapons and ornaments needed for their divine way of life. He was invaluable to a family that had previously rejected him due to his appearance because of his ability to create the impossible. His workshop was the pinnacle of ancient technology. Hephaestus made tools that could operate on their own with his guidance, automated bellows that kept the forge at the ideal temperature, and golden servants to help him. Because of his superior knowledge of engineering, design and metallurgy, he was the patron deity of blacksmiths, craftspeople and anyone else who used their hands to make practical things. The god's method of craftsmanship blended practical utility with creative vision. In addition to being aesthetically pleasing, his creations fulfilled functions and provided solutions that were not possible with just divine might. Hephaestus created chains that could contain a titan when Zeus needed a means of tying Prometheus to a bond for stealing fire. Hephaestus made a shield that represented the entire universe, and offered Achilles the ideal defence when he needed armour that would keep him safe when fighting gods and heroes. One of the most intricate partnerships in mythology was his union with Aphrodite. The combination of the physically impaired god of craftsmanship and the goddess of beauty upended preconceived notions about compatibility, attraction, and the nature of love. Hephaestus's response revealed his intelligence and his grasp of divine politics, even as Olympic rumours circulated about Aphrodite's adultery with Ares. Instead of facing his wife and her lover head-on, Hephaestus used his skill to reveal their affair in a way that preserved his own honour while making them appear foolish. An iconic illustration of how skill and intelligence could overcome physical strength and conventional beauty was the invisible net that held the lovers in bed. He was different from other wronged gods in that his retaliation was both imaginative and appropriate. Compared to most other gods, Hephaestus had a noticeably more benevolent relationship with mortals. As a patron of artisans and labourers, he recognised the importance of hard work and the difficulties faced by those who use their hands to create useful objects. His festivals honoured the kind of fruitful labour that enabled civilization, and his temples served as meeting spots for artisan guilds. His contribution to the creation of the first mortal woman, Pandora, revealed his technical prowess as well as his grasp of divine politics. Zeus ordered Hephaestus to create a woman who would both bless and curse humanity after he decided to punish mortals for Prometheus's gift of fire. Though he was aware that Zeus's gift had complications that would impact mortal life for generations, Hephaestus skillfully crafted Pandora to be indistinguishable from a goddess. Under Mount Etna and other active volcanoes, the god's volcanic forges developed into hubs of heavenly industrial production. These mountains rumbling in eruptions were interpreted as the sounds of Hephaestus at work, producing the tools and weapons the gods needed for their varied escapades and duties. Even by divine standards, his productivity was legendary, indicating that he found fulfillment in his work that went beyond the need for approval from others. It's important to consider the Olympian gods' greatest triumphs and most spectacular failures as our exploration of their lives and times comes to an end. Despite their immortality and cosmic might, these divine beings showed that wisdom, happiness, and healthy family relationships are not always the results of having boundless resources and eternal life. Perhaps the creation of civilization itself was the greatest accomplishment of the gods as a whole. They gave mankind the foundation for everything that sets human society apart from the animal kingdom. Fire from Prometheus, agriculture from Demeter, craftsmanship from Hephaestus, wisdom from Athena, and medicine from Apollo. Their temples developed into educational hubs, their festivals offered chances for cross-cultural interaction, and their moral teachings, despite the hypocrisy of their own actions, provided ethical frameworks that governed human conduct for centuries, with each god in charge of particular facets of human and natural activity and working with their peers to preserve cosmic harmony. The Olympic system also produced the first multinational management structure in history. When it functioned properly, this divine bureaucracy made sure that crops grew as planned, seasons changed on time, and natural disasters only happened when mortals had gravely offended someone important. The interpersonal relationships of the gods, however, showed the same dysfunctional patterns that afflict any family business managed by conceited relatives with unrestricted authority and inadequate communication skills. From minor nymphs to major heroes, everyone was impacted by the collateral damage caused by Zeus's adultery and Hera's retaliation. Poseidon's outburst destroyed coastal cities and sank ships. Apollo's romantic rejections changed lovers and produced prophets who were cursed. The political frequently turned disastrous, and the personal had a nasty habit of turning political. Instead of using mediation, their method of resolving disputes usually involved escalation. The Trojan War, 10 years of bloodshed that destroyed both sides and provided fodder for epic poetry, was the outcome of Paris's decision to accept Aphrodite's bribe over those offered by Hera and Athena. It also showed that divine pride was more significant than human life. Instead of seeking diplomatic solutions, Demeter's response to the kidnapping of her daughter brought the world to the verge of agricultural collapse. The way the gods treated mortals demonstrated their incapacity to uphold moral principles or grow from past errors. They penalized disrespect and rewarded devotion, but their definitions of these terms were arbitrary and could alter according to their emotions, hobbies, and family dynamics. Mortals who appeased one god might unintentionally offend another, leading to improbable circumstances in which virtue was largely dependent on good fortune. However, the Olympic pantheon also produced some of the most inspirational tales of moral courage, inventiveness, and tenacity in history. By supporting Athens, Athena established a hub of scholarship and democracy that shaped civilization for thousands of years. Communities used the advice from Apollo's oracle at Delphi to make tough choices and steer clear of needless confrontations. Hephaestus showed that a person's physical limitations need not stop them from contributing significantly to their community. Ancient people used the stories of the gods as a kind of psychology to help them comprehend and deal with the complexity of human nature. Hera's jealousy and need for respect, Apollo's quest for perfection, Artemis's need for independence, and Zeus's battles with authority and responsibility were all divine figures that represented common human experiences, while also implying that even immortal beings had difficulties. Most significantly, the Olympians showed the potential and perils of unbridled power. They had the power to change reality as they saw fit, perform miracles, and resolve impossibly challenging issues. They could also let personal grievances take precedence over their obligations to the world they ruled, destroy civilizations, and torture innocent people. Their experiences served as warnings about the value of restraint, discernment, and responsibility, lessons that hold true in any time period where people or organizations have substantial influence over others. Their cultural influence was changed rather than eradicated by the slow erosion of belief in the Olympic gods. Their conflicts became metaphors for the timeless human conflicts between duty and desire, individual ambition and collective responsibility, and reason and passion, and their stories became literature rather than religion. Think about the amazing impact these ancient divine figures have had on our contemporary world as you curl up deeper under your blanket and feel the soft pull of sleep drawing near. Even though they no longer reign from Mount Olympus, the Olympian gods continue to have an impact on our language, literature, psychology, and perception of human nature in ways that would have surprised their original devotees. When you say that someone has an Achilles heel, you're bringing up the tale of a hero whose divine protection failed him at one crucial moment. When you refer to a long, challenging voyage as an odyssey, you're alluding to Odysseus's wanderings, which were both aided and hindered by different Olympian gods who couldn't agree on whether he should be punished or assisted. The young man who fell in love with his own reflection, thanks to divine intervention that punished his vanity, comes to mind when you call someone narcissistic. The personalities of the gods have evolved into models for comprehending human psychology. Carl Jung realized that the Olympic pantheon reflected archetypal patterns that have existed throughout history and in many cultures. Aspects of human nature that we still recognize and grapple with today are reflected in the divine personalities of the rebellious trickster, Hermes, the nurturing mother, Demeter, the creative artist, Apollo, and the wise mentor, Athena. The stories of the Olympian gods are still told and reimagined in contemporary literature, film, and television, which find fresh significance in their antiquated rivalries and relationships. Greek mythology is introduced to new generations through Percy Jackson's adventures, which also modernize divine figures for audiences today. Wonder Woman embodies contemporary ideals of justice and equality, while obtaining her abilities from the Olympic pantheon. The Greek tradition of powerful beings using their abilities to protect or torment common mortals is even reflected in superhero comics. Our conceptions of leadership, bureaucracy, and power distribution have been shaped by the gods' approach to governance, which combines specialized duties, familial relationships, and cosmic authority. The notions that leaders must strike a balance between their personal interests and their public duties, that different facets of life call for different kinds of expertise, and that corruption results from power without accountability can all be linked to the myths surrounding Zeus and his divine kin. Their romantic relationships and family disputes have given rise to surprisingly current models for comprehending the intricacies of marriage, parenthood, and love. The dysfunctional marriage of Zeus and Hera provides insight into the impact of power disparities on interpersonal relationships. Demeter's ferocious defense of Persephone serves as an example of the difficulties parents encounter when their kids grow up and are on their own. Even having the ideal credentials doesn't ensure romantic success, as Apollo's unfulfilled loves show. A sophisticated understanding of human nature that predated modern psychology by millennia is reflected in the gods' moral ambiguity, their capacity for both great kindness and terrible cruelty. The Olympic gods embodied the contradictions that define real people, in contrast to the purely good or purely evil deities found in some religious traditions. They were able to exhibit both wisdom and foolishness, generosity and selfishness, and love and hatred, frequently within the same story, or even the same interaction. Their stories were more psychologically realistic and, as a result, more helpful for comprehending human behaviour because of their moral complexity. Stories about beings who had unbounded power but still had very human limitations help us understand situations where people act with unexpected kindness or cruelty, when leaders make choices that seem to go against their professed values, and when families go through both intense love and bitter conflict. The Olympic pantheon also created ways of thinking about cooperation, specialisation, and diversity that still shape the way we set up complicated institutions. These organisational principles were ingrained in myths about gods who governed various facets of the universe while upholding an overall divine government. These included the notion that different talents require different approaches, that effective leadership frequently entails coordinating specialists rather than micromanaging them, and that even the most capable individuals require colleagues with complementary skills. The ancient Greek belief that the universe was essentially understandable and that humans could comprehend their place within greater cosmic patterns was perhaps most persistently embodied by the Olympian gods. Despite their strength and immortality, the gods were subject to laws, had repercussions for their deeds, and lived by moral standards that mortals could adopt and use in their own lives. One of the pillars of Western civilization was this optimistic outlook, which held that life had purpose, that knowledge was achievable, and that people could shape their own destinies with hard work and wisdom. The stories of the gods taught that even the most powerful beings were subject to moral laws that went beyond their own desires, that creativity could overcome constraints, and that intelligence could triumph over brute force. Dreams of marble temples shining in Mediterranean sunlight, of divine voices resonating across ancient valleys, or of immortal families assembling on a mountain peak to discuss the fate of both gods and mortals, may cross your mind as you drift toward sleep. These dreams transport you back thousands of years of human storytelling, to innumerable generations who drew inspiration and meaning from stories about creatures who are both remarkably similar to us and completely different from us. The Olympian gods endure because they represent universal truths about relationships, human nature, and the never-ending difficulties of living in a complex world, not because we believe in their literal existence. Their tales serve as a reminder that even immortal beings must learn to strike a balance between their obligations to others and their own desires, that stupidity and wisdom frequently coexist, and that power entails both opportunities and responsibilities. You will be using insights that were initially conveyed in tales of Zeus's lightning bolts, Athena's strategic acumen, Aphrodite's intricate gifts, and Hephaestus's inventive tenacity when you awaken tomorrow and confront the difficulties of your own mortal existence. Even though the gods are old, their teachings are still as current as the news of the day and as fresh as your morning Joe. Rest easy knowing that you are a part of an ongoing human tradition of using storytelling to find meaning, and that the questions you are faced with about power and love, justice and wisdom, personal ambition and group responsibility are the same ones that have inspired and challenged people ever since they first gazed up at the stars and wondered what immortal beings might think of our short, complex lives. In the tumultuous years following the French Revolution, when Paris streets still echoed with recent upheaval and society reinvented itself daily, two unlikely souls found each other amidst the chaos. Their love story would reshape an empire, influence the fate of nations, and endure beyond the grandest ambitions of power. You're about to witness how passion, politics, and profound affection intertwined in one of history's most compelling romances. You step into Paris in the autumn of 1795, and the city feels like it's still catching its breath after the revolution's violent convulsions. The streets carry a peculiar mix of wariness and excitement. Former aristocrats walk past newly wealthy merchants, each pretending not to notice the other. Women have adopted simpler fashions out of necessity, though some are beginning to experiment again with luxury now that the worst terrors have passed. The air smells of roasting chestnuts from street vendors and the ever-present scent of coal smoke from thousands of chimneys. Underneath it all lingers something else, something harder to name. Perhaps it's the smell of fear finally fading, or hope tentatively returning. The buildings themselves tell stories of survival. Some houses still bear marks from revolutionary violence. Bullet holes pock certain facades. Other structures display hasty repairs where doors were smashed in during searches for aristocrats or hoarded grain. But life persists with stubborn determination. Shop windows display goods again. Cafes fill with customers debating politics and philosophy. Street performers entertain crowds that actually have a few coins to spare. In one of the elegant townhouses that survived the revolution's fury, you notice a gathering taking place. The salon belongs to Paul Barras, one of the 5 directors who now govern France through a complicated system designed to prevent any one person from gaining too much power. Tonight, the rooms glow with candlelight that reflects off polished wood and the few remaining mirrors that weren't smashed during the terror. The guests represent the new France in all its contradictions. Military officers in slightly worn uniforms mingle with politicians in fashionable coats. A few survivors of the old nobility who've learned to adapt stand near former revolutionaries who sent their friends to the guillotine. The conversation flows in multiple directions at once. Someone discusses the latest play at the Comédie Française. Another group debates military strategy in the war against Austria. A cluster near the fireplace gossips about who's rising in the new government and who's falling from favour. The room hums with ambition and calculation disguised as social pleasantry. Among the guests, you observe a woman in her early 30s who seems to move through the room like water finding its path. Her name is Rose de Beauharnais, though she will soon become known to history as Josephine. She wears a simple white muslin dress that somehow appears more elegant than the fancier gowns around her. The fabric drapes in the classical style that's becoming fashionable, suggesting ancient Greek statues rather than the elaborate constructions of the old regime. Her dark hair falls in the fashionable loose curls of the day, held back with a simple ribbon. What strikes you most is how she listens. When someone speaks to her, she gives them her complete attention, her dark eyes focused, her head tilted slightly to indicate genuine interest. Each person she engages feels as though their words matter profoundly. Her hands move gracefully as she gestures, and you notice she wears very little jewellery. A simple gold bracelet catches the candlelight. The restraint is calculated. Too much jewellery would suggest she's trying too hard or doesn't understand the current political climate. Too little would make her seem poor or unimportant. She's found the perfect balance, as she does in most things. Her story already contains enough drama for several lifetimes, though most people at this gathering know only fragments of it. Born Marie-Joseph Rose, Tachère de la Pagerie, on the Caribbean island of Martinique to a sugar plantation family, she married young to Alexandre de Beauharnais and came to France full of dreams about Parisian society. The reality proved more complicated than her island fantasies. Her husband turned out to be difficult and unfaithful. They separated. Then came the Revolution, which swept through France like a cleansing fire that burned everything, guilty and innocent alike. The terror imprisoned her in Les Carmes, a former convent turned holding cell for those awaiting the guillotine. She spent months in a crowded cell, never knowing if tomorrow would bring release or death. She watched her first husband go to the scaffold, his head falling into the basket while she waited her turn. But Maximilien Robespierre fell before her name came up on the execution list, and suddenly the prison doors opened. She emerged into a Paris transformed yet again, with new opportunities for those clever and brave enough to seize them. Now she lives carefully, raising her 2 children from that first marriage. Hortense is 12, pretty and musically talented. Eugène is 14, serious-minded and loyal. They remember their father, but they're also adapting to this new world where survival requires flexibility. Josephine navigates the dangerous waters of post-revolutionary society with skills learned through necessity. She knows how to read people, when to speak and when to listen, how to make herself useful without seeming desperate. Her finances are precarious despite her elegant appearance. She's renting the house on Rue Chantraine, and some months the rent comes due before the money arrives. She's received a small pension as the widow of a general, but it doesn't stretch as far as needed. She's learned to make a single dress appear new through different accessories. She borrows jewellery from friends for important occasions. She's mastered the art of appearing more prosperous than she actually is. Across the room, you notice a thin young officer who looks decidedly out of place among the polished politicians and elegant women. Napoleon Bonaparte is 26 years old, and resembles someone who forgot to eat regular meals while studying military tactics until 3 a.m. His uniform, while clean and properly buttoned, hangs a bit loosely on his spare frame. His hair is unfashionably long, and often falls across his forehead, which annoys him but not enough to visit a barber. Unlike the other guests who chat easily about trivial matters, he stands apart watching everyone with intense grey eyes, that seem to catalogue and analyse every detail. His posture suggests someone ready to flee at any moment. He shifts his weight from foot to foot. His hands move restlessly, sometimes touching his sword hilt, sometimes clasping behind his back, never quite settling. When someone tries to engage him in small talk about the weather or fashion, he responds with curt, factual observations that kill the conversation dead. He simply doesn't understand how to discuss nothing gracefully. Napoleon grew up on Corsica, that rugged island where family loyalty runs deeper than any political allegiance and where blood feuds can span generations. The island only became French a year before his birth, so he considers himself Corsican first, French second. He speaks French with an accent that immediately marks him as an outsider in Paris society. He pronounces his R's differently. He uses phrases that sound slightly foreign. People sometimes ask him to repeat himself, and he hates it. He's brilliant with artillery and military strategy, but utterly hopeless at small talk and social graces. He can calculate trajectories in his head and predict where an enemy army will move 3 days hence. But he cannot remember which fork to use at a formal dinner. He reads voraciously in multiple languages, devouring books on history, philosophy, mathematics, and warfare. Just weeks ago, he helped put down a royalist uprising in Paris, using his cannons to scatter the rebels attempting to overthrow the government. This success earned him promotion to general and the notice of powerful men like Barras, but it hasn't taught him how to navigate a fancy salon. The other guests instinctively sense his discomfort and mostly avoid him. He's useful in a crisis, clearly, but he's also strange and intense in ways that make polite conversation difficult. Better to let him stand by himself near the bookshelf, examining the spines with more interest than he shows the actual people in the room. You watch as Barras, playing matchmaker with the subtlety of a man who enjoys manipulating others for their own good, engineers an introduction. He's noticed Napoleon's isolation and Josephine's grace, and some instinct tells him these two might complement each other. He guides Napoleon over to where Josephine stands examining a painting of a pastoral scene, all soft clouds and grazing sheep. The young officer tries to bow gracefully and nearly trips over his own sword. The weapon clatters against a chair leg. Two nearby conversations pause as heads turn to see what caused the noise. Napoleon's face flushes with embarrassment, but Josephine's mouth curves into a smile that somehow manages to be amused without being mocking. It's the smile of someone who's witnessed far too many awkward moments to be bothered by one more, and who finds human imperfection endearing rather than contemptible. Barras makes the introduction with practiced ease, then drifts away to other conversations, leaving them together. An uncomfortable silence threatens to develop. Josephine, experienced in rescuing failing social situations, asks Napoleon about the painting. Does he like pastoral scenes? Has he spent time in the countryside? The question opens a floodgate. Napoleon begins to talk, and something shifts in the room's energy. He tells her about Corsica, about the mountains and the sea, about terrain and how it shapes military strategy. Then somehow he's discussing Italy, about his theories on warfare, about how ancient generals used geography to their advantage. His hands move as he speaks, tracing invisible battle formations in the air. Most people find his intensity overwhelming, like standing too close to a fire, but Josephine leans in slightly, genuinely interested. She asks him questions that show she's actually following his complicated explanations. She mentions a book she read about Hannibal crossing the Alps with elephants. Did Napoleon think that was militarily sound or just dramatic? Napoleon looks at her as though she just revealed herself to be a fellow member of some secret society. He's spent years being dismissed as too serious, too intense, too focused on matters that polite society considers boring. Here's someone actually engaging with his ideas. He explains his theory about Hannibal's campaign with growing enthusiasm. He's forgotten to be self-conscious. He's in his element now, discussing tactics and strategy. Josephine watches his face transform. The awkward, uncomfortable young man disappears, replaced by someone confident and passionate. She sees intelligence flash in those grey eyes, along with something else. Hunger, ambition, a desire to prove himself that burns like a forge. For for a man who spends most of his time with soldiers and feels perpetually out of place in civilian life, finding someone who engages with his ideas feels like discovering water in the desert. He's been so lonely, though he'd never admit it. Lonely in Paris, lonely in the army, lonely in rooms full of people who don't understand him. Suddenly he's not lonely, at least for this moment, and it's intoxicating. Josephine, for her part, recognises something in this awkward young officer. She's spent years learning to read people's potential beneath their surface presentation. It's a survival skill. During the terror, she learned to identify which guards might be bribed, which fellow prisoners might betray you, which officials might show mercy. After her release, she learned to spot who was rising in the new government and who was falling. She's developed an instinct for potential. She sees past his ill-fitting uniform and social clumsiness to glimpse the fierce intelligence and ambition burning underneath. She notices how other people in the room occasionally glance his way, with a mix of wariness and respect. This strange Corsican clearly matters to powerful people like Barras. She also notices something the other salon guests miss. When Napoleon looks at her, he doesn't see a widow trying to survive in difficult times. He sees someone worthy of building empires for. The evening grows late, and the candles burn lower in their holders, creating deeper shadows in the corners of the room. The other guests begin to drift away, calling for their carriages, making plans for future gatherings, saying elaborate goodbyes. But Napoleon and Josephine remain in conversation. They've moved to a settee near one of the tall windows overlooking the street. Outside, Paris settles into its nighttime rhythms. Lamplighters make their rounds. The sounds of carriages on cobblestones echo up from the street. The night air carries a chill that makes the warmth inside more welcome. They've moved beyond military history now. Napoleon asks about her children. His whole demeanour softens when she describes Hortense's musical talent and Eugene's seriousness. He tells her about his own family, his complicated relationship with his mother who both loves and criticises him, his siblings who depend on him financially, even as they mock his provincial manners. There's vulnerability in this sharing that surprises them both. Josephine finds herself genuinely charmed. Yes, he's strange and awkward and far too intense. But he's also brilliant and oddly innocent despite his military achievements. When he talks about his dreams for France, about making the country strong and prosperous, about earning glory through great deeds, there's a purity to his ambition that's refreshing. He's not cynical like most of the men she knows. He actually believes in something beyond personal advancement. Napoleon, meanwhile, is falling hopelessly in love. Every smile she gives him feels like a gift. The way she listens, really listens, makes him want to tell her everything. He wants to impress her with his knowledge, protect her from hardship, give her everything she deserves. He's read about love in books, but this is the first time he's felt it, and it overwhelms him with its intensity. When they finally part ways as the gathering breaks up, Napoleon bows over her hand with more grace than his earlier attempt. He asks permission to call on her. She grants it, giving him her address on Rue Chanterine. She watches him leave, noticing how he glances back twice before disappearing into the night. She's not sure what to make of this strange young general, but she's intrigued. Over the following weeks, Napoleon becomes a regular visitor to Josephine's modest home. You might see him arriving at odd hours whenever his military duties allow. He brings books he thinks she'll enjoy, carefully selected from his own collection. He brings flowers purchased from street vendors, usually choosing them with more enthusiasm than aesthetic judgment. Josephine learns to appreciate the gesture even when the bouquets are slightly lopsided. Her children view this new visitor with initial suspicion. Hortense and Eugène remember their father and aren't eager to see their mother with another man. But Napoleon wins them over gradually. He treats Eugène like a young man rather than a child, discussing military matters seriously. He brings Hortense sheet music and listens attentively when she plays the piano. He doesn't try to replace their father. Instead, he offers friendship and genuine interest in their lives. The house on Rue Chanterine is small, but Josephine has made it charming through clever decoration. She's draped fabrics to hide worn furniture. She's arranged her few good pieces to maximum effect. Fresh flowers always fill the vases when she can afford them. The rooms smell of beeswax polish, and the lavender she uses to scent her linens. It's not grand, but it's welcoming, and Napoleon finds it infinitely preferable to his own sparse bachelor quarters. He's falling in love with the desperation of someone who never expected to find such feelings. Every moment away from her feels wasted. He thinks about her constantly during military meetings. He sees something that reminds him of her, and his first thought is to share it with her. He writes her letters, sometimes 2 or 3 a day, filled with passionate declarations that would embarrass him if he stopped to think about them rationally. But he doesn't think rationally where Josephine is concerned. He's spent his entire life being rational, calculating, strategic. With her, all those careful defences crumble. He pours out his heart in letters that mix military updates with declarations of love. He tells her she's invaded his thoughts like an occupying army. He says her smile haunts him more effectively than any ghost. He complains bitterly when her responses arrive less frequently than his letters. Josephine approaches the relationship more cautiously. She's 6 years older and has learned the hard way that survival requires careful choices. Napoleon is clearly talented and rising in importance, but he's also poor, intense and socially awkward in ways that could limit his advancement. Her friends think she's making a mistake. Why would an elegant, sophisticated woman tie herself to this strange Corsican officer who owns more books than changes of clothing? They meet for walks in the Tuileries Gardens when weather permits. The gardens provide neutral ground away from both their homes. They stroll along the gravel paths between carefully trimmed hedges. Autumn leaves crunch under their feet. Napoleon talks about his plans for military reform, while Josephine occasionally steers him toward less weighty topics. She points out the changing colours of the trees. She comments on other walkers' fashion choices, teaching him by example how to make pleasant conversation about trivial matters. Sometimes they sit on benches watching fountains that still function despite years of revolutionary neglect. Napoleon continues talking, but now he also listens. He asks about her childhood in Martinique, and she describes island life with such vivid detail that he can almost smell the tropical flowers and feel the Caribbean sun. She makes him laugh with stories about the monkeys that used to steal fruit from her family's trees, and the parrots that learned to mimic her grandmother's scolding voice. But something about Napoleon touches her heart despite her initial caution. His absolute devotion feels refreshing. After years of navigating relationships based on advantage and survival, the men she's known since the Revolution view relationships as transactions. They calculate what they can gain from any connection. Napoleon doesn't calculate, he just loves, completely and overwhelmingly. When he looks at her, she feels seen in a way she hasn't experienced since before the Revolution shattered her first life. His awkwardness around others disappears when they're alone. He makes her laugh with his observations about the pompous politicians and social climbers they encounter. He can perfectly mimic Barris's self-important manner or the affected speech of the new rich who try too hard to sound cultured. His impression of the Austrian ambassador at a recent reception has her laughing so hard she has to wipe tears from her eyes. There's also the practical matter that Josephine needs stability. She has children to raise and limited resources. The pension she receives is unreliable, and she's exhausted from constantly worrying about money. Napoleon, despite his current lack of wealth, clearly possesses a brilliant future. She's not naive about this calculation, but it exists alongside genuine affection. The best relationships she's learned balance both heart and head. Love alone won't pay rent or feed children, but money without affection creates its own misery. Her friends notice the change in her. She seems lighter, younger. She smiles more easily. When Napoleon's name comes up in conversation, her whole face softens. She tries to be practical and measured, but her heart has other ideas. She's falling in love too, though in her own way, more slowly and carefully than his passionate plunge. By late 1795, they're spending nearly every free moment together. Napoleon's military responsibilities keep him busy, but he arranges his schedule to maximise time with Josephine. He neglects sleep. He works through meals, anything to create hours he can spend with her. His fellow officers notice their commander's distraction and make knowing jokes. They've never seen the serious young Corsican so obviously besotted. In the cold January of 1796, they marry in a brief civil ceremony at a municipal building. The Revolution abolished religious marriage, so civil ceremonies have become the norm. The room is bare and official-looking, nothing like the grand church weddings Josephine might have imagined in her youth. A few witnesses attend. The official who performs the ceremony rushes through the words, clearly eager to move on to his next appointment. Napoleon arrives late because he's been working on last-minute details for his upcoming command. He's been appointed to lead the army of Italy, and the departure date looms. Josephine waits with growing anxiety, wondering if he's changed his mind. When he finally bursts through the door, breathless and apologetic, she feels relief flood through her. Josephine lies about her age on the paperwork, making herself 4 years younger. Napoleon adds 2 years to his age. They're both presenting slightly edited versions of themselves, which seems fitting for two people who will spend their marriage reinventing reality together. The official doesn't care about the discrepancies. He's processed dozens of marriages today, and will process dozens more tomorrow. The wedding night takes place in Josephine's home on Rue Chantrine, and you might imagine it as tender and passionate despite the odd circumstances. Her children are staying with friends, giving them privacy. Napoleon has to leave in just days to take command of the army of Italy. This campaign represents his first major independent command, the chance he's been waiting for his entire career. But now leaving feels impossibly difficult. He's spent years preparing for military glory, and suddenly all he wants is to stay in bed with his new wife. They talk through much of the night. Napoleon tells her about his plans for the Italian campaign. Josephine listens, occasionally asking questions that show she understands more about military matters than most civilians. She's learned by paying attention, by reading, by being curious about the world. He's grateful for this. He can be fully himself with her, discussing tactics and strategy without having to simplify or explain. She tells him about her fears. What if something happens to him? War is dangerous, and generals die like common soldiers. He promises to be careful, to come back to her, to write constantly. She makes him promise to eat properly and get enough sleep, knowing he'll probably break both promises. They make plans for the future, where they'll live when he returns, how they'll raise the children, what kind of life they'll build together. Josephine gives him a small portrait of herself to carry with him. It's painted on ivory and small enough to fit in his pocket. The artist captured her gentle expression and dark eyes. Napoleon treats this miniature like a religious relic. He holds it up in the candlelight, memorizing every detail. Throughout the Italian campaign, he'll sleep with it near his heart, talk to it when alone in his tent, and show it to his officers who have learned not to mock their commander's romantic obsession. The morning he departs, Paris still lies wrapped in winter darkness. The sun won't rise for another hour. Frost covers the windows in delicate patterns. Napoleon dresses in his uniform while Josephine watches from the bed, wrapped in blankets against the cold. They've said their goodbyes multiple times already, but it doesn't make the parting easier. You might see Josephine standing at her window watching Napoleon's carriage disappear down the street. She's wearing only a nightgown and shawl, and the cold from the window glass makes her shiver. She's crying, which surprises her. She's said goodbye to men before without much emotion. She watched her first husband leave without tears, but this feels different. She touches the window glass, still cold from the night, and wonders what she's gotten herself into by marrying this intense young general who looks at her like she hung the moon. Napoleon rides south toward Italy and his destiny, but his heart remains in Paris. The journey takes days over rough winter roads. The carriage jolts and sways. He tries to read military reports, but keeps finding his thoughts drifting back to Josephine. What is she doing right now? Is she thinking of him? Does she miss him as much as he misses her? The letters begin immediately. He writes to her constantly, sometimes on horseback, sometimes by candlelight in whatever rough accommodation the army provides. His handwriting never particularly neat, becomes almost illegible when he's writing quickly, trying to get all his thoughts onto paper before the next military crisis demands his attention. His letters overflow with passion that would seem ridiculous if it weren't so genuine. He tells her she haunts his dreams. He describes how the thought of her smile sustains him through difficult days. He complains bitterly when her letters arrive less frequently than his. He accuses her of not loving him as much as he loves her. He apologises for the accusations in the next letter, then makes the same complaints again a day later. You can imagine these letters travelling back and forth across France and into Italy. The couriers carrying them have no idea they're transporting some of the most passionate correspondence in history. They're just doing their job, delivering mail for the army. Napoleon's letters come bundled with official military dispatches. Sometimes he marks them urgent, abusing his authority to ensure they travel quickly. Napoleon's handwriting grows messier when he's particularly emotional. He covers pages with endearments, complaints about her silence, military updates mixed with romantic declarations, and plans for their future together. He signs them with elaborate expressions of love. He uses every term of endearment he can think of, some in French, some in Italian, some he seems to invent on the spot. Josephine's letters back to him are affectionate but less frequent and less intense. She writes about daily life in Paris. She describes parties she's attended and people she's met. She assures him of her love and tells him to be careful. But her letters lack the fevered passion of his correspondence. She loves Napoleon, but she doesn't share his capacity for total romantic obsession. She's managing life in Paris, raising her children, and trying to maintain her position in society. Hortense needs music lessons and new dresses. Eugène is thinking about a military career and needs guidance. The house on Rue Chantrine requires constant maintenance that she can barely afford. Her days fill with practical concerns that leave little energy for writing passionate love letters. This imbalance will characterise their relationship throughout their marriage. He loves with the single-minded intensity he brings to military campaigns. When Napoleon loves, he loves completely, exclusively, obsessively. She loves more moderately, more practically, with warm affection than burning passion. She cares for him deeply, but she also cares about many other things. He can barely think about anything except her. Meanwhile, in Italy, Napoleon is revolutionising warfare and becoming famous. He takes command of an army that's in terrible condition. The soldiers haven't been paid in months. They're hungry, ragged, and demoralised. Their equipment is worn out. Their boots have holes. Many are barefoot. They look at their new young commander with scepticism. What can this skinny Corsican do for them that the previous commanders couldn't? Everything, as it turns out. Napoleon immediately begins to transform the army. He secures pay for the troops. He arranges for food supplies. He gives them inspiring speeches about glory and plunder waiting in Italy. Most importantly, he gives them victories. Within weeks of taking command, he's won his first battle against the Austrians, then another, then another. Suddenly this ragtag force is conquering northern Italy. He uses speed and surprise as weapons. He moves his army faster than anyone expects. He hits the enemy where they're weakest. He divides enemy forces and defeats them piecemeal before they can unite against him. He makes decisions so quickly his opponents can't adapt their plans fast enough. His officers struggle to keep up with his mental pace. He sees possibilities and opportunities that others miss entirely. His soldiers, who started out sceptical of this young Corsican officer, begin to worship him. He leads from the front, sharing their dangers rather than directing from the rear. He sleeps in the same rough conditions they endure. He knows many of them by name. When he rides past, they cheer. They call him the Little Corporal affectionately, noting his relative lack of height and his hands-on command style. They trust him to lead them to victory, and he rarely disappoints. The victories bring both glory and plunder. Italian cities surrender and pay tribute. The army seizes art treasures and wealth. The soldiers get their share, and suddenly they're enthusiastically following this general, who's making them rich and famous. Napoleon sends the best art and the most valuable plunder back to Paris, helping establish his reputation there as a conquering hero. News of his victories reaches Paris through official dispatches and newspapers. The Directory, the five-man executive ruling France, is both pleased and nervous. They wanted someone to defeat the Austrians in Italy, and Napoleon is certainly doing that. But his growing fame makes him potentially dangerous. Successful generals sometimes become ambitious politicians. Still, for now, they're happy to claim credit for his victories. Josephine finds herself famous by association. She's invited to fancier salons, treated with more respect, sought out for her opinions. People who previously dismissed her as a widow of uncertain means now court her favour. She's the wife of France's most celebrated general. She discovers that being married to genius and success, even at a distance, provides its own rewards. You might picture her reading his letters in her dressing room, seated at her vanity surrounded by the simple luxuries she's accumulated. Her face shows a mix of tenderness and exasperation as she works through the latest packet of letters. There are 5 of them, all written within a 3-day period. He's demanding she come to Italy to join him. He's jealous of every man she might speak to in Paris. He's declaring that life without her is meaningless, even as he's conquering half of Italy. She writes back with soothing words and practical delays. She'll come when she can, she promises, when the children are settled, when travel is safer, when she's finished attending to necessary matters in Paris. She doesn't mention that she's not particularly eager to trade her comfortable life in Paris for the uncertainties of following an army through Italy. In truth, Josephine is enjoying Paris more than she has in years. She's become a fashion leader. Women copy her style, her hairstyles, her way of draping shawls in the classical manner. She's learned to move in the higher circles with ease. Her salon has become important in Paris society. Artists, writers, and politicians gather at her home. She has influence and independence. Italy means dusty roads, military camps, and uncertainty. It means following an army that could face defeat at any time. It means living in requisitioned buildings with limited comforts. It means being constantly surrounded by soldiers and military matters. Paris means comfort, society, and independence. She can manage her own schedule, see her friends, and enjoy cultural life. She loves Napoleon, but she's not eager to trade her life for his military world. Eventually, though, his pleading becomes impossible to ignore. He writes that he cannot function without her. He threatens to abandon the campaign and return to Paris if she doesn't come. He sends his brother to escort her safely. The pressure builds until she finally agrees. In the summer of 1796, she begins the journey to Italy. The trip takes weeks over rough roads. Her carriage jostles over mountain passes and through territories recently conquered by Napoleon's army. The Alps prove particularly challenging. The roads are narrow and steep. Sometimes she has to get out and walk while servants guide the horses carefully around dangerous curves. She brings cases of elegant clothes because she refuses to appear in Italy, looking like a camp follower. She brings her lapdog, Fortune, a small pug who hates Napoleon and will continue to hate him throughout their marriage, occasionally expressing this hatred by biting the general's ankles. The journey gives her time to think about what she's doing. She's leaving behind her comfortable life to join her husband in a war zone. It's romantic in a way, but it's also inconvenient and potentially dangerous. What if the military situation changes? What if Napoleon's luck runs out? She's putting herself at risk by making this journey, and for what? To satisfy her husband's romantic needs. But she's also curious. She wants to see this new Napoleon everyone talks about. The dispatches reaching Paris describe him as a military genius. The newspapers print stories about his brilliant tactics and inspiring leadership. She wants to see firsthand how the awkward officer who tripped over his sword has transformed into a conquering general. Their reunion takes place in Milan in July. Napoleon has taken over one of the grand palaces for his headquarters. When her carriage finally pulls up after weeks of travel, he rushes out like a young boy rather than a commanding general. He embraces her before she's fully out of the carriage. He's babbling in Italian, French and Corsican all mixed together. His staff watches with barely concealed amusement as their fearsome commander reduces himself to incoherent joy. The reunion is everything Napoleon hoped for and slightly overwhelming for Josephine. He cancels military plans to spend time with her. He gives orders that he's not to be disturbed unless the French army faces imminent destruction. His officers learn to schedule important meetings for times when Josephine is occupied elsewhere, perhaps napping or writing letters or exploring the palace gardens. The commanding general who terrorizes Austrian armies becomes almost silly in his devotion to his wife. He follows her around like an adoring puppy. He wants to show her everything he's accomplished. He takes her to see captured cities and points out his strategic brilliance. He introduces her to his officers with obvious pride. "This is my wife," his whole demeanour says. "Isn't she magnificent?" Josephine sees Italy through the eyes of comfort and aesthetics rather than military conquest. She notices the art, the architecture, the gardens that survive despite the war. Northern Italy in summer is beautiful. The light has a particular quality that makes everything look slightly golden. The smell of olive groves and lemon trees perfumes the air. Ancient villas dot the hillsides. The people, despite being conquered, maintain a warmth and style that appeals to her. Napoleon shows her palaces he's requisitioning, their rooms filled with Renaissance art and Baroque furniture. He's sending much of it back to Paris, creating what will become the Louvre's collection. He points out particular paintings he thinks she'll enjoy. Here's a Madonna by Raphael. There's a landscape by one of the Venetian masters. Look at how they've used light and shadow. He's learning to appreciate art not just as plunder, but as beautiful objects worth preserving. She helps him understand the cultural significance of what he's conquering, teaching him to see Italy as more than just strategic territory. She explains the history of the various city-states, the artistic movements, the literary traditions. She's better educated in these matters than he is, despite his voracious reading. His education focused on military history and mathematics. Hers included literature, music and art. They establish a pattern that will repeat throughout their marriage. Napoleon focuses on glory and empire. Josephine creates beauty and social connection. He needs her as an anchor to the normal world beyond military campaigns and political ambitions. When he's with her, he remembers he's human, not just a military machine. She needs him as a source of power and protection in unstable times. His success gives her security she couldn't achieve on her own. They complement each other in ways neither fully understands. He's all intensity and ambition. She's all grace and social intelligence. He can outthink any opponent on a battlefield but gets lost in complex social situations. She can navigate the trickiest political gathering with ease but has no head for military strategy. Together they form something stronger than either could be alone. The months in Italy give them the closest thing to normal married life they'll ever experience. You might imagine mornings when they wake late in some Italian villa requisitioned for the army's use. Sunlight streams through tall windows that look out on formal gardens where fountains still play. The rooms smell of fresh bread from the kitchens and flowers from the gardens. Napoleon reads dispatches while Josephine brushes her long dark hair at a vanity, watching him in the mirror. They take carriage rides through the countryside when military duties allow. The roads wind through vineyards heavy with grapes ripening in the summer sun. They pass ancient ruins that Napoleon insists on exploring. He clambers over broken columns and reads inscriptions in Latin, showing off his classical education. Josephine watches with amusement and occasional concern for his safety when he climbs particularly precarious structures. They attend dinners where local Italian nobility tries to ingratiate themselves with the conqueror. Josephine smooths these occasions with her social skills. She compliments the food, admires the artwork, and makes conversation that puts people at ease. Napoleon watches her work the room and marvels at her ability to make people like her. It's a skill he entirely lacks and deeply needs in a political wife. Sometimes he wakes in the night and just watches her sleep. He can't quite believe his fortune. This elegant, beautiful woman chose to marry him. She left her comfortable life in Paris to join him in Italy. She loves him despite all his awkwardness and intensity. He feels gratitude so profound it almost frightens him. What would he do if he lost her? He can't even contemplate the possibility without feeling panic. Josephine becomes pregnant during this time, though she'll miscarry before the pregnancy advances very far. The loss happens quietly, painfully in one of the Italian villas where they're staying. The army doctors attend her. Napoleon hovers anxiously until she tells him firmly to go deal with military matters and let her recover in peace. She's been through childbirth twice before and knows how to handle these matters. Neither of them discusses this loss much in their letters or records. For Napoleon, it represents a disappointment he pushes aside to focus on campaigns. There will be other opportunities for children, he tells himself. They're both young enough. For Josephine, who already has 2 children from her first marriage, it's a sadness she processes privately. She's old enough to worry that future pregnancies might not happen, but she doesn't share these worries with Napoleon. Why add to his burdens? As autumn approaches, military necessity separates them again. Napoleon must continue his campaign deeper into Austrian territory. Josephine needs to return to Paris to see her children and manage affairs there. The partings never get easier for him. He stands watching her carriage until it disappears from view, then returns to his work with grim determination. His letters resume immediately, as passionate and demanding as before. Back in Paris, Josephine settles into her role as the wife of France's most celebrated general. The victories in Italy have made Napoleon even more famous. Songs are written about him. Newspapers print dramatic accounts of his battles. Political cartoons show him as a hero or a threat, depending on the artist's politics. Everyone wants to meet his wife, to hear her stories, to bask in reflected glory. She moves to a grander house on Rue de la Victoire. The name itself a piece of propaganda about Napoleon's successes. The new house requires extensive renovation and decoration. Josephine throws herself into this project with enthusiasm. She has an eye for design and the budget now to indulge her taste. She creates rooms that blend classical restraint with comfortable luxury. She redecorates with the plunder Napoleon sends from Italy. Egyptian artifacts from his looming campaign in that country. Italian paintings in gilded frames, ancient Roman sculptures, Persian carpets, Chinese porcelain. The house becomes a showcase of international treasures, all brought together through conquest and carefully arranged by Josephine's aesthetic sense. She becomes known for her taste and her ability to blend the classical with the contemporary. Fashion magazines describe her style in detail. Other women try to copy her combinations of simple dresses with exotic accessories. She has a gift for making the foreign seem accessible and the classical seem modern. A Greek vase sits next to a contemporary French clock. An Egyptian statue stands beside Italian Renaissance furniture. It shouldn't work, but somehow it does. Her salon becomes increasingly important in Paris' political and social life. Artists, writers, politicians and military officers gather in her drawing rooms on designated evenings. The conversation flows easily. Ideas get exchanged. Introductions get made. Alliances form. Josephine presides over all of it with warmth and intelligence. She has a gift for making people feel comfortable and important. She remembers details about people's lives and asks about them later. How is your son doing at military school? Did your book find a publisher? Has your mother recovered from her illness? These small attentions create loyalty and affection. People feel valued in her presence. She introduces useful contacts to each other. The young painter needs a patron. That wealthy merchant wants to commission art. Let me introduce you. The politician seeks military information. That general knows exactly what's happening at the front. Come, let me make an introduction. She builds networks that serve both her interests and Napoleon's. Napoleon, fighting in distant lands, relies on her letters to understand the political currents of Paris. She describes who's rising in the government and who's falling. She explains which policies are popular and which are causing discontent. She gossips about rivalries and alliances. This information proves invaluable. Napoleon can adjust his own political manoeuvring based on her reports. The time apart also allows certain complications to develop. Josephine is a beautiful woman living alone in a society where marital fidelity is not strictly observed. Young officers come to pay their respects to their commander's wife. They linger longer than necessary. They offer to escort her to the theatre. They send flowers and small gifts. The attention flatters her, and the loneliness of Napoleon's long absence weighs on her. Rumours reach Napoleon about her possible infidelities. His officers, returning from Paris, bring whispered stories. "Did you know your wife has been seen frequently with that cavalry officer? She attended the opera with him last week. They seemed quite familiar with each other." The rumours may be exaggerated or entirely false, products of gossip and malice, or they may contain elements of truth. War makes separation inevitable, and separation creates temptation. Napoleon writes her letters full of jealous accusations mixed with desperate pleas. How can she do this to him? Doesn't she understand that he thinks of no one but her? He's faithful despite opportunities and temptations. The least she can do is show him the same loyalty. Then, in the next paragraph, he's begging her to reassure him. Tell him the rumours are false. Tell him she loves only him. He needs to hear it. Josephine denies everything and scolds him for believing gossip. Of course she's faithful. How dare he question her honour? The accusations hurt her deeply, she writes. She's alone in Paris, managing everything while he's off winning glory, and he repays her by believing malicious rumours spread by people who envy their happiness. Her letters mix genuine indignation with skillful deflection. The truth, as is often the case, likely falls somewhere between his suspicions and her denials. Perhaps she enjoys the attention of handsome young officers without letting it go too far. Perhaps she's crossed lines she shouldn't have during particularly lonely moments. Perhaps the rumours are entirely baseless, created by enemies seeking to wound Napoleon through his obvious vulnerability where his wife is concerned. The historical record remains ambiguous, and both principles have good reasons to obscure the truth. Napoleon himself remains utterly faithful, not from moral superiority, but because he's incapable of dividing his passions. When he loves completely. When he fights completely. The idea of casual romantic adventures while longing for Josephine simply doesn't fit his nature. He's offered opportunities. Victory brings admiration, and admiration sometimes comes with romantic overtures. But he brushes these aside without serious temptation. This imbalance in their relationship causes him genuine pain, but he can't stop loving her any more than he can stop breathing. She's become essential to his emotional survival. The thought of losing her terrifies him more than any military defeat. So he endures the jealousy, writes the pleading letters, believes her reassurances because the alternative is unbearable. In 1798, Napoleon convinces the government to let him lead an expedition to Egypt. His stated goal is to threaten British interests in the East and potentially open a route to India. His unstated goals include achieving more glory, studying ancient Egyptian civilization, and escaping Paris politics for a while. The Directory approves because they're nervous about his growing fame and influence. Better to have him far away conquering Egypt than nearby plotting political manoeuvres. Josephine decidedly does not accompany him on this expedition. The idea of Egypt's heat, insects, and lack of Parisian amenities holds zero appeal for her. She's heard enough about desert conditions to know she has no interest in experiencing them firsthand. Besides, her children need her in Paris. Her social position requires her presence. Napoleon tries to convince her, but for once she refuses absolutely. He can conquer Egypt without her. The Egyptian campaign proves both triumphant and difficult. Napoleon wins the Battle of the Pyramids with his usual brilliance, routing the Mameluke cavalry that's ruled Egypt for centuries. He makes his famous speech about 40 centuries, looking down on his soldiers from the pyramids. He captures Cairo and begins reorganizing Egyptian government. He studies Egyptian antiquities with genuine fascination, bringing scholars and scientists along specifically to study this ancient civilization. But he's also cut off from Europe when British Admiral Nelson destroys his fleet at the Battle of the Nile. The ships that brought his army to Egypt lie at the bottom of the Mediterranean. He's stuck in Egypt, unable to return easily to France, while rumours about Josephine's conduct in Paris drive him nearly mad with jealousy and hurt. The letters take weeks to travel between Paris and Cairo, and when they do arrive, they bring little comfort. You can imagine him in Cairo, sitting in some commandeered palace that once belonged to the Mamluks. The rooms are opulent in an oriental style completely different from European architecture. Intricate tile work covers the walls. Screens of carved wood filter the harsh sunlight. The smell of incense and spices drifts up from the markets below. But Napoleon notices none of this beauty. He's trying to focus on governing Egypt, while his mind circles obsessively around what Josephine might be doing 5,000 miles away. His officers notice their commander growing more short-tempered and distracted. He snaps at subordinates over minor mistakes. He works punishing hours, as if exhaustion might quiet his thoughts. He throws himself into studying hieroglyphics and pharaonic history, seeking escape in ancient mysteries. But thoughts of Josephine intrude constantly, unwelcome and unavoidable. The heat in Cairo during summer becomes oppressive. Even the stone buildings that stay relatively cool during the day radiate stored heat at night. Napoleon lies awake on sweat-soaked sheets, imagining scenarios that torture him. Josephine at the opera with another man, Josephine laughing at jokes he can't hear, Josephine in someone else's arms. He knows these thoughts are probably exaggerated products of distance and anxiety, but knowing doesn't help. The images haunt him anyway. Eventually, Napoleon makes a bold decision. He abandons the army in Egypt and slips back to France with a few trusted companions. It's a risky move, both militarily and politically. If the voyage fails and British ships capture him, he could spend years as a prisoner of war. If it succeeds, but the government disapproves of his unauthorised departure, he could be court-martialed for deserting his post. But he doesn't care about these risks. He needs to get home to Josephine. He needs to see her, confront her if necessary, reassure himself of her love. Everything else is secondary. Let the army manage without him. Let the politicians complain. He's going home. The journey back takes weeks of tension. His ship must dodge British patrols through a combination of luck, careful navigation, and favourable winds. They sail close to the North African coast, hoping to avoid the main British fleet routes. Every sail on the horizon brings panic until they confirm it's not an enemy ship. Napoleon spends the time composing speeches in his mind, planning confrontations, imagining reunions. His emotions swing between anger and longing, between determination and anxiety. By the time he reaches French soil in October 1799, he's wound tight with emotion and anticipation. He travels directly to Paris, to their house on Rue de la Victoire, barely stopping to rest or change clothes. He needs to see Josephine immediately. He bursts into the house only to find it empty. She's not there. The servants tell him she's travelling, having gone to meet him at a different port. They've literally passed each other on different roads, like characters in some tragic comedy. Napoleon, exhausted from weeks of travel and emotionally raw from months of anxiety, lets himself into the empty house and has a spectacular fit of rage and hurt. He storms through the rooms, noting changes in decoration, finding evidence of her life continuing happily without him. He tells Josephine's children and servants that the marriage is over. He's done. He cannot continue this way. He locks himself in the bedroom they shared and refuses to come out, refusing food, refusing company, refusing everything except his wounded pride and broken heart. Josephine arrives home the next day to find the house in uproar and her husband barricaded in their room. The servants meet her at the door with anxious reports. The general is very angry. He's locked himself upstairs. He's said terrible things. He's threatened divorce. She climbs the stairs slowly, her mind racing. She knows why he's angry. The rumours have reached him. Now she must face the consequences. She stands outside the locked door and pleads with him. She explains where she's been and why. She denies the worst accusations while carefully not addressing others. She cries and the tears are genuine. She doesn't want to lose him. Yes, she's been foolish. Yes, she's enjoyed attention from other men. But she loves him. She's always loved him. These other men mean nothing compared to him. Napoleon, inside the room, wants desperately to believe her but feels betrayed and wounded. He's given her everything, his whole heart, his complete devotion. And how has she repaid him? by making him a laughingstock in Paris society while he conquered Egypt for France. The pain is physical, like someone's driven a knife into his chest and keeps twisting it. Her daughter Hortense and son Eugène add their voices outside the door, begging Napoleon to forgive their mother. They've come to love this intense Corsican who treats them with real affection. He's been more of a father to them than their actual father ever was. They don't want to lose him. They understand their mother has faults, but who doesn't? He should forgive her. They need him. For hours this continues. Outside the door, Josephine pours out her heart with growing desperation. She apologizes for everything. She promises reform. She swears eternal faithfulness from this moment forward. Inside, Napoleon's anger battles with his love. He wants to punish her. He wants to throw her out and never see her again. But he also wants to hold her and pretend none of this ever happened. Finally, sometime in the early morning hours, you might hear the lock click. The door opens slowly. Josephine enters. Napoleon stands by the window, his back to her, his shoulders tense. What happens next remains private, but by morning they've reconciled. Napoleon emerges having forgiven everything because he cannot imagine his life without her. Josephine emerges having learned that despite his rage, his love for her overrides everything else. This knowledge is both comforting and slightly terrifying. This pattern of conflict and reconciliation will repeat throughout their marriage, though never quite as dramatically as this first major crisis. Napoleon's jealousy and Josephine's independence clash. They fight, they reconcile. Their love survives because underneath all the drama, they genuinely need each other. He needs her warmth and social grace. She needs his devotion and protection. The balance isn't always equal or fair, but it functions. Within weeks of this reunion, Napoleon helps orchestrate the coup of 18 Brumaire that overthrows the Directory. France has grown tired of weak, corrupt government. The economy staggers. The war drags on. Political instability threatens everything. Napoleon and his fellow plotters establish the consulate, supposedly a shared leadership among 3 consuls. In reality, Napoleon quickly becomes first consul, an effective dictator of France. He's 30 years old and now rules the nation. Josephine becomes First Lady of France in all but name. She moves with Napoleon into the Tuileries Palace, where French kings once lived before the Revolution. The irony isn't lost on her. She grew up on a Caribbean plantation reading about Versailles and French royalty, survived the revolution that destroyed that world, and now lives in a palace with her husband wielding royal power under a different title. Life has a sense of humour sometimes. She transforms herself once again, this time into something approaching a queen. She establishes a court around herself with ladies-in-waiting and formal protocols. The rules are less rigid than the old monarchy's elaborate etiquette, but structure exists. People learn when they can approach her and when they must wait. She holds regular audiences. She attends official functions. She represents France at diplomatic receptions. She sets fashion for all of France. When Josephine adopts a new style of dress or a different way of arranging hair, women across the country copy her within weeks. She has impeccable taste and the confidence to make bold choices. She introduces the high-waisted empire silhouette that will dominate fashion for years. She popularizes specific fabrics, certain colors, particular ways of draping shawls. Fashion magazines follow her every appearance and describe her outfits in minute detail. The Tuileries under Josephine's influence becomes elegant without being stuffy. She understands that Napoleon's government needs to impress foreign diplomats and establish legitimacy, but she also remembers her own discomfort in the overly formal courts of the old regime that she learned about through stories and books. She creates something new, a blend of republican simplicity and imperial grandeur that suggests France has moved beyond both the Ancien regime and the Revolution's chaos. Napoleon, meanwhile, works constantly to stabilise France and defeat its enemies. He rises at dawn and works until midnight most days. He reforms the legal system, creating the Napoleonic Code that will influence law across Europe and eventually around the world. He rebuilds roads and canals destroyed during years of revolutionary neglect. He He negotiates treaties with European powers. He plans military campaigns. He sleeps only a few hours a night and expects everyone around him to match his energy, which proves exhausting for his staff. Josephine provides necessary balance to his intense nature. When he's been working for 16 hours straight, barely pausing to eat, she convinces him to take a walk in the gardens. The fresh air and movement help clear his mind. When he's raged at some incompetent official until the poor man nearly faints, she soothes Napoleon with gentle humour afterward. She mimics his thunderous expressions until he laughs despite himself. When foreign ambassadors need to be charmed rather than intimidated, she deploys her considerable social skills, making France seem civilised and cultured rather than just militarily powerful. She's become indispensable to both Napoleon personally and to his government practically. He relies on her judgment about people, who can be trusted, who's seeking advantage, who's genuinely loyal. She reads people better than he does, picking up social cues he misses entirely. He learns to value her assessments even when they contradict his own initial impressions. Their life develops rhythms of surprising domesticity despite the imperial grandeur surrounding them. Napoleon sometimes reads to her in the evenings, choosing history or classical literature. He has a good voice for reading and brings dramatic flair to battle descriptions or philosophical arguments. Josephine sketches or does needlework while listening, her hands busy with delicate work while her mind follows the narrative. She occasionally makes observations that surprise him with their insight, seeing implications in the text he hadn't considered. They take breakfast together when his schedule allows, which isn't often but enough to establish the routine as meaningful. The breakfast room overlooks the palace gardens. Morning light streams through tall windows. The table holds fresh bread, preserves, coffee for him, and chocolate for her. They discuss the day's planned activities. Napoleon mentions meetings and military reviews. Josephine describes her schedule of receptions and charitable visits. For these brief moments, they could be any married couple planning their day. They walk in the gardens with Josephine's lapdog Fortune, who has grudgingly accepted Napoleon's permanent presence after years of resistance. The dog no longer actively tries to bite Napoleon's ankles, which represents progress. Fortune trots along beside them, occasionally investigating interesting smells or chasing birds that land on the gravel paths. Napoleon tolerates the dog for Josephine's sake, though he still finds the animal ridiculous. The palace fills with Josephine's family, creating a warmth that prevents the Tuileries from feeling like a museum despite its formal grandeur. Her daughter Hortense grows into a beautiful and accomplished young woman, talented at music and painting. Her son Eugène becomes one of Napoleon's most trusted officers, proving himself both brave and capable. Napoleon adopts them emotionally, if not legally, treating them as the children he doesn't yet have from his own blood. He arranges advantageous marriages for both, understanding that family connections matter in building and maintaining power. Hortense marries Napoleon's brother Louis, a match that serves political purposes but will prove unhappy personally. Eugène marries Auguste of Bavaria and finds genuine happiness, which pleases both Napoleon and Josephine. They stand together at both weddings, proud parents despite the complicated nature of their blended family. In 1804, Napoleon decides the time has come to crown himself Emperor of France. The consulate has served its purpose, stabilising the government and allowing him to consolidate power, but he wants something more permanent, more impressive. The title of Emperor carries weight that First Consul lacks. It announces to Europe that France has a new leader worthy of standing among ancient monarchies. It establishes a dynasty, or at least the intention of creating one. The coronation takes place in Notre Dame Cathedral in December, and you can imagine the scene in all its elaborate grandeur. The great cathedral has been decorated with red velvet and gold thread for months. Carpenters built special platforms and seating to accommodate the massive crowd. Artists created backdrops suggesting imperial Rome rather than Christian humility. Candles by the thousands create a warm glow that softens the winter light filtering through stained glass windows depicting biblical scenes. The congregation includes everyone important in France and representatives from across Europe. Diplomats from nations that are technically enemies sit near those from allied countries, all maintaining diplomatic courtesy, while assessing France's new imperial pretensions. The imperial family occupies prominent seats, though Napoleon's mother has refused to attend in protest of his treatment of certain relatives. Her empty chair creates a small scandal that palace officials try to ignore. Napoleon wears a heavy red velvet cloak trimmed with ermine and embroidered with golden bees, his chosen symbol. The bees represent industry and appear everywhere in imperial decoration now. His crown is specially made for the occasion, designed to suggest Charlemagne rather than the more recent Bourbon kings. Every detail has been carefully planned to create the right symbolic effect. But the most dramatic moment involves Josephine. Napoleon has decided she should be crowned empress despite his family's objections. They argue that she's not worthy, that she's too old, that she can't provide heirs. He overrules them all. Josephine will be empress. The Pope has been brought from Rome to sanctify the ceremony, though everyone understands this is purely for show. Napoleon will actually crown himself to demonstrate his power comes from the people and his own achievements, not from religious authority. When the moment comes for Josephine to be crowned, she kneels before Napoleon on a velvet cushion. She wears a white dress embroidered with gold thread and diamonds, designed specially for this occasion. Her own red velvet cloak spreads behind her, so heavy it requires her sisters-in-law to hold the train. But Napoleon's sisters, who resent Josephine's influence and hate that she's been crowned, instead let the train drag on the floor in a petty rebellion. Napoleon sees this insulting behaviour immediately. He turns and glares at them with such intensity that they quickly pick up the train properly, their faces flushing with embarrassment at being caught in their spite. The moment passes quickly, but those watching understand the message. Napoleon will not tolerate disrespect toward his wife, not even from his own family. He places the crown on her head with genuine tenderness, momentarily forgetting the thousands watching. His fingers adjust it carefully, making sure it sits correctly on her elaborately arranged hair. For a moment, despite all the pageantry and politics, you see two people who love each other. She rises as Empress Josephine, and tears shine in her eyes. She never imagined, growing up on a Caribbean sugar plantation, that she would wear a crown in Notre Dame Cathedral. Napoleon never imagined, growing up on Corsica as the second son of a minor noble family, that he would place it there. The years that follow bring both imperial splendour and increasing strain. Napoleon fights wars across Europe, winning battle after battle, redrawing maps and installing relatives as kings and queens of conquered territories. His brother Joseph becomes king of Spain. His brother Louis rules Holland. His brother Jerome gets Westphalia. The Bonaparte family rises to dizzying heights on Napoleon's military genius, though they frequently prove difficult to manage and ungrateful for their positions. Josephine remains in Paris, managing the imperial household, representing France in Napoleon's absence, and trying to maintain some sense of normalcy in a life that grows steadily more abnormal. The demands on her time increase constantly. She must attend state functions, host diplomatic receptions, patronise the arts, visit hospitals and orphanages, write correspondence, manage palace staff, and somehow maintain the private warmth that first attracted Napoleon. She creates a court at the various palaces they now occupy. The Tuileries serves as their main Parisian residence, but there's also Saint-Cloud, Fontainebleau, and most precious to Josephine, Malmaison. That chateau outside Paris becomes her special domain, the one place that feels truly hers rather than belonging to the empire or Napoleon's ambitions. She fills Malmaison with gardens that showcase plants from around the world. She collects roses with particular passion, eventually growing more than 250 varieties in her gardens. The collection becomes famous throughout Europe. Botanists travel from other countries to see it. She corresponds with gardeners and plant collectors, always seeking new varieties to add to her rose gardens. The roses at Malmaison bloom in profusion each summer, creating a spectacle of colour and fragrance. Red roses climb wooden trellises built specially to support them. White roses spill over stone pathways worn smooth by generations of footsteps. Pink and yellow varieties fill dedicated beds arranged in geometric patterns visible from the upper windows. Rare specimens get special treatment in the greenhouse, where gardeners tend them carefully through winter. Josephine employs botanists and gardeners from across Europe to help her cultivate this collection. She doesn't merely order plants and expect servants to manage everything. She involves herself directly, learning botanical names, understanding growing conditions, planning the garden layouts herself. She walks the grounds daily when weather permits, checking on individual plants, noting what needs pruning or fertilizing or transplanting. She has her roses painted by the finest botanical artists of the age, creating a visual catalogue of her collection. Pierre-Joseph Redoute becomes her favourite artist, and his delicate watercolours capture each variety with scientific accuracy and artistic beauty. These paintings survive long after the actual flowers have faded, preserved in albums and eventually published in books that spread botanical knowledge throughout Europe. When Napoleon returns from campaigns, Malmaison provides refuge from the constant demands of empire. He walks with Josephine through the gardens, temporarily setting aside the burden of ruling most of Europe. They discuss plants and landscaping instead of war and politics. He teases her about her obsession with roses, calling her his Rose Empress. She teases him about his inability to remember which variety is which, despite her patient attempts to teach him. They sit on benches near the fountains, listening to water splash over carved stone. The sound masks their conversation from passing servants, creating islands of privacy. They talk about matters both serious and trivial. What should be done about the situation in Spain? Did she notice how beautifully the white roses bloomed this year? His brother Jerome needs managing again. The new greenhouse needs better ventilation. These conversations blend the personal and political in ways that characterise their entire relationship. For brief periods at Malmaison, they're just a married couple enjoying their garden and each other's company. The weight of empire lifts temporarily. Napoleon's face loses some of its habitual tension. Josephine's smile comes more easily. These moments are precious and increasingly rare as the empire's demands grow. But one topic increasingly poisons their peace and intrudes even into Malmaison's gardens. Napoleon needs an heir. The empire he's building requires continuity beyond his lifetime. His brothers have children, but Napoleon wants his own son to inherit. Everything he's accomplished means nothing if it dies with him. He's studied enough history to know that empires crumble without clear succession. Josephine's first marriage produced 2 healthy children who've grown into capable adults. But her marriage to Napoleon, now stretching into its 10th year, remains childless. Whether this is due to her age, the miscarriage she suffered in Italy, Napoleon's own potential fertility issues, or simply bad luck, becomes a source of endless speculation and growing desperation. Josephine feels this pressure constantly, like physical weight pressing on her shoulders. Napoleon's mother and siblings never liked her, and now have the perfect weapon to use against her. They whisper constantly about the need for divorce. They point out that Josephine is in her mid-40s now, and unlikely to produce children. They suggest younger women who could give Napoleon the dynasty he needs. Every word reaches Josephine through the palace gossip network she's carefully cultivated over the years. She tries everything she can think of to become pregnant. She consults doctors who prescribe various treatments, none effective. She prays in churches and chapels, making bargains with God. If she could just give Napoleon a son, she'd dedicate herself to charity. She'd give up her gardens. She'd endure anything. But the prayers go unanswered. She even consults fortune-tellers and folk healers, desperately seeking some solution. An old woman in Paris sells her an amulet guaranteed to ensure pregnancy. Josephine wears it constantly for months before finally accepting it's worthless. Another recommends specific foods and herbs. Josephine follows the regime faithfully despite its unpleasant taste and inconvenience. Nothing works. Napoleon himself is torn between love and duty. He loves Josephine deeply. She's been his companion through his rise from obscure artillery officer to Emperor of France. She understands him in ways no one else does. She knows when he needs encouragement and when he needs someone to challenge his assumptions. She makes him laugh. She makes him feel human. The thought of life without her feels impossible to contemplate. But he also believes absolutely in dynasty and continuity. He studied Roman emperors and Egyptian pharaohs. He knows what happens when succession is unclear. Civil war, chaos. Everything he's built could collapse in fighting between rival claimants. France needs stability, and stability requires a legitimate heir from his own body. The conflict between personal love and political necessity eats at him like a slow poison. He becomes moody and difficult, his temper flaring over minor irritations. Sometimes he's affectionate with Josephine, pulling her close and murmuring endearments. Other times he's coldly distant, treating her with formal politeness that's worse than anger. He's making lists of potential second wives while still sharing a bed with his empress. The duplicity tortures him, but he cannot see another path forward. Josephine knows what's coming, but feels helpless to stop it. She watches Napoleon's moods swing and understands their cause. She sees him looking at her sometimes with an expression of such sadness it breaks her heart. He doesn't want to divorce her, but he will. She knows this with terrible certainty. The only question is when. She tries to delay the inevitable. She makes herself indispensable. She represents him beautifully at state functions. She manages complex diplomatic situations with grace. She supports his policies publicly, even when she disagrees privately. She's the perfect empress in every way, except the one that matters most. She cannot give him a son. Her friends offer sympathy, but no real comfort. They've seen enough of politics and power to know that personal feelings rarely triumph over dynastic necessity. Some suggest she should accept the inevitable and negotiate the best terms possible for her divorce. Others encourage her to fight, to make Napoleon choose explicitly between love and duty. None of it helps. In 1809, matters finally come to a head. Napoleon has defeated Austria again at the Battle of Wagram. His position in Europe feels more secure than ever. The diplomatic situation now allows him to seek a marriage alliance with one of the great European dynasties. The time has come to make the difficult decision he's been avoiding for years. One evening in November, he asks Josephine to come to his study after dinner. The request itself feels ominous. They normally spend evenings together without such formal summons. She knows immediately what's coming. She takes extra time preparing herself, choosing her dress carefully, arranging her hair, applying subtle cosmetics. If this is to be her last night as Napoleon's wife, she'll face it looking her best. You can picture the scene that follows. Winter darkness presses against the palace windows. A fire burns in the fireplace, crackling softly and casting moving shadows on the walls. Napoleon paces the study, unable to sit still or look at Josephine directly. She sits very still in a chair near the fire, her hands folded in her lap, her face composed despite the panic rising in her chest. He tells her they must divorce, and the words come out in a rush, like he's afraid if he slows down he'll lose his nerve. He explains about the dynasty, the empire, the need for an heir. His voice breaks multiple times. Tears run down his face openly, something his hardened veterans would struggle to imagine their emperor doing. He tells her he still loves her, and always will, but he must do what duty demands for France. She cries too, though she's had time to prepare for this moment. She knew it was coming when he started winning battles again, when his power became unshakable, when he no longer needed her the way he once did. She understands the political necessity, even as it destroys her heart. She tells him she understands. She'll agree to the divorce for the good of France. She loves him enough to let him go, though the words nearly choke her. They hold each other and cry together until neither has tears left. The fire burns low in the fireplace. The room grows cold, but neither notices. They're mourning the end of their marriage and the death of the future they once imagined together. Tomorrow they'll put on their public faces and manage the formal proceedings with dignity. But tonight, they're just two people who love each other facing an unbearable loss. The formal divorce happens in December at the Tuileries Palace. The imperial family gathers in the throne room, a space designed to impress with its grandeur but which now feels cold and hostile. Napoleon reads a statement about the separation being necessary for the good of France and his duty to provide for succession. His voice remains steady only through tremendous effort. Josephine reads her own statement in a voice choked with emotion, agreeing to the divorce for the same patriotic reasons. Then she signs the documents with shaking hands and becomes officially the former Empress Josephine. Napoleon provides generously for her in the divorce settlement. She keeps the title of Empress, maintaining her rank and dignity. She receives Malmaison and several other properties as her personal possessions. She gets a substantial annual income that will allow her to live in comfort. He ensures she'll want for nothing material. But none of this changes the fundamental fact that he's sending her away after 14 years of marriage. Josephine moves to Malmaison and begins a new life as an empress without an emperor. She throws herself into her gardens with renewed passion, as if beautiful flowers can fill the void Napoleon's absence creates. She hosts gatherings for friends and family in her elegant drawing rooms. She maintains correspondence with Napoleon, who writes to her regularly even as he negotiates marriage to Marie-Louise of Austria, an Austrian archduchess young enough to be Josephine's granddaughter. The letters between them after the divorce reveal the enduring nature of their connection despite its official termination. Napoleon writes asking about her health, her gardens, her daily activities. He signs his letters with continued affection and concern. He needs to know she's well, that she's not suffering too much from their separation. Josephine writes back with news of Malmaison and gentle reminders of their shared past. They've moved from passionate lovers to something more complex, a bond forged through years of shared experience that survives the formal ending of their marriage. Marie-Louise arrives in France in 1810, and Napoleon marries her with all appropriate ceremony. The new empress is pretty, young, and fertile in ways Josephine no longer can be. Within a year, she produces exactly what Napoleon desperately wanted: a son. He names the boy Napoleon Francois Charles Joseph Bonaparte and gives him the title King of Rome. Finally, Napoleon has his heir. Finally, the dynasty seems secure, but the personal cost haunts him in quiet moments when he allows himself to feel. Josephine hears about the birth through the gossip network that still keeps her informed of palace life, despite her physical distance from it. She sends official congratulations through proper channels. Privately alone at Malmaison, she tends her roses and tries not to think about the child that should have been hers. She's gracious about the new empress in her limited public statements, never speaking publicly against Marie-Louise, though it must sting to be replaced by a girl barely older than her own grandchildren. The years between the divorce and Josephine's death prove bittersweet. She maintains her dignity and position in society. She's no longer empress, in fact, but people still treat her with imperial respect. Foreign dignitaries visiting Paris often call on her at Malmaison. She's become a beloved figure to the French people, who remember her kindness and grace during her years beside Napoleon. Artists and writers continue to seek her patronage. Her gardens remain famous throughout Europe, and visitors come specifically to see the roses she's cultivated. In the spring of 1814, everything changes with shocking speed. Napoleon's empire, which seemed invincible for so many years, suddenly crumbles under the weight of its own ambitions. Years of constant warfare have exhausted France's manpower and treasury. His enemies unite against him in ways they couldn't manage before. The defeats mount. Russian winter destroyed his grand army. German states rebel. Spain bleeds his forces in guerrilla warfare. Paris itself comes under threat from Allied armies. Napoleon rushes back from his latest campaign to try to save his capital, but he's fighting against overwhelming odds. Josephine watches events unfold from Malmaison with growing alarm and sadness. The empire she helped build is falling apart. The man she still loves despite everything is facing disaster. Allied armies approach Paris, and there's nothing anyone can do to stop them. The Allies enter Paris in March 1814, and the world Napoleon created ends. Russian Tsar Alexander personally visits Josephine at Malmaison, treating her with the elaborate courtesy that surprises his staff. He's charmed by the former empress, finding her more gracious and appealing than he expected. They walk in her gardens and she shows him her roses with quiet pride. He's surprisingly kind, treating her with respect and genuine admiration. But the strain of these events takes a terrible toll on Josephine's health. She catches a cold after walking in her gardens with the Tsar on a day when the weather was worse than expected. In those days, before antibiotics, a cold can quickly become something far more serious. Pneumonia develops with frightening speed. Her doctors try everything their limited medical knowledge allows, but she grows steadily weaker despite their efforts. Her children gather around her bed as she slips in and out of consciousness. Hortense holds her hand and weeps. Eugène sits nearby, his face showing the grief of losing the mother who raised him through impossible times. Her grandchildren visit to say goodbye, some too young to fully understand what's happening. The rooms at Malmaison fill with flowers from her beloved gardens, brought inside to surround her with beauty one final time. On May 29th, 1814, Josephine dies at Malmaison, surrounded by her roses and the people she loved most. She's 50 years old. Her last words are about Napoleon and the garden she created. The life that began on a Caribbean plantation and took her through revolution, terror, love, and empire ends peacefully in the chateau she made her own. News of her death spreads quickly through Paris. People genuinely mourn her passing. She represented a gentler side of Napoleon's empire, the grace and beauty that balanced his ambition and glory. Many remember her personal kindness. She helped people quietly, without making public displays of her charity. She remembered servants' names and asked about their families. She made people feel valued regardless of their rank. Napoleon, forced into exile on the island of Elba, learns of Josephine's death weeks later through letters and newspapers that reach his tiny Mediterranean kingdom. He shuts himself in his room for 2 days after receiving the news. His companions hear him weeping through the closed door. When he finally emerges, he's aged visibly. The loss of Josephine seems to break something in him that military defeat couldn't touch. He says her name constantly over the following weeks, remembering their years together, regretting the divorce even though it gave him the son he wanted. He talks to anyone who will listen about Josephine, how beautiful she was, how graceful, how she made him feel when they were together. His guards and servants learn to recognize when the emperor needs to talk about his first wife, and to listen patiently to stories they've heard before. He keeps a lock of her hair carefully preserved in a special box. He carries the portrait she gave him during the Italian campaign, the same miniature he treasured throughout his military campaigns. During his 100 days of return to power in 1815, after escaping from Elba, he visits Malmaison and walks through her gardens alone. He touches the roses she planted, smells their fragrance, and lets himself remember happier times. After Waterloo and his final exile to St. Helena, that remote island in the South Atlantic where he'll spend his last years, he speaks of Josephine often to his small circle of companions. They write down his reminiscences, preserving his memories of their relationship. In his will, he requests to be buried next to her at Malmaison, though this final wish isn't fulfilled. The British bury him on St. Helena when he dies in 1821. Only decades later will his remains return to France, to lie in state at Les Invalides, rather than beside Josephine's grave. The legacy of Napoleon and Josephine's love story extends far beyond their own lifetimes, touching aspects of culture, art, and society in ways neither could have predicted. Their passionate letters survive, carefully preserved first by family members and later by museums and archives. These letters offer intimate glimpses into their relationship, revealing the human hearts beneath the imperial crowns. Her botanical collections influence gardening across Europe and eventually worldwide. The roses she cultivated spread to other gardens. The techniques her botanists developed get shared and improved. The paintings Redoute created of her roses become foundational texts in botanical illustration, studied by artists and scientists for generations. The fashions she popularized continue to inspire designers centuries later. The Empire silhouette appears and reappears in fashion. Her way of combining classical elements with contemporary style becomes a template for elegant simplicity. Museums display her dresses and accessories, and modern designers study the cuts and techniques. Malmaison itself becomes a museum dedicated to their memory. Visitors walk through rooms where they lived, see furniture they used, view paintings they collected. The gardens, carefully maintained, continue to bloom each spring and summer. People come from around the world to see the roses and imagine Josephine walking these same paths, tending these same beds, creating beauty that outlasted empire. But perhaps the most enduring legacy is simply the story itself. In an age when most aristocratic marriages were arranged for political advantage, when love matches were rare, especially among the powerful, Napoleon and Josephine found genuine passion. Yes, there were complications. Yes, there were infidelities and jealousies and ultimately a heartbreaking divorce. Yes, ambition and politics shaped their relationship as much as affection, but underneath all the complexity, two people who shouldn't have worked together somehow did. She taught him grace and social connection, softening his rough Corsican edges and helping him navigate the complexities of French society. He gave her security and devotion after years of precarious survival. She survived revolution and imprisonment to become an empress who was genuinely beloved. He rose from provincial obscurity to reshape Europe's political landscape. Together they created something larger and more significant than either could have achieved alone. The roses still bloom at Malmaison every spring and summer, just as Josephine planned. Visitors walk through gardens she designed more than 200 years ago and touch walls she touched. The furniture she selected still furnishes rooms where she lived. Her portrait hangs in museums around the world, showing a beautiful woman with kind eyes who somehow navigated the most tumultuous period in French history, with her dignity intact. Napoleon's final years on St. Helena found him dictating his memoirs to his small circle of companions, trying to shape how history would remember him and his achievements. He spoke often of Josephine during these sessions, remembering their early days together with obvious tenderness. He told his companions that she was the woman he loved most deeply, even more than Marie-Louise, who gave him the son he desperately wanted. He said that if Josephine had been able to give him children, he would never have divorced her, and perhaps his entire fate would have been different. You stand now at Malmaison in your imagination, in the rose garden Josephine created with such care and love. The flowers bloom in every colour imaginable, and in varieties collected from around the world. The air carries their fragrance mixed with the scent of boxwood hedges and freshly turned earth from the gardener's constant work. If you close your eyes, you might almost hear laughter from the house, or the sound of voices in animated conversation, or the rustle of silk gowns on gravel paths. This is where their story lives most vividly. Not in the grand palaces or blood-soaked battlefields, not in the official portraits or state ceremonies, but here in this garden where a woman from Martinique who became an empress planted roses and walked with her husband who conquered Europe. Here, for brief moments between campaigns and crises, they were simply two people in love, enjoying beauty they created together. The love story of Napoleon and Josephine reminds us that even the mightiest historical forces are shaped by human hearts, beating beneath the formal costumes and impressive titles. Their romance influenced the fate of nations, determined the outcomes of wars, and shaped the political map of Europe. But at its core, their relationship remained achingly human. The passionate letters, the jealous rages, the tender reconciliations, the ultimate heartbreak of their separation. These are experiences that transcend time and empire, speaking to fundamental truths about love and loss that remain constant across centuries. As you drift towards sleep tonight, let yourself rest in Malmaison's gardens on a perfect summer afternoon. Feel the warmth of sunshine on your face and arms. Smell the roses Josephine nurtured, each variety distinct yet blending into an overall fragrance of beauty and care. Hear the distant murmur of fountains and the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. Somewhere nearby, a bird sings its territorial claim. The gravel crunches softly under your feet as you walk slowly along paths designed for contemplation and peace. Two people met in revolutionary Paris at a time when the world seemed to be ending and everything solid was melting into air. They loved each other through impossible circumstances, survived separations and reconciliations, built an empire together, and ultimately broke each other's hearts in service of duty they both accepted as necessary. They changed the world through their partnership, leaving behind reforms and institutions and cultural influences that persist to this day. Their roses still bloom, their letters still speak across the centuries with undiminished passion, and their love story endures as a testament to what human connection can achieve and endure. Let these images and thoughts carry you gently into sleep. Napoleon and Josephine's story is over now, finished more than 200 years ago, but the gardens remain, the beauty endures, the love they shared, complicated and painful and real, continues to touch hearts and inspire dreams. Rest now, surrounded by roses and history and the eternal human story of love found, love tested and love remembered beyond death and empire. Imagine yourself sitting comfortably in what would have been Africa 6 million years ago. But now it's just a lovely neighbourhood with plenty of trees and no property taxes. Like the first parkour enthusiasts in nature, your distant relatives, I mean really distant, like the kind you only see at evolutionary reunions, are having the time of their lives swinging from branch to branch. Your early ancestors had it worked out. Trees offered food, cover, defence against large teeth, and a great place to observe how other primates swung. Up there in the canopy, where the only big decisions were which fruit looked the ripest, and if it was worth investigating that rustling in the next tree over, life was good. Then, however, something began to occur that would alter everything. The atmosphere started to change, much like when your favourite restaurant gradually alters its menu until you can no longer recognise anything on it. After millions of years, the verdant forests began to disappear. Like houses in a suburban development that became a bit too ambitious with the lot sizes, trees became less common and more dispersed. You understand the issue your ancestors faced if you have ever attempted to move from one tree to another when they are slightly too far apart. It's like attempting to cross a creek from one stone to another, only instead of getting wet feet, you run the risk of becoming someone's lunch. When the next handhold was 20 feet away through open grassland, the traditional swing and grab technique wasn't working so well. Thank you very much. Some of your relatives have chosen to continue living in the woods, doubling down on their arboreal lifestyle. For example, they insist on using flip phones because they are reliable. It's actually good for them that these became the ancestors of modern apes. They stayed in their niche. However, others, your specific branch of the family tree if you will, began to spend more time on the ground. Initially, this was most likely merely a practical requirement. A short walk across the increasingly common grasslands was the only way to get from this patch of trees to that patch of trees. It wasn't particularly effective, but it was manageable to crawl across open ground. Imagine attempting to crawl across a parking lot. You can do it, but it will take some time and you will draw strange looks. Furthermore, you could only see what was right in front of your nose while you were down in the grass, which could be anything from a pleasant patch of clover to something that thought of you as a walking appetizer. When the solution began to take shape, it was both sophisticated and a little absurd. Getting to your feet. Simply getting to your feet. Like a meerkat that chose to adopt it as a way of life instead of merely a fast lookout tactic. Naturally, this was not an impulsive choice. Contrary to what some cartoons may portray, evolution does not operate in that manner. It was more akin to a very slow experiment that occurred over hundreds of thousands of years, making it perhaps the longest-running trial period in history. No one woke up one morning and thought, you know what, I'm going to try this walking thing. The initial attempts at upright walking were likely as graceful as a toddler skating on ice, uncertain, wobbly, and involving a lot of falling. However, there were benefits to even those early uncomfortable steps. You could see over the grass, identify opportunities and threats from a greater distance, and appear much more impressive to potential mates if they were attracted to someone who was constantly falling over, which they apparently were. Really, your ancestors were pioneers. They were trying something entirely different, something no primate had ever tried on a regular basis. Since they were the first to try eating cheese, it seemed strange and dangerous, but it ended up being a really smart move. You were there, or more accurately, your grandparents were there, making their first hesitant forays into the world of bipedalism. And believe me when I say that those initial steps were more like, please don't let me fall on my face again, than giant leap for mankind. The problem with standing up, though, is that you start to realise how beneficial it is once you start doing it on a regular basis. It's similar to realising you've been living in a soft-focus world and finally cleaning your glasses. The scenery suddenly opened up. You could track where your family members had gone, find the best routes to those strewn trees, and spot predators from a distance instead of just seeing grass and the occasional antelope ankle. Although the visual advantage was enormous, the learning curve was as steep as the hiking trail of a mountain goat. It's like going from riding a bicycle with training wheels to performing in Cirque du Soleil. Your ancestors had to learn how to balance on 2 feet instead of 4. The amazing little organ that prevents you from falling over when you stand up too fast, the inner ear, had to recalibrate itself from the ground up. As you read this, consider all the small muscles and movements your body performs to keep you standing. Like a driver on an icy road, your brain is continuously making micro-corrections, swerving into tiny skids that you aren't even aware of. All of this was something your ancestors had to create from the ground up, making what was basically a full-time job of not falling down into something that just happened. It was a revolutionary hands-free advantage. Your hands are essentially prime real estate taken up by the unglamorous task of moving when you're knuckle walking. But when you get up, your hands are free to do other things. Instead of eating the food right away, like some sort of prehistoric fast food experience, you could take it home to your family. Humanity's first step toward becoming the creatures that would eventually collect everything from stamps to old lunchboxes was likely the ability to pick up and examine interesting objects. The use of tools was made possible in previously unimaginable ways. Chimpanzees can fish termites out of a mound with a stick, but they are unable to transport an entire toolkit. Humanity's first mobile workshops were made possible by your upright ancestors' ability to gather practical objects like sturdy sticks and rocks. They were similar to prehistoric handymen, but instead of building kitchen cabinets, they worked on survival projects. Another unanticipated advantage was the cooling system. It may seem counterintuitive to stand upright in the African sun. After all, it exposes more surface area to the heat. Even though they weren't aware of it consciously, your ancestors were smarter than that. They increased their exposure to cooling breezes and decreased their exposure to the direct overhead sun by standing up. If you didn't mind looking a little goofy while it was in use, it was similar to having an integrated climate control system. In order to accommodate this new way of life, hairstyles even began to shift. A natural sun hat was created by the body hair remaining thicker on top of the head, but becoming less dense overall. Practical, efficient, and establishing trends that would eventually result in some genuinely dubious hairstyles throughout human history. It was evolution's take on functional fashion. The biggest shift, though, might have been psychological. Your ancestors appeared larger, more impressive, and more substantial when they stood up. This was no small advantage in a world where being a formidable person could mean the difference between being left alone or being someone's dinner. It was the ancient equivalent of dressing nicely for a job interview. It didn't alter your identity, but it did alter how other people saw you. The challenge of surviving in a changing world was the occasion, and your ancestors were literally rising to the occasion. Every shaky step, every successful tree-to-tree crossing, every successful moment of avoiding falling was leading to something never seen before in the history of life on Earth. Now, you might assume that the difficult part was over once your ancestors learned the fundamentals of standing up. You'd be mistaken. It's like assuming you're prepared for the Tour de France once you learn how to ride a bicycle. There was a lot of trial and error involved in the transition from technically possible to actually practical, with a focus on the latter. Over hundreds of thousands of years, significant skeletal changes were necessary for full-time bipedalism. In order to distribute weight evenly when standing erect, your ancestors' spines had to grow curves they'd never had before, forming an S. Walking upright without these curves would have been like attempting to balance a pile of books as someone continued to add more to the top. There was a complete renovation of the pelvis, if you will. Apes have long, narrow pelvises that are ideal for supporting a horizontal body, but dreadfully inadequate for supporting a vertical one. In order to accommodate internal organs arranged vertically rather than horizontally, your ancestors evolved wider, bowl-shaped pelvises. After choosing to live on the walls rather than the floors, it was similar to moving all the furniture around a house. Leg bones realigned and became stronger. The knees were able to properly align under the centre of gravity of the body because the thigh bone formed an angle that would make any geometry teacher proud. In order to absorb the shock of heel-to-toe walking, feet changed from being flexible, grasping appendages to rigid platforms with arches. Your ancestors were literally starting over from scratch. This is where things start to get interesting and a little awkward. Humans still have to make trade-offs as a result of all these changes. That slender pelvis that allowed for upright walking. It also greatly increased the difficulty and risk of childbirth. Your female ancestors were effectively making a trade-off between mobility and ease of reproduction, which would have long-term effects on our species. In addition to effectively distributing weight, the curved spine produced weak spots that continue to cause issues. People have been complaining of lower back pain for millions of years. It's not just a modern occurrence brought on by desk work and bad posture. Although they most likely weren't aware of this specific first, your ancestors were pioneers in the field of chronic back problems. In the meantime, the feet that had become so good for walking turned into awful ones for climbing. For grasping branches, those inflexible arches and straight toes that were ideal for covering ground were ineffective. Evolutionarily speaking, your ancestors were burning their bridges by settling for a terrestrial lifestyle with fewer and fewer tree backup plans. Without a doubt, there were many spectacular failures during the learning process. Imagine attempting to flee from a predator after you've only just learned how to walk upright. Imagine trying to negotiate uneven ground while your balancing system is still in beta testing. In essence, your ancestors were relearning how to use their bodies, much like someone recuperating from a serious injury. Only the injury was caused by millions of years of quadrupedal evolution. During this time of transition, children must have been especially entertaining. If you've ever seen a human toddler learn to walk, imagine how unsteady they were. Then, add in the fact that the adults weren't much more stable. Like a group expedition led by people who had never gone hiking before, families most likely moved very slowly and fell a lot. However, they continued because the benefits were becoming indisputable. In this honest business, each generation was marginally superior to the previous one. Offspring with stronger spines, improved balance, or more effective walking patterns had a higher chance of surviving and procreating. Those who were able to learn this strange new way of moving through the world were rewarded by natural selection. Better balance control and spatial awareness were being developed by the brain in tandem with these physical changes. That vital part of the brain that controls movement, the cerebellum, was being thoroughly exercised and improving as a result. As they learned to use their newly acquired abilities, your ancestors were literally growing into their new bodies. Your ancestors had become fairly proficient at this standing-up business by this point. They weren't particularly elegant yet. Think functional rather than elegant, but they made real progress by being able to move from point A to point B without constantly embarrassing themselves. The desire to see what lay beyond the next hill, which would forever define humanity, came along with this newfound mobility. Because your ancestors became the ultimate tourists, this is where your family history becomes really fascinating. However, they were exploring completely new continents and establishing the human presence in places no primate had ever seen before, rather than snapping photos and purchasing trinkets. Walking had become so efficient that long-distance travel was no longer just feasible, but also necessary. The world begins to appear as though it is just waiting for you to explore it, once you're able to move quickly and steadily, carry your supplies and food with you, and improve your teamwork skills. This wasn't just a weekend getaway. Your ancestors started the first major human migration out of Africa. In the end, this multi-generational journey would disperse humanity throughout the world. Since walking was their new superpower, they travelled by foot from Africa to the Middle East, Asia, and finally Australia and the Americas. By today's standards, the pace was slow. In a good year, these groups might travel a few miles, stopping wherever resources were plentiful, making temporary settlements, and then continuing on when necessity or curiosity demanded it. It resembled the world's slowest and longest treasure hunt more than a planned expedition, with the treasure being simply finding what was around the next corner. Their ability to walk upright was further honed by the new challenges presented by each new setting. They learned endurance and how to move effectively over sand and stone in the desert. Their sure-footedness and balance were developed in mountainous areas. They were exposed to walking on a variety of surfaces in coastal areas, including sand, rocks and tide pools, all of which required minor adjustments to their balance and gait. Walking's social components gained equal weight with its physical ones. Better communication systems had to be developed in order for groups to coordinate their movements. When you needed to say something like, "There's a river 3 days walk north that has excellent fishing, but watch out for the cranky hippopotamuses," you couldn't just grunt and point. Language became crucial for exchanging navigational information. discussing route options and organising stops. Walking in groups also meant creating systems of cooperation and social hierarchy. Who determines the speed? Without abandoning the slower walkers, how can you make accommodations for them? When someone is hurt, what do you do? The idea of group travel with all the associated logistical difficulties was essentially being invented by your ancestors. They developed increasingly advanced and specialised tools for their nomadic way of life. Heavy, one-time use tools were preferred over lightweight, portable, multifunctional items. They continuously improved their equipment to strike a balance between portability and functionality, much like prehistoric hikers. A good walking stick became useful not only for stability but also as a measuring tool, a testing ground probe, and a reach extension. When they lived mostly in trees, the weather became a constant factor in ways that it had never been before. Their bodies were more exposed to wind, rain, and temperature fluctuations when they were walking upright. They had to learn how to read weather patterns, plan their routes around seasonal changes, and devise strategies for travelling in various weather conditions. They developed extraordinary navigational skills. They learned to read landscapes like books without the use of maps, GPS, or even written language. Mountain shapes, river flows, vegetation patterns, and animal behaviour all contributed to the development of a complex system for navigating uncharted territory. By establishing patterns of curiosity and movement that would eventually take their descendants to every part of the planet, your ancestors were penning the first chapters of human exploration. With only their ability to walk upright, their developing intelligence, and an apparently insatiable desire to see what lay beyond the next horizon, they were the first pioneers. Even your ancestors probably didn't anticipate the intriguing turn your family history is about to take. Their brains were being remarkably impacted by all of this walking, carrying, tool use, and acclimating to new surroundings. It was similar to a very long-term, very slow fitness program, but it was building intelligence rather than muscle. One of the most graceful feedback loops in evolution is the connection between brain development and upright walking. Your ancestors' ability to walk on 2 feet allowed them to use their hands for more difficult tasks. They needed more advanced hand-eye coordination than they had ever needed before in order to use tools, make tools, and carry several objects at once. The really clever part, though, is that the parts of the brain that govern precise hand movements are located directly adjacent to those that govern language and abstract thought. Ideas tend to flow back and forth, much like when your office and workshop are adjacent. Your ancestors were unintentionally creating the neural infrastructure that would eventually enable sophisticated communication and problem-solving as they improved their motor control for using tools. The actual brain was enlarging, but not at random. To meet the new demands of bipedal life, certain areas were growing. Already exerting extra effort to control balance and coordination, the cerebellum kept growing. The frontal cortex, which is in charge of planning and making decisions, grew to accommodate the intricate decisions required for group coordination, tool use, and navigation. Consider the activities that your ancestors engaged in on a daily basis. They had to make and maintain tools, remember where resources were, plan routes through uncharted territory, coordinate group movements, and solve problems that their tree-dwelling relatives had never faced. It was similar to enrolling in a full-time multi-year university course on how to solve real-world problems. Their developing brains were especially taxed by the social components of their new way of life. Cooperation and group travel required not only knowing what you had to do, but also knowing what other members of your group were planning and thinking. The ability to comprehend that other people have their own thoughts, intentions, and knowledge, what psychologists now refer to as theory of mind, had to be developed. The importance and sophistication of language were growing. Their lifestyle now required complex coordination, and simple gestures and warning calls were insufficient. The water source they had discovered yesterday, the hazardous terrain ahead, and the travel plans for tomorrow were among the things they needed to discuss that weren't immediately available. Thinking abstractly was turning into a survival tactic. Additionally, your ancestors had to contend with a wider range of difficult circumstances. Every new habitat they came across had its own set of challenges. In a desert, how can one locate water? In a new area, what is safe to eat? In a climate that is colder than anything you have ever experienced, how do you stay warm? In essence, each obstacle overcome served as a teaching tool for innovative problem-solving. There was an acceleration of the feedback loop between mental development and physical capabilities. More sophisticated tasks were made possible by better tools, which in turn required even better brains. Better group coordination made possible by more advanced communication allowed them to take on increasingly difficult situations that required more complex planning and problem-solving skills. Most significantly, though, they were acquiring what we might refer to as cognitive flexibility, the capacity to modify their way of thinking in response to novel circumstances. Your ancestors were always facing new problems that needed new answers, unlike their relatives who had discovered and remained in successful ecological niches. They were evolving into the best generalists, able to survive in nearly any setting. Their bodies and minds were becoming uniquely intertwined. Their improved vocal control due to their erect posture aided in the development of their language skills. The production of sophisticated tools made possible by their freed hands promoted the growth of their brains. They were able to plan and coordinate better thanks to their enhanced brains, which increased the effectiveness of their bipedalism. Everything was interconnected, and as one advancement led to another, the capabilities increased. Through intelligence, collaboration, and cultural innovation, your ancestors were essentially evolving into a new kind of creature that could adapt to nearly any environment without the need for specialized physical evolution. They were laying the groundwork for all subsequent stages of human development by exchanging biological specialization for mental adaptability. Your ancestors had been walking upright for well over 1 million years by this time in your family's history. They had also become quite proficient at it. However, in evolutionary terms, being good at it meant that they had figured out the fundamental issue of not toppling over all the time. They now had to deal with the subtler optimization problems, like how to walk more effectively, longer, better, and under more difficult circumstances. Human walking became truly remarkable at this point. Your ancestors were becoming the most proficient long-distance walkers the world had ever seen, not just proficient bipeds. They were evolving into the best hiking experts, able to go far on little effort. They created truly amazing mechanics. When done correctly, human walking is basically a controlled fall. You lean forward a little, catch yourself with your other leg, and then use the momentum to keep moving forward. It functions similarly to a perpetual motion machine driven by muscle coordination and gravity. Walking had become an art form for your ancestors. However, endurance walking was the most advanced development. Your ancestors were able to keep up a steady pace for hours, days, or even weeks, whereas other animals might be faster in short bursts. They learned how to walk long distances with heavy loads, negotiate challenging terrain, and keep up this pace for extended periods of time. They resembled infinite-range biological all-terrain vehicles. This was supported by remarkable physical adaptations. Their leg muscles became incredibly efficient, able to contract repeatedly for extended periods of time without becoming tired. During prolonged activity, their cardiovascular systems developed exceptional capabilities to sustain consistent oxygen delivery. Their feet evolved into highly advanced propulsion and shock absorption mechanisms. The control of temperature became especially complex. Your ancestors' capacity to sweat effectively while sustaining constant activity levels is the most sophisticated cooling mechanism in the mammalian world. In hotter climates, they could walk all day, whereas other animals needed to take cover from the heat. The more they worked, the more effective the built-in air conditioning became. Long-distance walking's psychological effects were equally as significant as its physical ones. Your ancestors possessed exceptional mental endurance, which is the capacity to stay motivated and focused during long periods of repetitive work such as hours or days. They developed the ability to pace themselves, find rhythm and flow in prolonged movement, and keep the group cohesive during lengthy travels. Modern explorers would be impressed by the level of navigation skills attained. They were able to plan multi-day routes through unfamiliar territory, remember and return to specific locations after long absences, and maintain direction across featureless terrain without the use of any tools other than their own senses. They gained an intuitive awareness of seasonal variations, natural navigational markers, and landscape patterns. Group long-distance travel required extraordinary social coordination. Throughout possibly weeks of travel, groups had to coordinate rest periods, share the load of carrying supplies, keep their unity, and synchronize their pace. In essence, they were creating the ideas of expedition management, teamwork, and logistics. They developed an extremely complex relationship with the terrain. They acquired the ability to read various ground types and modify their stride for maximum effectiveness on grass, mud, rock, or sand. They created methods for safely traversing through dense vegetation, crossing streams, and walking on steep slopes. every kind of terrain turned into a puzzle that needed to be solved using walking technique. Their walking lifestyle was supported by the evolution of tool use. Walking sticks evolved into multifunctional tools for testing the ground, determining depth, reaching objects, and offering leverage on challenging terrain. They were no longer only used for balance. More advanced carrying systems that efficiently distributed weight for long-distance transportation were developed. Most significantly, though, your ancestors were acquiring what we might refer to as walking wisdom, an innate sense of rhythm, pace, endurance, and efficiency that would later come to define humanity. In addition to learning how to walk, they were also learning how to walk far, walk well, and make walking a long-term, sustainable lifestyle. They were producing something that had never been seen before in natural history, thanks to their unique blend of physical prowess, mental stamina, social coordination, and technical proficiency in bipedal locomotion. In addition to being animals with the ability to walk upright, your ancestors were developing into the most proficient long-distance drivers the world had ever seen. Millions of years later, you are most likely sitting and reading this, which would have perplexed your early ancestors, who had to go to such lengths to get you upright in the first place. The beauty of the whole story, however, is that your ancestors learned to do more than just stand up and walk. They learned to do it so well that you now have the freedom to decide when to use the amazing skills they acquired. In the end, becoming proficient at bipedalism involved much more than simply moving from one location to another. It turned into the cornerstone of everything that makes people special. Upright posture, improved vocal tract configuration, and breath control, which contributed to the development of language. Hands were released from locomotion, allowing for the use of complex tools. Because group travel and coordination required advanced planning and communication skills, social cooperation developed. Millions of years of walking have left their mark on your brain today. Numerous generations of ancestors who had to negotiate difficult terrain while remaining upright shaped the neural pathways that govern balance, coordination, and spatial awareness. The ongoing difficulties of group coordination and long-distance travel extended the areas in charge of planning and problem-solving. Even the skills your ancestors acquired through bipedalism are essential to your current way of life. You use skills developed over millions of years of upright walking when you move through a crowded area, keep your balance on a moving bus, or coordinate your movements while carrying multiple objects. You have skills that you probably don't think about much but use all the time because of your ancestors' extensive training in staying vertical. Your ancestors' endurance manifests itself in unexpected ways. Among the animal kingdom's top long-distance runners are still humans. Running marathons, hiking, and other endurance sports activate muscles that were evolved for survival, not sport. You possess the genetic heritage of the greatest walkers in the history of evolution. Human interaction is still influenced by the social aspects of your ancestors' walking lifestyle. All human social organization is built on the cooperation, communication, and group coordination skills they acquired for successful group travel. The skills that your ancestors developed while attempting to travel together across ancient landscapes are used in every team project, coordinated effort, and successful group endeavour. Even in our GPS-enabled world, your relationship with the landscape and navigation reflects skills your ancestors developed out of sheer need. Millions of years of evolutionary development in land navigation have given humans the ability to read terrain, comprehend spatial relationships, and maintain direction. Perhaps most astonishingly, however, your ancestors' ability to walk on 2 feet allowed humans to flourish in nearly any terrestrial setting, something no other species has been able to do. Because your ancestors acquired such amazing walking skills and the intelligence to use them efficiently, humans are able to adapt and survive in a variety of environments, from the Arctic tundra to the tropical rainforest, from mountain tops to the ocean shores. Being able to stand up straight was not only a physical accomplishment, it marked the start of human civilization, culture, technology, and language. The foundation your ancestors laid when they first got up and made the decision to remain that way is the basis for all human achievements, from the invention of the first stone tools to space exploration. Take a moment to appreciate the incredible journey that led you to this point the next time you stand up. Really stand up, with your head high, hands free, spine curved just right, and your weight balanced on 2 feet. You are the offspring of creatures that took one of the most unlikely risks in the history of the natural world and made it work remarkably well. You're the result of millions of years of evolutionary experimentation. The ability to stand tall in the world, both literally and figuratively, is a gift from your ancestors. They evolved into beings that made upright walking their defining trait, rather than creatures that occasionally stood up to gain a better view. They transformed a last-ditch effort to adapt to changing conditions into the greatest adventure in human history. You can now sleep soundly knowing that you will be taking part in one of the most successful evolutionary innovations in the history of life on Earth when you wake up and walk for the first time tomorrow. Good walks and sweet dreams.